yourself. Like, and this isn't coming from Flat Earth, by the way. This is just information about the Google Loon project, well, which got discontinued, but it's the same information. You could
But
take a
this
look at
is
the
entirely
images that are
different
being
kind of
shown. Like,
satellite. I don't
say
understand why
again.
you're bringing this up. This is just a totally different piece of technology. I'm not referring to balloons at all.
Yeah, but your idea of saying that these the technology that you're talking about is actually in the low Earth orbit. Listen, I can quiz you, and I promise you, Uni, you will not have any information to substantiate the case for globe Earth. I don't want to do that. I'm just having a cool conversation with you about your questions. But if you
No,
want
that's
me to,
fine.
I can turn this around to be
Listen, I
it
don't
being
even want to
something that you
derail. I
don't.
just wanted to post
Kim
the
Jong, I
thing.
don't want to talk to you right now. Fucking climb up, okay? I'm not talking to you. You're
No, calm
inserting
down.
yourself. Shut the fuck up. I had given you a choice. You don't want to listen, then you'll be
All
sat
right,
down like a
I appreciate
child.
where you're coming from. I need you to respect the.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Everybody's getting fucking like sat down. It's up to you. You have a
Nice.
choice, guys. You come in hot, you get sat down. I don't like to
Nice.
do that. I like for you to speak, but just wait your turn. Anyways, I'm gonna get back to like what I was saying because it's important, right? So people think that the low Earth orbit (LEO), right? This is an acronym that the satellites are roaming around up there. So what we're doing right now is just going over information to substantiate the case that satellite technology can be above our heads without it being in low Earth orbit, which is what I'm showing you here, right? So now, on the other hand, you might think that satellites are roaming around our heads in low Earth orbit. So now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch the topic over from this one into how you know the Earth is a globe. Because I wasn't
Mhm.
gonna go there, but it seems like that needs to happen. I didn't want to do that, but I guess we have to because it's starting to get a little bit like pressing on me. So now we're gonna go into how do you know the Earth is a globe? So we're gonna go
Wait,
ahead
this
and
is a
kick it
total
off by
derail.
starting with Uni. If you want to start us off, you can do so, and I'm gonna unmute everybody who I just muted so they can answer as well. How do you
Okay,
know that the Earth
I'll
is a globe?
I'll just say one thing, and this is definitely not an attack. I don't want you to feel like I'm attacking you,
No, don't
but
worry about it.
you literally didn't answer anything I said about satellites that are orbiting the Earth. And instead of answering the question, you've decided to entirely change the discussion to making certain that I can prove 110% without a shadow of a doubt about a globe Earth, instead of you having any response
I
to the
did.
idea that
I
there
responded
are
to you, but
satellites.
you're just not even. Did you look at the website that I sent you? Did you look at
Yeah,
it?
this is about totally
What
different
did it show
technology,
you?
which
I want
is
to see if
totally
you actually
irrelevant.
seen it. What did it show you on the what's on the website?
I'm literally scrolling it now.
You're
Like
just
it's
scrolling on it right now. That means you didn't look at it and you're presuming to say that you know what's on
wait,
there.
what do you mean? I was
How
scrolling it the
fucking
whole time.
disingenuous are you,
What do you
Uni?
mean? I was scrolling it the whole
No, you're
time.
not. Stop fucking laughing, dude. You didn't even look at it
You
until
linked
right
this.
fucking now.
Wait, you linked this? How long ago did you link
Yeah.
this?
You didn't
Like a
even see
minute
it
and a
till
half
right
ago?
fucking now. And now you're
I've
looking
had
at
it
it.
open. I've had it
Yeah,
open.
but you didn't scroll down like I was telling
Dude,
you.
dude,
And
hold the
then you
fuck up.
presume,
Why
shut
does
the
it
fuck
sound
up,
like a
Branch.
fucking...
Shut the fuck
What do
up.
you mean? I'm literally
Now
talking about the
I'm
fact that
talking to
this is
you.
talking about
I'm
balloon
talking to you.
satellites.
You
This
didn't
is
even
totally
look
different.
through it and see what the information that was on it. It was your
I
choice to
did.
do
That's
that.
how I can say that to you.
Yeah,
I
no,
did
you
look at
didn't.
that.
Everything that's on there is an explanation to what you might think is happening in low Earth orbit. The same shit is happening there.
So wait,
The
can I
same
just
thing.
ask you specifically? You think all satellites that are claimed to be orbiting the Earth, they're all actually balloon satellites?
Yep, that's it. And
Okay.
you
So
haven't
why didn't
looked
you
up
just
the
say that?
information because you have not looked at the information.
I have
There's
been looking at
mountains.
it. There's a lot of
Dude,
stuff
I'm
here.
not
I
talking
can't
about
read all
just
of
this,
this.
Uni. Not just talking about this. There's
I'm
more
getting so angry
information.
right
Dude, because you don't shut the fuck. You're talking through me every time I'm saying something. That's why I get upset when somebody starts talking through me because they're not fucking listening. All right. So going back to the information, I presented you that there's more, not just this. This was like a tip of the iceberg. They have planes with hooks on them that catch the ones that are actually falling. Now this is already admitted by the militaries of the world. They do this because their technology that are balloons are flying on. They don't want. They actually have them uh, orbiting. So whenever they're gonna fall, they have them falling in certain places in the ocean so they don't fall on land. Anyway, This is what we're seeing that's happening right now. This technology is already put into place. It's well established and known by industries. So this isn't something new. The idea that they are on rockets going to space is extremely inefficient as far as like money goes. If you're thinking that's even possible, all right. So we're not even getting into how it's possible. We're just saying from the economic standpoint, it's not even feasible. So we're gonna move into that area also in the arena if it's even possible, because I haven't even gotten there yet. So I usually like to take people through an exercise to actually check their knowledge of what they think they know about the Earth's existence being like as a globe. And that's the reason why I wanted to shift the topic over into that, because there's a lot, I mean, mountains of information that you could find out that balloon technology has existed since the late 40s. I don't have to fucking tell you about it. You can just search for it. So I did provide you an evidence of it though, and that was at least good enough for you to see that it is possible that in today's time that they're still using the technology like you might think Starlink from Elon Musk, that he's using that type of technology. It's the same shit. There's nothing different. These balloons are pretty high tech. They're not just like some like balloon with some device on the bottom of it. They actually move up and down throughout the stratosphere. And they're able to take use of the winds that are up there, the different crosswinds. So anyway, that's what I'm presenting to you right now because it was a question that I was answering. Now, if you want to know more about rockets and low Earth orbit, then we can talk about that. But that was not what you were wanting to know, and so that's what I'm telling you right now. The information in balloon technology is real. Go. Do you have anything about to say about that?
That was pretty incoherent, not gonna lie, but I'm happy
Well,
to
then
pass the mic
you
to
don't
someone
want to
else.
know anything about you have a confirmation bias, and I agree because most people do. You want to plug your ears and go like la 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 la, I can't hear you. That's fine. Then that means you have nothing to contribute, and you wouldn't be somebody that would want to have a conversation about the earth, the shape of the earth, or lack thereof. And that's fine. If you're low intelligence, I can agree. You won't be able to comprehend things. You have a certain level, a threshold of understanding. That's fine. A lot of people can't understand a lot of things, and that's just fine. The white mic that you have is pretty good. You can just stay there. Now then, Kim Jong, did you have any questions?
Something to say,
Do
if
you
it's
have any
possible.
questions?
No, I have something to say though.
Go ahead.
You sound pretty neurotic. You need to get some help.
Neurotic. How did I sound neurotic? Tell me how I sound neurotic. Hmm?
By
How
the
do I
way you
sound
act.
neurotic?
Again, by the way you act, but I'm gonna let you do your thing.
I
That's all
don't
I have to
care.
say. Good.
Yeah, but I don't give a shit about your feelings because your feelings
Good,
and
good,
you
good.
are gonna
So
leave the
don't get
server
riled
or
up.
you're gonna
Don't
leave
get
the
riled
room,
up.
and it
Don't
doesn't
get
matter.
riled up though. But don't get riled up though.
I don't give a
It's
fuck, dude. You
but don't
totally,
get
you and
riled
the rest of
up.
the
Don't
clown
get
show.
riled up.
I
Don't
don't
get
give a
riled up.
fuck, dude.
Calm
I can talk
down.
however I want to talk.
I got you,
You
but I
and the
don't want
rest
you
of
to
the
get
idiots don't
agitated. I
fucking.
don't
You're
want
not
you
a
to get
tone
your
police.
blood pressure. I don't want you to get your blood
Blood
pressure up.
pressure.
Just
Shut
calm
the
down.
fuck up, dude.
Calm
You got
down,
any
please.
information? You got any information to substantiate the case of the Earth being a globe or not? Do
I
you?
think the Earth is a globe. Yes.
Yeah. Well, what evidence do you have to support the case?
Simple. Stratosphere, atmosphere. Simple as Kermer.
What?
He got muted in the middle of his argument. That feels pretty
What did
bad
he
for him.
say? I didn't even hear what the fuck he said. Stratosphere, atmosphere.
'Cause he got muted in the middle of
Huh?
his argument. Someone server muted him. Oh, room muted him. It's a bit harsh. IMO.
A bit harsh. Why is it harsh? He wasn't saying
To mute
anything.
someone in the middle of the argument.
Well, he wasn't saying anything. I mean, fuck.
It was
I don't
making
know. I
arguments
didn't
about
mute
the
him, but
atmosphere.
fucking somebody maybe saw it fit to mute him. So fuck it. I'm not gonna
That's
disagree.
fair enough as well.
Listen, everybody can stand for their own 10 toes. So yeah, I mean, if he wanted to say something, he would have said it, but he was just complaining. He had airtime to say, "Listen, this is how I'm going to present the earth," and so do you, Yudi. You have airtime, Instead of saying, well, why did you mute him? Or who's being muted? Just fucking say, look, let me tell you some evidence. I got the winning hand. I know the earth is a globe. Here it is. Instead of doing that, which would be better, you complain about the fucking room.
Well, I'm not
The
complaining about
fuck?
the room. I was just letting you know. You asked the question while I
Well,
wasn't
I'm
speaking.
looking
I was
for
just letting you know.
people who can substantiate the claim that the earth is a globe instead of waste time talking about feelings and
I
tone
feel like if you
policing.
wanted evidence that the Earth was a globe, I feel like you would have found it by now. I don't think you want that evidence.
Oh, yes, I do. Because
Okay,
if
well,
you have it, then give it.
yeah, sure. How
But if you
about
don't have it, then don't give it. Then just keep
we
talking about
should?
the room, keep talking about your feelings, keep talking. Yeah,
You're the
that's the
one that keeps
problem.
talking about the
I'm not
room and
getting
the
evidence, I'm
feelings.
getting feelings.
You're the one
Fuck
who keeps
that.
talking about evidence and feelings,
You
like
got
the state of the
evidence?
room.
Uni? You got evidence? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I
Give
have
me
an idea. I have an idea,
idea.
and tell me whether or not you would support this idea. So I'm sure you're familiar with the YouTuber Professor Dave, right? Like an actual person who studied this, who has the
He's
qualifications
not a professor,
necessary.
dude. He's not a
Okay,
professor.
and that's just his YouTube title.
Yeah, but okay. So would you allow somebody in this room to call themselves a doctor when they're not a doctor, or professor when they're
There's
not a
still
professor?
divergence from my point, right?
I'm just
Like,
saying, man, like the kind of information you consume from an internet bobblehead is coming from Professor Dave. Like, okay, thus saith Professor Dave, the holy word of Professor Dave. What does he say?
well,
What does he say?
I was only asking
Let's
whether or
quote
not.
him because obviously he's the only guy that can provide evidence
Yep.
that the earth is a globe and nobody in academia can. But Professor
Do you
Dave,
remember?
a fucking internet troll, can produce information. That's weird, right, Uni?
I
Like,
feel
why
like
can't
you
somebody in
were.
academia produce the evidence instead of this clown show?
I just feel like you before were just complaining about people like me like
You
speaking in the
see,
middle of your
feelings. Once again, feelings. Here we go with the feelings. Present the evidence, Uni. If you got it, present it.
sentence. I mean,
Well,
what?
there
How
you
could I?
go.
How could I if I was
Because
just
you're
gonna get
wasting your
interrupted?
fucking airtime complaining, dude. Just talk. Give me the evidence. Where is
Wait,
it?
that's you complaining right now about my
There you
behavior. Like
go.
you're literally
Well, more
complaining.
feelings, right? More
I'm
feelings.
well. I didn't say any feelings, and I just pointed out
You're
something you
still
were doing.
doing it. You're still doing it. You're still doing
Could
it,
you de-
dude.
could you demonstrate how I'm talking about my feelings?
Because you're talking about feelings. Fuck, dude. Just say,
But
give
that's
me
what
the
you've been
evidence.
doing. But
Give
that's
me
what
the
you've been
evidence,
doing.
Uni. Give me the evidence, Uni.
When I try to
Give me
give
the
you an
evidence,
example,
Uni. Give me the
when I
evidence.
when I
You're
try
just
to
saying
give
when
you,
I try, when I try, when I try. Just fucking say it, dude.
because I don't want to get spoken over.
I
I
don't
feel
want
like
to
I
get
deserve that
spoken. Dude, just
respect.
fucking say it.
But if I start to say it, you're just
Oh
gonna
my
fucking
God, dude. Do you do this
okay,
everywhere you speak? You do this? Just fucking tell me.
okay, okay.
Go.
So, for example, how can you explain something like gravity with a flat Earth?
All right. So, what is gravity to you? Because I'm gonna break it down for you. What is it to you?
No, break it down for me. Break it down for me.
No, I need to know what you think it is before I do. So, what do you
It's
think it
that
is?
all mass has a gravitational pull. Things attract each other, and the more mass you have, the more capacity and the stronger your gravitational pull is.
Okay.
And
What's
that's
the
what.
sign? Go ahead.
Oh,
You
sorry,
or
go on.
yeah, you weren't done yet. Go.
I'm finished. I'm finished. You actually did a really good job of not interrupting me, so I want
All
to give
right.
you
I
credit
don't give
for
a fuck about your tone police. If you have evidence, I'm gonna give you the floor. That's just all there is to it.
that.
If you
Okay, that's
don't have
fair.
any evidence, I'm gonna take away the floor. So
I
if
respect that. I respect that.
all right. So if you're saying that mass attracts mass because of the size of the mass, what gravitational theory is that in line with?
I'm not quite sure what you mean. I guess like fucking Einstein or some shit.
Incorrect.
Okay.
I'm just saying you're incorrect. That's not it.
Okay.
You
Okay.
think
I
that it
get it.
is. You think that it is. I know it's kind of funny. You think it is. It isn't.
Well,
So
what's
what?
incorrect about it? So Einstein didn't have that
Yeah.
theory of gravity.
No.
He didn't
What?
agree with
No.
that.
No. No. You're mixing up the theory with the person who actually said that theory. So repeat what you said as far as like beginning. What you said that gravity was.
It's just
You'll see. I'll
the
walk you through it so
pull.
you'll understand. Sorry, I didn't want
It's
to
the
interrupt you,
pull
but
that mass has, where mass attracts, and it's that's it. Like I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory.
okay. And you said Einstein said that, right?
I'm sure he agreed with that.
No, he didn't.
Okay, what was his understanding then? Because now I get to learn, and I like learning.
Right. So Einstein's gravitational theory was the bending and
Why do you say
warping
it
of
like
space.
that? Sorry.
Say? What'd
Sorry,
you
you
say?
just say it's strange.
Einstein?
Yeah, I don't know. Is that like a is that a
That's how you
Jewish
say his
thing?
name. His name is Einstein.
I've only ever heard Jews describe it like that, but maybe I
Well,
don't know.
yeah, but that's
I don't want to make
just the way you
assumptions.
say his name. You could say Einstein. It doesn't matter. I say it Einstein. So okay, so saying his name that way doesn't really. It's not neither here nor there. So whether or not he said what you said he said, it should be right now what's scrutinized, which is what we're doing. Right? We're looking into did he say mass attracts mass? Or is he talking about general relativity, the bending and warping of space time? Now, if we're looking into what he said, we're going to understand that Einstein was talking about the Earth's gravitational field, being that when a certain object has a certain mass, right? You know how big it is, it's going to attract other things to it. But it's not going to be the attraction you think, as in pulling something towards the center. It's actually pushing things down. So the pushing force, or the idea that something's being pushed to the ground, is what's causing this. It's not the it's and I'm only correcting you from the standpoint. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm only telling you from the rhetoric side, the standpoint. It's pushing you down. This is what's happening. So like when you sit in your chair, you're not being pulled to the center of gravity. You're being pushed down into your
But
chair.
down doesn't really exist in space, right? It's not
Well,
really
but
how it works.
we're it's relative, right? So we don't need to worry about
Okay,
that.
yeah, sorry.
We're just
That makes
concerned with we're concerned with like in respect to the Earth and you, right? What it's doing, right? We could say respectively from your standpoint relative to you, the gravity is pushing you down. It's not pulling you down. So it's a push, not a pull. So, and on top of that, it's not about mass attracting mass. What we're saying here with Einstein is that the object has gotten so much mass that it's bending and warping the fabric of space time. And by doing that, it's causing a gravity well where things are being attracted to other things, which of course goes into the cosmic scale. And then other things can be explained with the idea that depending on the size of something, the mass of something, it causes that gravity well, which other things will be attracted to, but not because it's being pulled towards it, because the object itself is bending and warping the fabric of space time, causing things on the ground, or excuse me, things closer to the thing that has mass to be attracted to it. And that's how that is. It's not a pulling force. That's
So wait,
Newtonian grav. Sorry?
sorry. I guess my question is, if it's not a pull, then like what's pushing?
Right. Well, it's the fabric of space time. I'm really just going off the rhetoric. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just telling you what because you were saying that mass attracts mass, and that's okay. You were speaking of a different theory. That's Newtonian gravitational theory. So
Mm.
you could look this up. And I'm not just saying that you should trust me. I want you to look it up because that's what that information is supporting. What you were saying was you're conflating Einstein saying that he's talking about mass attracting mass, and he's not. His theory was different. So yeah,
Okay,
you
cool.
you did get that incorrect. So that's why I'm showing you, and you can also look this up. So it's not just me saying it. You can actually substantiate that rhetoric itself. The rhetoric it stands for itself, saying that Newtonian gravitational theory is more of the mass attracting mass and a pulling force versus Einstein's gravitational well that's pushing you down.
Cool.
And how all this question
So
about gravity will give you anything about the surface of the Earth?
oh yeah, we're gonna get there, Sasha. I'm just correcting him on that, so I haven't even got there yet. He's still absorbing the fact that he's understanding of something that maybe he was saying incorrectly, and that's fine. Listen, we've been doing this for a while. We understand the rhetoric a bit more than somebody who's maybe had it only in like seventh grade.
Well, I've got a
And
pretty open mind, by the way. I don't claim to have the perfect answers for any of these questions.
right,
Just
so
for
okay,
the
so
record.
we're on
I
the
could be
subject.
convinced of flat Earth. I think. I think I could.
Well, just listen to what I got to say, Uni, because the point where people start to really get this is either the where the rubber meets the road. Now, there's a lot of misconceptions out there, right? I want to clarify that. The misconceptions are that flat earthers are denying science. We are not denying science. Now, there's two categories. There's science and there's pseudoscience, or as we like to refer to it, scientism. It's a religious aspect where things don't have to be proven; they just have to be propagated forward in an idea that ideas can exist in the form of a theory without being substantiated in any way. And a scientific theory has to be substantiated. So this arena that we're in is filled with a mixture of people thinking that certain ideas of, like, let's say, space are part of science, and they're not. You can't do science with something in space. Like, observational science is a fucking laughable joke. That's not anything to do with science, right? So what you have to understand is that in this arena, there has been the idea that we are labeled as science deniers, right? And I'm pretty sure you might have heard that. And coming in to this arena, you might think, yeah, this is the case, but it's not. Okay. Ob- uh, what people understand of what science is, I think that's the issue. So you need to understand that as well coming in here. So if your questions are geared towards that idea that we don't think science is correct, then I would just have to correct you and say that's not true. So the physics of the Earth being what it is, and I will tell you this way. I'm going to go back to what we were talking about with gravity, right? So I just told you the gravitational theory, that one that you got incorrect. Now I just corrected it and say that was Einstein. If Einstein's the current rhetoric, it is because Newtonian gravitational theory has been outdated for at least 110 years. So over 110 years, it's been superseded by Einsteinian's gravitational theory for the cosmic scale and for the micro scale too. Like from you being on Earth and you seeing things fall down and whatnot, right? So we would say that that's why things are attracted to the mass, right? According to Einstein. But then we get into things like, well, what do we say here in flat Earth, right? Well, if we understand that gravity is the explanation for things falling down, right? It's the cause of the effect. What we would then say is that we can only observe an effect. So if you and I say, look, let's both hold a pen in our hands and drop it, flat Earth and globe Earth, you flat Earther tell me why the pen dropped. And I would tell you, yes, the pen dropped because the law of gravity, that is little g. Little g is the effect when we see something happen in the, in air. Like when you drop something in air, right? The medium of air, something, whatever falls through it. Like let's say a ping pong ball, right? You got a ping pong ball, you drop it in the air, it's gonna fall down. And you do it too, right? You're a glober, you drop it down, and you say, okay, I know why it dropped down, and I'll tell you, I know why it dropped down too. A flat earther will have an explanation as well. We will just easily dub it relative density, right? So relative density is like the object and medium relationship. So the object is more dense than the medium that it's in, which is the medium of air. So now the air can't support the weight of the ping pong ball. So the ping pong ball will fall through the vector of down through the medium of air. And it has a vector of down, right? So we see that. And on the other hand, you would have the person who's a glober drop the ping pong ball and say, I see the ping pong ball fall through the medium of air. It's not relative density. It's Einsteinian's gravitational pull or push, excuse me, pushing it down to the ground, right? So there's a cause and effect relationship in the instance of the globe earther, but there's only the effect in the instance of the flat earther because we're only saying we see the effect. But as for the cause, what gives things the propensity to move up and down, we would say that we attribute that to no cause because there isn't one that substantiates what gives things the vector to go up and down. You are you listening to me? Or are you typing in text
Yeah,
chat?
I'm listening. I'm
Okay, so
listening.
do you understand the difference between a person, a glober, and a flat earther side by side when
Yeah,
in
I mean, you
concerns to?
just from what you were describing. Sorry to interrupt you, but I just to let you like I have been listening. I think it's interesting, but not having a cause, not like speculating on causes, is not very convincing for most people. Do you agree with that?
I would say that most people are conditioned to believe that. Yes, that you are conditioned to believe that a cause, having an explanation or explanatory power, gives the gives rise to the information having more credibility. Does that kind of suit what you're saying?
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
That if you say you have an explanation or something that has explanatory power lends more credence or gives more credibility to the effect, even though you might not say that you understand or know what the cause is, but just saying that you have an idea of what it could be would give it more credibility, right?
I think like a well-formed theory that is not necessarily like sound, but is at least logical. I think that is important, and yeah, I agree that
Well,
that
yeah.
gives
So,
something more credibility.
right, but then what? This is what I'm saying. You've been conditioned to think. So, how you think is also influenced by what you think, right? It's influence. You have an influence on what you think because you've been conditioned to believe that things have uh uh like a teachable understanding. So you're like, yeah, I can see something happening, but I want to know what the cause is. So can somebody tell me? So you would search the answer, and then some bobblehead would pop up and say, "Well, I have an answer. It's gravitational theory, Einstein pushing everything to the ground." So you're gonna latch onto that just because somebody said they had an answer, right? Because we're curious beings, like all of us are, and we want to have an answer to things, right? That's just the nature of all of us. We want to know. But that us being curious and our wanting to know something doesn't necessitate that we have to. Like we don't have to have an explanation to something. We just got to know something is like there's a reaction to it. The fact that you want to have an explanation, that's a that's something ingrained in all of us. We all do. We're all curious. We want to know what causes the effect, you know?
But why
But
don't
that's
you?
not
That's my
necessarily the
question.
huh?
Like, I mean, you don't seem to be that curious about a cause, so I wonder,
No, no,
just for
I
you,
know, but
why is
what
that?
for me, for well, I guess for everyone in here, we get to a point where you can quantify the information to a level. Like there's a threshold where you can get to, right? You can't get past it. Okay, let's just say I call it this, right? For me, it's God level knowledge. Like that understanding of the fabric of reality is a pursuit that man has always wanted to know, right? The mind of God. That has been the fall. I'm going to get a little, I'm going to go to a little sidebar here. But the reason why is because there's like a biblical teaching that when man was created, like man was made and he had Adam and Eve were in the garden, the thing that they were tempted with was knowledge of the tree of good and evil. So their knowledge about being like God was tempting to them. So they wanted to be like God and think like God and know like God. So they ate of the fruit of the tree so they can become like God. And so that's no different than that story being something relevant to what people are trying to do today. They want to think like the creator that made all of this. So they want to propose ideas and say things they might not know is true, but still, like you said, gives credence to something. And so if we say we don't know anything, well, I'm happy to say, fuck, dude, we don't know what it is that gives the cause to the like. What is giving the things the propensity to move up and down, like in this reality? Like when we see something going down, why does it do that? What is the law that's abiding by? Because yeah, I can tell you the effect, and I can quantify it by saying the object and medium relationship are such that the ping pong ball is heavier than the air. I get that, but what is causing that? Like, what is the fabric that makes reality do what it does? And that right there doesn't have the explanation I think everybody wants to hear. And so, just me saying things, like I could say, there's an invisible octopus with tentacles. Every time you let go of something, it grabs a hold of it and brings it to the ground. Like, I could say something stupid, and then you could be like, well, fuck, I don't see the invisible octopus, but it's a good idea. Like, it doesn't matter if it's a good idea. It's not true. So that's the thing here. We're deciphering what is true and what is not true. And you saying, well, it lends credence or it's credible or whatever, and just base your worldview on that, then you have like this epistemology of what you think the earth is and all that based on assumptions. You don't have any like true knowledge of the earth. You just have like, well, I can get so far as to say what I can know and quantify. But when it starts to get into the realm of like knowing the cause, I'm gonna have to guess because that's all you're doing, right? And anyone's doing. Because before Einstein, it was Newtonian gravitational theory. So they don't know. They're shifting the idea, and I don't know. We don't operate like that. Flat Earth doesn't operate like that. It's either you know or you don't know, and it's best to be intellectually honest and say I don't know, than to just open your mouth and say something stupid and then not being able to substantiate the claim.
So you, in terms of like your sort of personal philosophy, you're, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're less of a flat earther and more of a non-glober.
Well, I would say this, man, a critical thinker. Categorize me as a critical thinker because every piece of information, it isn't really, it's flat Earth, right? But it extends far past flat Earth.
Mm.
Anything that you think that you can say, I know something, And if I was to test your knowledge on like how you know, and if at the end of that you're just like really a belief in it, then it's not really knowledge that you have. You just have a blind belief in something because someone said something that made sense to you. Let's say it just made sense to you. It didn't. It's not. It may not be true. It just made sense. So that's we don't want to categorize ourselves as yeah, because flat Earth is just one aspect of the truth. There's many more things that happen in reality that have been conditioned to think that is the truth. But upon further investigation and research, we find out, when we take a second look, that it's not the case. So I would say that for you, Uni, you probably have a worldview that's ever since you were a child, you stack things upon it that don't have any truth value. There's no truth value in the things that you know. There's only information given to you to give you a worldview of how things are based on someone's good ideas. Their good ideas is what you have in your head. Because once we get to the point of, okay, you say that you know something, how do you know it, Uni? What is that? What is it backing that up? Can you bring the facts? Can you tell us evidence to support the claim? And that would be a resounding no to anything, especially when it comes to the Earth being a globe. So if you don't give yourself like at least a mental check to see like, okay, what shit do I actually know? Then you don't realize how much you don't know. You're just assuming that you know things. And that's what happens to a lot of people that come in here. They just assume that they know that the earth is a globe and they get wrecked because they don't know. Their whole worldview is built on someone else's assumptions, Yudi. Can you see the ramifications of you believing someone, not having any evidence to back it up?
Yeah, I mean, there's
Okay.
lots of things that could lead to negatively. I didn't expect you to be such an epistemic anti-realist, but I think it's interesting. I
Well,
am
anti-realist is a powerful word that you're using, but it's not apropos for what I describe myself with, because I'm actually the opposite of anti-realist. I'm actually a realist. So being in the realist level, which we are right now, it actually it dictates more of like what we can say we know and what we don't know. It backs up a better understanding of the world, as in the physical, natural sense of saying like, okay, we see things happening in this world. How can we come to an agreement of what we're seeing? Let's define terms, right? There's definitions. There's ways that we can use the scientific method to gain a rigid knowledge of like what something is, a cause and effect relationships, all these things. We can really use physics to talk about things and dig into what they're using math and just doing a lot of things that's more in line with somebody that's trying to investigate versus somebody who's trying to pontificate, which is what I think you want to actually have or listen to. Right? You want to listen to some individual in a TED talk waxing philosophical, which is just your
Yeah,
prerogative. I
that's
don't
a lot
care.
of assumptions. I feel like
Well,
that's
well,
pretty
isn't
harsh.
isn't that the case though? Isn't it the case? Because I am presuming a little bit, but wouldn't you feel more comfortable listening to somebody tell you an explanation of something and not give you the facts of how they know?
No, I'm
Right?
very interested in people's reasoning behind things. That's why I asked for yours. So I think you could be correct about some people, but I don't think that applies to me.
All right.
Just
Well,
saying.
what would you? How would you categorize? I might have misspoke a little bit, and I'll take that.
That's
But
fine.
what
All
would
good.
you say? Do you categorize yourself as like a personal on a personal level? Because fuck the
Of
rest
like
of the
my
people. Like,
theory of like knowledge and like why how I get
well,
to know
I mean,
things.
how you attain it. Like, what is your method of attaining knowledge? Is it listening to a professor speak? Is it like rigorous study of the physical and natural world? What is it for you that actually does it?
I think for the most part, the things that you really have true knowledge of are mostly things that you experience. That's my opinion. Um,
Okay.
because like assuming you can trust your senses, then your personal experiences are going to be things that you're certain of. Outside of that, well, I've never been to space, so I can't tell you, right?
You're talking about personal experience. All right.
Yeah, I think that's a good judge of whether or not something is uh like real or not. Like I experience myself, that's how I know I'm real.
Okay. Uh,
Unless are you saying you don't trust your own personal experiences?
no, I'm just listening to you tell me how you achieve the knowledge that you. Okay, so it doesn't matter what it is. outside of your own personal experience. Let's say you I don't know, biology or whatever. Just think of anything that you can say that we can study within the physical and natural world. What do you think you can study that you're going to be like, yeah, I agree, that's true? Like, how can you arrive to truth if you haven't investigated what causes an effect, or you know what I mean? And it's not just, listen, it's not just the scientific method that I would say, but another truth claim or an absolute would be what how you explain, how can you say what you mean and mean what you say when you don't understand how to mean what you say? Let's put an example. Let's say if I was to ask you, what are you doing right now? It's not the scientific method. Just I'm asking you a question. Either you're sitting down, standing up, laying down. I don't know what it is you're doing, but you could tell me, like from your perspective, because you have an experience, right? So,
Yeah.
what is your experience right now?
I'm sitting down at my desk.
What? Sitting down at your desk. Now, if I was to then reaffirm that by being redundant, and I was to say, "Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?" What would you tell me?
I would say, yeah, I'm as sure as I possibly could be.
Well, I know, but did that answer the question? The question was, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down? Don't twist my example to fit your example. Answer my question.
Well, I'm not trying to
Wow.
twist it. I feel like that was a pretty heated way
Yeah,
to
but did
respond
you
to that.
answer my question? My question was, are you 100% sure you're sitting down, Uni? Yes or
Well,
no?
it depends because I
Yeah,
don't
but
think
it's
you
a
can
yes
add
or
like
no, and it's a closed-ended question because you have to either come to terms whether you agree that you are or not. It's a dichotomy. So you either are sitting down or not. You have to tell me that by your determination of your experience. So now you have to tell me the answer to my question was, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down?
yeah, let's say I'm 100% sure I'm sitting down.
Well, now let's not say, I want you to tell me.
Well, I don't know what you mean by 100%
So,
sure.
so it's absolute certainty,
Well,
objective
again,
reality, objective truth. Objectively
uh,
true that you're sitting down.
Yeah, bro,
is it
100%.
is it
Not being an
objectively
anti-realist, you know what I mean?
true?
So,
uh,
Uni?
yeah, I guess I'm just trying to pass the question because I'm not 100% sure I really understand what you mean. Like, yeah,
Okay.
I'm to whatever
So if I was
100% sure means to you, I would
no,
assume
that's
that
not
that's
it.
where
You're
I'm at.
changing my example once again. No. Okay, just
Well, it's
it's
not
hard for
it's
people, it's
subjective.
hard for people to answer this question, and I know why. But I'll talk about it afterwards. So I need you to tell me from your experience, right?
Yeah.
And just your own mouth. No, don't use outside interpretations. Your own personal experience. Can
Mhm.
you tell me that you're 100% sure you're sitting down right now? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'll say yes to that.
Okay.
Assuming a few things baked into it, I'll say yes.
Well, let's. I don't. Yeah, don't add or take away from anything I'm saying. Just say yes or no. Like that's all we really need to get to.
Well, I think it's
And the
more than
reason,
that, right? Because it
well,
just
no,
depends
it's
on
not.
like
It's either you know or you don't know. So it falls in that category. So when I said 100% sure, I'm not talking about 99.9999999. That's not 100%, Uni. 100% is 100% absolutely sure you are sitting down right now.
well, it just depends what you mean by 100% sure. Like,
Oh
am
my
I saying
God.
No, it
wait,
doesn't,
okay.
dude.
Am I 100% sure that I like have the feeling of sitting down right now? Like, am I
No, that you
100%
know,
sure
no,
that's
not
what I'm
that feeling, Uni,
experiencing?
not the feeling. Not We're not talking about feelings. We're talking about knowledge, how you attain knowledge, right? So if I was to say, are you 100% sure you're sitting down right now and you attain that knowledge that you are sitting down, are you 100% sure that's the case? Yes or
Yeah,
no?
I'm
I need
100% sure. I'm 100% sure I'm sitting down right now.
Okay, thank you. That's
Finally.
that's
I thought
really
he
all
was
that
an anti-realist and
yeah.
said, well, kind of, I'm not sure, because I'm an anti-realist, because he accused us of being that, I guess.
Yeah, and
What's this
this is the
different
thing,
language?
right?
I've never accused anyone of anything.
All right. Well, you said I
I've
was an
asked questions.
anti-realist. Remember earlier? You said that.
I asked a question. I said that it sounded like you were, but I'm not accusing you of anything.
All right.
I don't
So, and
I
then
don't like
I
that
corrected.
framing.
I know, but I corrected you. That's fine. Listen, we're now on to the place where you're understanding. Like, if we're gonna say something about knowledge, then we have to be sure, right? And it doesn't mean that you have to take it through the scientific method or be that rigorous, but we can say things assuredly in this worldview that we have. Now, if people say they're unsure about things, that means that there's more information that they need to maybe substantiate the claim, or more facts they need to know about something. But either way, you can know or not know something and be sure of that, right? You can be sure if you know something or not know something. Is that correct, Uni?
Can you restate that just that last bit again?
Yeah, you can be sure that you know or not know something. For example, um,
Like you're sitting down.
I don't know. I'm trying to give you an example of something you may not be sure of. What is something you're not sure of? It could be anything. Just use any example.
I'm not sure
Oh,
if it's gonna rain tomorrow.
oh yeah, there you go. Well, that's a good example. And you can put that in a category where it's a range of like where possibility of it being true, but
Mhm.
there could be because weather conditions look like there's cloudy or whatever. Like so, you don't know if it's going to rain. However, there's a possibility that it might. Now, there's more information that you might need, like possibly it fucking raining to say that it is raining now, so I know it's raining. But you didn't have that information prior to that. You just have like some information that could substantiate the claim. It's a percentage, right? It's on a scale. That's different, right? It's not
Yeah,
saying
that's
that
different
you
to the
but it's not saying that you don't know that it's going to rain. It's just saying there's a percentage chance that it could rain based on prior information. Like when it does rain, it gets cloudy, and rain happens, and so how you achieve that knowledge is really important. So for you, you're not denying the fact that it could rain. You're just saying there's a possible chance, but you need more information, right? Like
Mhm.
and so on. So there's levels to what when you are either assuredly knowledgeable about something, your truth claim about something, and then it being something where you need more information, but you're not saying that it's not the case. It could rain, right? So you can put that on a scale. But this is what I'm telling you, Uni. Like this is why we use this in this arena. We need to clarify how we know something, and it does go without saying that in this arena, people will deny even reality. There's a solipsistic worldview or epistemology that people take on that we have to kind of bear with, because a lot of people in this world say, well, that's not how science works, and like fucking we'll never know the truth about something just based on being able to have absolute knowledge on something. Like to say from our experience, right? What we experience in this world. Can you say this? How about this? I'm gonna change it up a little bit. Would you say that is a possibility that you could be a brain in a jar somewhere, sitting on a shelf?
Um, I have no reason to believe that.
No, but I mean, I should just answer the question. Is it possible that you could be a brain in a jar somewhere? Yes or no?
I don't think so. I don't think that's possible. Am I
Okay, so
certain?
that's a
Am
no,
I?
right?
But am I certain that that's
Yeah,
not the case?
yeah.
I'm as certain as a human being can be, but that
Well,
doesn't
that's
mean that I'm.
that's
That doesn't mean that
okay.
I'm correct.
Are you 100% sure? Like when you told me you were sitting down, are you 100% sure you're not a brain in a jar?
Using the same logic I used to determine that I was sitting down, I can use the same logic to determine that I'm not a brain in a jar.
Well, I'll take that. Fuck it. I mean,
But
that's better than
he has
listen.
different logic, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah, but the thing
No,
is,
I'm
yeah.
just
Do
saying
you
that's the logic I use to determine knowledge.
so and that's experience, right?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, but even so, for somebody to say that you could be a brain in a jar, would you accept that?
I would, depending on what preface they used, then
The
maybe.
fact that they're saying there's a chance, that's the preface, that there's a chance you could be.
But why is there a chance I could be?
But that's what they're saying. It's you haven't ruled out the all of the mysteries of the universe. You
Like
could
for
be a brain in a jar.
example, you are watching a TED talk about being a brain in a jar, and he said, "This is why we're just brains in a jar." Now, do you believe that you possibly are a brain in the jar?
I would have to be given some reason to think that that was the
It's a
case.
well-known guy talking. Isn't that reason enough?
Yeah, he's pretty
Well, no,
prolific.
Hitler was a pretty well-known guy, but
Well,
I
no,
wouldn't.
but I mean, like he's not that guy, he's someone that you respect in the community of like academia, and he's on a TED talk, and he's just like, people haven't really thought about it, but the possibility that you could be a brain in a jar is actually within the realm of this reality that we live in. It's a construct, and so, and you listening to him, you're just like, I could entertain it like a possibility. Like once that happens, what do you think happens?
I couldn't entertain it as a possibility.
Well, I know, but I'm saying people do because they would say, "Well, I can't understand outside of my natural senses what could happen, so therefore, it's a possibility that I can't account for everything outside of my own uh, cognitive abilities." Right? And so I'm
I
only doing
guess
this.
that, but
I'm
I just
Yeah,
don't
but
think
I'm only
that is
doing this,
possible.
Uni. I'm only doing this because the type of imagination that it takes for somebody to believe this happens a lot in this arena because their imagination has to be pulled towards the idea that that is a possibility, and it's very relevant to what we're saying here, right?
Can
And
I
I'll
ask which
give you
arena you mean specifically? Sorry to
this one,
interrupt.
this arena, flat Earth
Like,
and globe
isn't
Earth.
this Discord?
Yeah, but no, we're talking about in the context of the conversations we have in here, they're always revolving around how we know what we know. And do you know why?
Okay. Because flat Earth relies on a lot of skepticism.
No, it's the other way around.
What did you just? How did you? What?
I don't know how we got from there to what no, it's not flat Earth, dude.
Yeah,
Listen,
water
so
is flat level. That's pretty skeptical.
yeah, it's not. You don't need skepticism. You just need to provide evidence for the case, right? So, on the other hand, the reason why I'm mentioning all this is because it's relevant when we start to talk to people about the Earth being a globe. Now, let's go into that because I built up a case already, and so now I'm going to bring you into the conversation. So now we're going to go back into the Earth being a globe or not. So when we ask people for evidence, how do you know that the Earth is curving at the set rate that it is, or even can you substantiate with evidence the fact that it is curving? Like as in, who's ever measured the curvature anytime in history, right? And the drop over the distance or the slope rate of change. Like who's ever measured that rate of change as a slope in history? Anyone who's ever done that, let's examine the person and then we'll figure out if we can get to the knowledge claim that we know truly that the earth is curving. If I was to ask that to you and you were to be like, "Okay, let's look into it." What person do you think would fill in the shoes of being able to give us that information?
Who's measured the slope of the globe?
Yeah, the slope rate of change. Yeah, so from your position to a target distance, what is the slope rate of change from, you can just use any arbitrary distance like 10, 15 miles or whatever. What would be the slope rate of change from your position relative to you to a target distance?
Are you asking like who has done that in the past?
Correct.
I think a lot of university students do it.
Yeah, that's a claim. Now let's investigate who's done it.
How?
I don't know. That's not my burden. I don't have to provide evidence of that. It would be yours. Because you believe that the earth is a globe, right? So now, and I'm only doing this, it's an exercise. I want you to see if there's any information you could pull up that would substantiate the claim that we do live on an oblate spheroid, that the surface is indeed curving, and we can substantiate that claim by using some evidence to back it up, some facts. Because there's claims and then there's facts. And then there's things we can investigate, there's empirical
Are you
evidence.
sure there are facts?
Well, I'm only asking you. You can either tell me there is or not from your
Well,
vantage
now
point.
I'm asking you, do you think there are facts?
Well, that's the thing. It's not a see what you've done right now. It's called a burden of proof reversal, and it's very fallacious to even say it that way. So
Wait,
you
I'm
either
not even
yeah, I know,
arguing
but
that though. I'm not
I
doing it
know,
in an
but I know you're
argument.
not
I'm just
arguing, Uni.
asking
But
you.
I know you're not arguing. But here's the thing: when you are presented with how you know, you either can say I can substantiate that with evidence, or I cannot substantiate that with evidence. But those are your two choices. Can you substantiate that with evidence, Uni?
Which part in particular?
Has anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history, as in the slope rate of change?
Actually, this is a really good question, and if you'll
Okay,
allow me to diverge for 1 second, I'll tell you why.
sure.
Because one thing I've noticed in a lot of these conversations is that flat earthers or skeptics or people in this channel will always say there's no evidence for something. There's no evidence for this, there's no evidence for that. I've always found that pretty absurd when you consider the fact that there is so much evidence out there, but you just don't agree that the evidence is 100% convincing.
You
or
don't
it's
think
not
that's a
100%.
diversion? I do. That's a
Well, I
diversion.
just said it's. I just
Yeah,
said I'm
yeah,
gonna.
this is kind of redundant. I'll tell you why. Because
Okay.
you just said that there are people out there who, I mean, because prior to you were talking about experience, and that's what you go off of. That's what your logic is based off of. Then you said, um, well, you asked Miggy if there were people out there that know the answer to the question he's asking. And so you claimed ultimately that there were. And then he said, okay, that's the claim. Now let's investigate. So clearly he's asking you for the information to be exposed right now. What's the purpose of telling him that he's going to reject whatever you find? Just
I
find it.
think
Like, because we're always asking for it
you're
and it
mischaracterizing
never
me.
comes. So just, I'm not mischaracterizing anything.
There you are.
If
Just
there
ignore
is
that.
evidence, just let's look at it together. Because
Well,
this
I
is a
mean,
together exercise. It's not
we
like
were doing it before though.
you're a three-headed monster and I'm like some knight in shining. It's not about that. It's if there's a claim on the table, we are willing to investigate. We don't care about what other flat earthers do in other flat earth conversations where they
I'm
tend
talking
to
about
do
this
X,
one,
Y,
the
and
conversation
Z.
we've already
We
had.
don't care about any of that.
You're already
Miggy, can
late.
you
Like
ask
I'm.
him?
I
Can
don't
you
know
ask
why.
him
Why
your
you
question
why you
again?
butting in?
Mig,
Yeah, like
Miggy, can you
you're
ask him
late.
your question again?
No,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let you go in and dictate this conversation. You're late. You missed it. Shut the fuck up. Don't interrupt. You think what I said was
All right,
redundant.
Uni,
You just
that's not.
vomited, guys.
Yeah, that's. Yeah,
He's
sorry.
spiraling.
He's spiraling. That was a spiral. Sorry, man, but I can't allow you to continue if you're gonna be in bad faith like that. Because the man was just asking you to, you know, be reasonable, and it seems like you're not reasonable right now. So I don't know what it is, why you got triggered. I don't know what it was that made you triggered. But if you're not being able to respond in a way that could give us some answers and get to the point, I feel like we're not going to get anywhere with the conversation. I didn't want it to go that way, but it just seemed like, you know, and he didn't ask too much. He wasn't like berating you or anything. I get that way sometimes when people are assholes, but it's now it's like we're having a conversation and the man just wanted you to respond to something. That's all he asked. Hey, you didn't need to say all that though. Let's be honest, Uni. You didn't need to say all that. But perhaps we can wait for the next person. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that we are in some interesting times and people don't want to have the conversation, which is fine. Oh shit, dude. I wish you didn't say that. I really wish you didn't.
Yeah, he's spiraling.
Hectic.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Funny though. It's funny
no,
watching you do that.
that's
I
a
know.
racist comment and that's against TOS violations.
Yeah, he's
So
gonna get booted from the server.
yeah,
We're
you're gonna
already,
get booted from the server.
it's already
I get
copied.
really mad when black people start talking like they know shit. Literally freaks. Fix your own community for shit. What is wrong with this guy? Who hurt
I'm
him?
gonna post it. One of the head admins will take care of this.
Who hurt this guy's feelings?
Let me
Unfortunate.
post.
Tell me when you got his that copied down so I can boot him.
Hold on.
Just screenshot that.
Yeah, I did.
Doctor.
I'll give it to Aurora. I posted in the mod chat. You see it in the mod chat suggestions
Well,
and
I had
questions.
booted, so he
Yeah.
can't type anymore.
Yeah.
So he's booted now.
He was a racist. Oh well. What's going on, guys?
Uni work, brother. Did you go to uni, Alpha?
Me?
Yes.
No, I didn't. I dropped out at the 11th grade.
Good for you, buddy.
I get to write scientific papers today.
Are you a doctor, Mr. Doctor?
No. Yes, I am. I'm Dr. Flat Earth.
Oh
No,
god.
so you're not an actual doctor. Well, if I could find someone that majored in business finance right now, it'd go hard.
I
What are you working
personally
on right now?
identify as a doctor, and I want you to accept that. Otherwise, if you don't accept me identifying as a doctor, you are a bigot.
I have to create a hypothetical development model for a project.
And because I identify as a doctor, I have the authority to give medical advice.
It's
Dude,
ridiculous.
I wouldn't say that in this fucking arena. You could get kiboshed, Clay. Like, not even joking. Not even joking around, bro. I'm serious. Not even joking around. I'm dead serious, bro. You could be removed like completely from Discord.
Yeah, didn't you get the message on the other server that went down for giving medical advice?
Yeah. Even joking around. Like, yeah. You can't even joke around.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I identify as a CIA agent.
Hey,
I
I
don't know
had
about
I had a video on my Helioskeptic channel, got taken down 2 days ago. Been up for 4 years. They didn't give me a strike. They just took the video down.
Yeah, it was one of
Been
my
up for
colleagues.
4 fucking years, and it said for medical things. You know,
Was it one of our videos?
Yeah, it was one of my Believe Your Own Eyes
Oh,
podcasts.
your 24/7 video?
No, it was when me and Ron did our podcast.
Oh.
It was one of those videos. I don't even know why. I mean, it's gone. I mean, it's gone. It's into the
abyss.
In the outer version. Yeah, it's in the abyss now. MIDI, not MIDI, Alpha. I have a question for you.
What's up?
You keep using this phrase, slope rate of change.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about slope, that's a straight line, right?
No, a slope rate of change is the divergence of 0. So if something has a divergence from 0, it's measured to have a slope. So if there is a slope rate of change, that means that there is a curve present. So if let's say
Really,
somebody's
because I was looking it up, and
Yeah.
it's straight lines.
Yeah, slope should be a straight line.
Yeah, slope rate of change. Look that up.
I did. I just did. That's why I came in and asked you about it.
All right, so if something's changing in a slope rate of change, then what are we saying that it's happening?
We're talking about the rate of change over a straight
Yeah.
line from the base point,
Yeah,
baseline.
Yeah. So if something's doing that, that means there's measured curvature. There's some sort of slope.
No,
present.
it has nothing to do with curvature. It has to do with straight lines.
God, 1 second, Helio. All right. A rate of change defines on how one quantity changes in relation to another quantity. The rate of change can be either positive or negative, since the slope of a line is the ratio of a vertical and horizontal change between 2 points on the plane or line. If the slope equals the ratio of the rise and the run. So, and you can look at, there's different
Okay,
examples.
straight lines. I don't see any curve anywhere in that description.
I know.
Oh, then why do you keep saying it?
Here.
I've been hearing you say it for the past week, and it gets under my skin.
Why is it getting under your skin? I don't get
Because
it.
you say slope rate of change. A slope is a straight line.
A slope's a straight line.
Yes.
That is correct. Does it have to be a straight line?
Yes.
If it's not a straight line, it'd be called a dip, right?
Well, I mean, well, slope, rate of change. I mean, if we're talking about just like earlier, it came up. We were talking about 8 inches per mile squared drop value over the curve. When we talk about that, we're talking about standing on top of a ball, looking straight ahead. The drop value, that's not slope. The bottom line, it's exponential. The further you look, now you as the observer don't move. When you're standing on top of the ball. So if you're looking straight ahead, then there's a drop value, 8 inches per mile squared, and this is what you should or should not be able to see over a certain distance. Now you're still looking straight ahead, looking over, while you're looking into outer space, whatever. You're not looking down, across between point A and point B, and then there's a sagitta, So that slope rate of
How about
change, yes, that's straight lines, Alpha. Yeah, straight
how about a
lines.
quadratic function?
How about what? A quadratic function?
Yes.
What does that have to do with what I'm talking about?
Well, a quadratic function is an example of how a slope isn't always a straight line, no? You have the independent variable and the dependent variable, which are not straight.
Yeah, that's really not what I'm talking about. Talking about
Yeah, what's the
Alpha's been
slope?
talking about the slope rate of change. I've heard him say it
Yeah,
all week, and he really just keeps saying it over and over. And his slope rate of
Did you
change,
see?
and I
Did you
just looked
see?
it up.
Yeah. Did you see QE's presentation on this on the horizon?
Did he say slope rate of change?
Yes. Helio?
And what is it?
It's zero because there is no rate. It doesn't change. So from the horizon, observation of
So it's a joke.
No, a joke. No, just look at his presentation, bro. Like, I mean, I don't know why you're coming in hot and heavy about it. Like, it's
flat slope.
flat slope. There's no divergence from zero. It's like that's what he's saying.
Then that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
Slope rate of change. Well, I mean, it's just like it. See, it's just confusing.
So if it diverges,
to some people.
it diverges from zero on the horizon, then yeah, I've been saying it all week. Who's saying that it diverges from zero? Who's saying that? The Globers. They're saying that it's measured curvature. The horizon.
Yeah, I guess we're saying the same thing. I guess
it's
just a
perfectly
different
horizontal.
way.
Yeah, it's perfectly horizontal. Like when are we going to see that measured change from zero?
Difference, yeah, from zero.
And so the Globers will say that there
So ridiculous.
There is a curvature there. So yeah, I've been saying it all week. I stand by it.
So wait, I understand you're talking
So
about
you're saying it because there is nothing.
There is nothing. Yeah.
It's like nothing to see here. Move along.
Well, if you propose it to them, they're gonna have to tell you the divergence, right? They're gonna have to show you how it does. Like so, then and when they propose that information, they're gonna be like, okay, so here's how it diverges, and they will say something stupid like 8 inches per mile squared, and or whatever, because it changes in their from zero. So they're gonna have to tell you how. So the burden of proof is on them to present that.
Wait, Alpha, do you think a slope is always a straight line?
The slope is a line on this. QE brought the formula. I'm gonna bring it up so I can show you.
Yeah, but I'm asking you: is a slope always a straight line?
The slope rate of change is what was being asked for here, and so when we're looking at that, he presented it so that people can see the divergence from zero. That's what he's saying from the horizon. So when you look at the slope formula and how it's looked at, right? So I can show you different ways that his presentation was pretty nice, but if that they're saying then there is a rate of change, the difference between being at zero, then there would be some divergence from that point, and there isn't. There many measured divergence at all. So that's what we're looking for here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and take a look at QE's presentation.
Go and look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard
Are you
you say
familiar?
it a few times
Skeptic, are you
this week. I
familiar with
was
the
like,
quadratic function?
what are you talking about? Slope rate of change. What is this shit?
Helio,
Here, look.
Yeah.
are you familiar with the quadratic function?
No, I ain't gonna lie.
So the
I mean,
quadratic
I've heard of
function.
it before,
Yeah,
but
here.
sure, I
I'm gonna
can,
post.
I'd understand it if I,
Yeah,
took a look
I'll
at it.
post.
it's a formula, right? That shows that has a slope which is on a straight line. If you measure the points at the axes, it shows a curve instead of a straight line. So
Yeah,
it's a
here.
slope that's curved. So here, I'll show you. So the formula for it is this, right?
This
Oh,
is what he
shit.
was presenting.
I can't post the equation on Discord apparently.
Why?
It doesn't let me. Let me try it.
Here, look, Helio, look at the information I just posted right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Well, I'm gonna put a not a meme. I can't. Why isn't it letting me post this?
Yeah, I mean, my chat's bugged. Let me see if I can DM it instead, actually.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, look.
I can take a picture of it.
Yeah, well, you could just save that part right there. Can you see that, Helio?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
seeing it.
I posted the
Slope of
formula.
horizontal and vertical lines, sort of lines that run uphill or downhill. Their slopes may be large or small, but they're always positive or negative numbers. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
You see the formula I posted, Skeptic?
Let's see. Yeah, that's not really gonna make a
Yeah,
whole
but
lot of sense
just
to
read the
me.
bottom of that. It's so I am correct. Do you see what I just posted?
Yeah.
So rise the road just between two
It's in
points will
regards to
always
the
be zero.
horizon. That's
Yeah,
what it's in
it'll always
regards.
be zero. That makes sense. A
Yeah.
horizontal line does not go
There you
up
go.
and down.
It's the answer.
Cool. No shit. We know the Earth is flat, but it. Yeah. Well, it's just like if when people bring up the 8 inches per mile squared, sometimes they'll say like that. You move a mile, then it's 8 inches. No, the 8 inches per mile squared is from you standing on top of the ball, looking straight ahead. The drop value. You know what I mean? The exponential.
Yeah, but
Drop
then there's a
value.
horizon too that they're looking at, and they're saying that that's also changing as well. It isn't just. It isn't
I know,
just
it's so
the point.
dumb.
It
It's
isn't
so
from your
dumb.
point of observation to a target distance. This one here is saying they okay. So
Okay.
have you heard the argument of the horizon actually curving? I don't know if you heard it or not. They use the
I don't know.
fucking level, the two big levels on the table, and they compress the image and they show you like, look, the horizon's fucking curving, and it's
Oh yeah, I've seen that bullshit.
yeah, they've been posting that in here, and I'm like, you fucking weasels, like you're
That's
trying to
from
get
like
away.
3 years ago, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Red's Rhetoric started that bullshit.
Well, they're still using that,
Like
so that's
4 years ago. Yeah, dude, that's so dumb. I can't believe they have nothing after all this time. They're still using that nonsense.
Mm-hmm. It was freaking assignment, cuz.
Yeah, I'm gonna take. Can you send me that video that you're talking about, Miggy? Well,
yeah.
I
I'll
guess
do
it was it last QE
No, he did it like I want to say about a month
a
ago.
couple weeks ago. Yeah, okay, I'll find it. No biggie.
And it's like an hour in, so wherever it is, you'd have to look. It'll appear about an hour into the show.
Slope-a-dope. Roast B said
Yeah,
it's
it's called
called slope-a-dope.
slope-a-dope. That's
All
what it's
right.
called,
Yeah.
slope-a-dope.
All right. Yeah, I'll find it. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome, Jay.
Yeah, I just been hearing you say this is like slope. What's
Rate of
it?
change, slope rate of change.
Slope rate of change. I was just like, what the fuck is he talking about? Slope rate of change. Anyway,
I cannot do this.
slope rate of change. A slope
Is there
is
any
a
experts
straight
on
line.
finance here? Any financial experts? No financial experts. I guess we're all doomed here, bro.
I'm not a rich man.
You don't need to be rich to be an expert on finance. You can just be an expert for no reason.
I gotta freaking hit the sack. I gotta get my car in the shop in a few hours.
What's wrong with your car?
Oh, it's a headlight. One of the ballasts on the passenger side, the ballast for the headlights out. Get it fixed.
It's not good.
No, it's not good. Don't want to get pulled over.
That's nice.
It'll be fixed tomorrow. Hopefully. Can't always trust all those mechanics when you take your car in. They'll be like, oh, this is the problem. Oh, man, there's another problem I found. Hopefully they're right about this one. And I'll have my headlight working again. But yeah, I'm definitely going to check that one out. Alpha, everybody, Slope-a-dope. I'll be checking that one out so I can get a complete understanding of why you've been talking about it so much.
Sounds good.
Good. All right, brother. Talk to you guys later.
Later, man.
Alpha, can I ask you a question, mate?
Sure.
It's completely irrelevant, and I don't think you have the answer, but just your opinion.
What's up?
So I'm doing. So I'm calculating the interest on development costs, right?
Hmm?
Do you think the interest on a development would eat into the land, or would it be a separate issue?
Have they given you the? Oh, is this a hypothetical, or are you actually
It's
working this in a
hypothetical.
real? Oh,
It's hypothetical, but it's on a real module. All right. So what I'm trying to figure out now is, there's a part of it which is acquisition and interest costs, right? Acquisition is, they gave me a figure, 6.5% of land value, but the interest part of it, what I'm saying is interest of development. So what I'm understanding is the interest of the land, the interest of the build cost of development would go into the land value for some reason. That doesn't make sense to me.
it sounds like you got some wealthy developers that want you to come up with this so they can have a better grasp at like whether or not their financial decision is going to be swayed by.
That's literally what it is. It's a module to help calculate what the development is worth. It's ridiculous. I don't know why I'm doing this, bro. I'm probably gonna drop this course and call it a day.
Oh, you're taking this is just so they. Oh, it's for a class. Okay, it's
An
fucking
assignment, yeah.
fuck, dude. Okay, so it's just homework.
Yeah, it's an assignment for my master's degree. So it's a bit more than homework.
Well, just think about it in the really is level. Like, would it affect, like where the proposed development is going to be at, like the location? Because you're gonna have to talk about like the reasons why they're even thinking that's going to be the case for the change. I mean, I would just assume that you're going to be calculating the reason the location would be something, right? That would you factor in because they're talking about the
Do you want to
the
see it?
ground. Yeah,
Yeah, I'll show you.
yeah.
Yeah.
Can
So
you post it? Like, you weren't able to post something earlier.
now I'll share my screen so you can see it. Probably interested.
All right, let me see.
So this is the model I've created so far, but here's what I'm experiencing an issue. Tell me what you can see.
Hang on. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Get rid of
So
that.
my issue right now is right. So the development finance is 6.75% per annum, right?
Mhm.
So I figured out the monthly. This is how much interest they're going to eat up per month. This is per year. Acquisition and interest costs would be. It would be less interest on land and acquisition. Less interest on land. Ah, see, this makes more sense. I thought wrote
Yeah,
this and I forgot. It's crazy.
yeah. There. It kind of gives you the answers. I know, like what
But
you
I
just
wrote
said.
all of this. I've wrote
Oh.
everything here is all me. Right? I'm just forgetting shit because I've been doing this for so long. But if I look at like an
So
example
it's a
edition,
case of you're just it's
I'm fumbling because of how much
yeah
shit I've done.
it's you're just stumbling over yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, but the
Well, it's
issue
good
is
though.
right. Yeah,
You get to kind of talk through it a little bit, and that helps too, because then you can see
yeah,
where you.
it does. I'm like, I probably need
That's
to
a key
size it.
that you did. You make that key up like over the information that you've like already just.
I've created all of this. So the only
That's
information I
really.
got was the size.
Uh,
And so they told me the size. They gave me. Oh shit! What did I do? I went too deep. So they gave me the size. They told me what I'm selling: a 4 bedroom, a 3 bedroom townhouse.
mm-hmm.
They didn't tell me how much they were, so I had to actually find the addresses and what a 3 or 4 bedroom house is worth in the area. I calculated the council rates, water rates, land tax, insurances. I had to find out all the external, all of this shit. I had to find out. Like all they gave me was a base understanding. They gave me an address, what you can build on it, and then I had to figure out the rest of the shit. They also gave me like
Well,
development finance.
dude? Correct. What is your major? What do you?
This is master of property development. This one is feasibility and modeling. But most of this is assumptions, right? You have to assume
Mm-hmm.
everything, and you have to work out what is like. My assignment's gonna be completely different to the other 50 retards doing it. I think I'm
Right.
gonna be more accurate than them, though. Okay, so I'm gonna completely scrap this.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I'm gonna scrap this and this. Oh shit! No,
Why
that's
did you
bad.
do that?
It's wrong. So land value before acquisition interest. This needs to go because this is wrong. Actually, no, this is wrong. I need to get rid of this because that was the interest on. So this was the interest on. This is the interest of the whole development, right? On 22 mil. But we need to find out the interest of the land. Land's worth 17 odd mil.
Why do you have two values for land value?
So this is
Before
before
and
and
after.
after. Yeah. So this one's before acquisition
You
interest. This one's
decreased in
after.
value though. What happened? You lost some money.
Yeah, because acquisition costs 6.5%, right? So this would be this times 6.5%.
Okay.
After, so before it would be no, something's wrong. Land value before acquisition interest would be yeah, no, it's correct. Yeah, because you're minusing this one. This would be interest
Oh,
and
the
acquisition cost.
acquisition. Okay, yeah.
But I've only got acquisition, which is 6.5%. I don't have the interest part. The interest part I have to make up, I think, because the interest of the land would be. I'm using a 5 year period, I think. Yeah, I'm using. No, we have to use 45 months. Okay, so I'm gonna figure this out by doing this. I think we do here.
Are you going month to month basis? Like how
For
much?
this,
How much is?
no.
How much would it be every month? Have you already figured that out?
For the land,
Yeah, for the
no, I
land.
haven't done that. I've done development, so I need to do the land. We're gonna do that now. So the way we figure this out, I think it would be Spelled that wrong. It's okay. Fix it later. How do we figure this out?
What's
Man,
the
my head's
percentage?
empty.
What's the
It's six-
percentage that you were gonna use for the
So
interest?
6.94%. This is the market average for
Okay.
where I am. So I think I'm gonna have to do equals.
So that's the market average is just telling you more or less like where you would be landing at, right?
Yeah. So I went to one of my major banks here, and I found
Mhm.
out the average interest rate for a residential investor. So this is like the rate we're gonna use. So I'm
Okay.
gonna have to use the land value before anything, which is this one, and then we're gonna times that by 80%. But how do I do 80% of 8%? I think just 80. I think that's freaking wrong there. Okay, that's correct, right?
For
On
45
8%.
months? For 45
No,
months?
so we're just gonna find out the interest rate on. So the loan is at 80% leverage, right?
Mhm.
So it'll be this number times 80%. So this is what we're in debt, and the rest will be cash. So we find out the interest on this number. So what we're gonna do is 0.694%. Oh shit. I'm gonna do equal 0.694 times. How do I do divide like that? No, this doesn't have a divide function. I don't know why Excel doesn't have a divide function. I'm gonna have to use just a calculator.
You're gonna have to use yeah. You have to calculate that and then input it.
6.75% divide by 12. So it'll be 0.5625. Wait, no, that's wrong. It's the same. Okay. I did the wrong number. So 6.94% divided by 12. So if we did, which one is it? 23. Okay. Times 0.5783. That'll be the. No, that's wrong. I forgot an extra zero. How many zeros do I need, bro? That'll be the monthly cost. Does that seem right to you? That doesn't seem freaking right, man. Oh, yeah, yes, bro. Figure it out.
Shit, dude, I was muted this whole time. What the fuck?
Yeah. I can stop
How long
watching.
you
I turned it up.
how long you been working on this? I am correct.
2 weeks, 3 weeks. It just took a while. I mean, like not
Jeez Louise.
consistently. I just
Whoa,
have to
whoa,
compile so much information and give me freaking
when
headaches.
is it due though? Like when do you is it due to soon or?
Bro, I have to do this with 4 different variations. It's due next week.
What the fuck, dude? You
But the variations should be okay because I just have to change numbers around, right? But like, creating this whole thing was the big spot. Then I have to write a report outlining everything when I'll be done. I'm gonna scrap this. I don't need that. Let's scrap this. So
yeah,
I don't know.
you put 80. I was saying when I was muted, but you said 80,000 for the 6%.
Yeah, I forgot. I just scrapped it. It's not necessary.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, I'm just it don't matter. Like I mean, I was just
I'm just gonna do it per year. Right? I just do. So I'm gonna do just this. So for J, what number was it? 25? No, 23. 23. And we're just gonna times it by 0.00694. Too many zeros.
yeah, it's a bit above what you put last time.
There we go. That's the interest rate.
Yeah.
for 1 year, right?
That looks correct. That looks correct. Yeah.
I'm gonna test it out just in case. Time so 13, 9, 6, 5, 7, 5, 7 times what is it? 6.94. Yeah, that's the right number.
Yeah.
And we're just gonna do 45 months. So 45 divided by 12, 3.75. That's how long we're gonna have interest rates. That amount, I'm gonna do yearly interest,
Interesting.
and then we're just gonna times it by 3. Equals 25.4 times 3.75. And that'll be the total interest after this much time, because that's how long it's gonna take to sell all the houses.
Jeez Louise.
Total interest. 3.75 years. Now we add this here. There we go. That's the land value after A&O. Okay.
Oof, man.
I think that should be it for now. You know what the rough part is now, bro?
Yeah.
So the rough part is I don't think I need to do it, but if I really want to thrive, so according to the calculations, we sell one house per month, right?
Mhm.
So each month we sell a house. It's either one of these ones or one of these ones. The price is a bit different. We
Okay.
cannot actually pay off the loan until 45 months is done. So we have to calculate interest on the entire period. This is the hardest part, development cost. This is how much interest is per month, right? And this is 45 months. Suck it. No, but okay. Here's the problem I have, right? You know how I just did this is the monthly interest, right? 6.75% on the entire cost. So we're in debt $22 million, right? That's how much we need to build the houses.
Mm-hmm.
If we do 6.75% on this number, it turns out to be 125K a month or 5.6 mil for 45 months, right? But the issue is if you pay back, so the way that the banks work, right? Every time you sell a house, you pay them that money. So say I sold 42 houses, I now owe $1 million less because I mean that's how much we sold the house for 112. Now we owe 112 less. Now we're paying interest on that figure minus 120. So how do I calculate that cash flow?
That's gonna be variable though, because you have two ways that it's the on the bottom of your spreadsheet, right? You have like it could be one of two numbers, right? You have the
Yeah,
comparative sales,
I, I
right?
can do cash flow, which I need 43 sales, right? And I can do half year, half year. There's 19 of these and 24 of
Mhm.
these. But the issue is how do I calculate the interest rates? Because instead of paying interest on 22 mil every single month, which is 124K, right? The
Mhm.
interest is going to decrease every time we make a payment. Because every time we sell one, we're paying interest less that total value of the house
Yeah,
we
that's what
sold.
I'm saying. It's gonna be it's gonna vary from like, let's say you sold 5, and then you're gonna pay that much less interest on the total amount.
Yeah, but we're selling one per month. I understand
Oh,
how to do it.
that's the way to do it. It's one per month. Okay.
Yeah, we
Well,
sell one per month. So do I have like a cash flow statement showing that's how much we're selling? Oh, bro. It's just such a difficult way to calculate it.
isn't there models that you can actually look at? I'm correct, that could give you like a base understanding of like what would this all be, kind of more or less calculating to be?
I think it's called the discounted cash flow model.
Because
You're
that would,
right. It
yeah,
is. It's called a discounted cash flow model.
yeah, yeah.
That's what I can. Okay, let me give you this discounted cash flow model. calculator. I'm sure there's a calculator out somewhere that I can just copy paste in here and just put
There
the
you
numbers
go.
in.
Yep.
Bro, you know everyone doing this course is 50 years old, bro. It's impossible. It's like I'm the only teenager. I'm 24, but I'm the only one here that's actually like able to speak. Like I spoke to this one guy that's doing the course. He's 40 something years old, and every time I'm like, "Hey, you want to study together?" He's like, "Yeah, come let's meet up at a cafe. Let's talk." I'm like, "Bro, I'm just trying to work." Like they're too old for me. Honestly, I can't do it. But the discounted
That's-
cash flow model doesn't go that far. Sack. This
well, I mean,
assignment's gonna be different,
I don't think it has to though. Correct? You could just get close to a range where you feel comfortable of like, yeah, I could say safely that the cash flow would be this amount that that I have per
I
month.
can
And
just like honestly, I've already like this is all I need to do, right? I've got all the answers here. Like, this is done, right? You know what I need to do next now?
what?
I need to account for. I'll show you. I'm gonna dox myself here.
You don't have to. You can just turn this off and
Can you see this screen?
yeah.
Okay. So I have to. So I've done this one, right? This is done.
Yep.
Now I have to do this scenario.
That's what you're doing right now, right?
Once complete. However, adjusting the sales rate. What does this change though? Once every 2 months. It just makes everything twice as quick. Oh, but you know what I didn't account for?
No, it's slower though. It's not
It,
twice. It's slower.
one sale
One
for
sale
every
every
two.
2 months.
Yeah, it's half as slow, so we double everything. And then this one is one sale per month for the 50% of the stock. Then one sale every 2 months for the.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here it says. Okay, now this is confusing. You know why? Because it says 3 sheets. One sheet for each of the scenarios. Scenario 1, Scenario 2, Scenario 3. But the Scenario 2A and 2B, is that 2 separate sheets? Or is it just one sheet with
No, it's
2
one
sheets?
sheet. It's one sheet showing the comparative information from 2 months, one sale every 2 months, and then one sale for the first 50% of the stock. So,
Because I've spoken to a few people. They both said
I don't know. It's
one
what it looks
sheet.
like to me. I don't know unless they're.
I think you're right, though. I'm gonna have to do this for example. Scenario 3, as per Scenario 2, however, adjusting the for residential level of $11 million. You see, I'm pretty close actually.
Yeah, the number that you hit, yeah, it was close. I saw that.
They put 11.5, I
I-
put 12, 12, 6, 8, 7. That's not bad. I'm like at least we're on the ball, right?
Yeah,
That's
because
not like they got.
you know that you're hitting around the percentage, and those bankers told you the right information. So
Yeah.
you're
So
yeah.
this is good because we actually came close to a number that's reasonable. I got someone right as doing the assignment. She had the values, like her gross realization was over $60 million.
Oh shit.
Like she got like 20 mil more than me because she counted a unit worth as $1.5 million or some shit. Like her cost for a townhouse was ludicrous. Let me go back to
Yep.
this ownership. So I have here my average for a 3 bedroom is 120, right? Then my average for 4 bedrooms is 180. I got these by using the direct comparison model, which is I went on the realestate.com website, and I was like, okay, which 3 bedroom townhouse are for sale in the area? These are the prices I got. She went to just a market appraisal website and she found what the area is worth plus the 3 bedroom townhouse. That she got 1.4 mil here and 1.5 mil here. So we added all that up 1.4, 1.43 times 1.5, 1.350 average. She was so far off, it's crazy. Like her entire number structure is
Well,
going
where
to
did
be
she go up?
ludicrous.
Where did she? There's a figure that she might probably. Her math was wrong somewhere
No.
for
So
her to
what she
get
did
that.
is see, you know how I got these numbers?
Yeah.
I got these numbers by going on Google and I searched. So this development site is in Rouse Hill, right? This is the area called Rouse Hill. I went onto the realestate.com and I found comparable townhouses that have been sold in the area. A 3 bedroom townhouse in the area sold for approximately 120 on average, and a 4 bedroom on average sold for 180. What she did instead of trying to find comparative sales is she used a price prediction website, which gives you the predictive price for a 4 bedroom and 3 bedroom townhouse in that area.
Oh, I see. So it's not your information is coming from the actual. Hers is more like of a
A
predictive.
prediction.
Yeah, prediction.
Yeah, my information came directly from the area of what's been sold already.
Yeah, people are gonna want to know that information because
Yeah.
and then if you work in finance this way, man, and the investors are gonna want their facts. They're gonna want to know, how did you achieve this information? Is because you could give both models. You can give the comparative, like the predictive value, and then also the real value. I would say that would be useful too, but I don't know what she did to get that number that she did.
The
But you
only
could
issue I
also,
have is I didn't put any of these calculations anywhere.
yeah.
I have some spelling
Oh,
mistakes.
I don't know. Correct? Don't you think that you'd need to have both of them? I mean, that's twice the work, but I mean, for you to kind of
Like a
just use what
predictive
you have here,
website
and
and comparative
yeah,
sales.
yeah, just
I
to kind of have
mean,
them both.
I think
I
that
don't know.
what I've been doing is the best method in real estate to find what a house is worth is direct comparison, right? After
Yeah.
direct comparison, you do hypothetical development. So this is the second best. The best method is checking what has been sold in the same area that's similar.
Hmm.
Like an AI could never predict that. This is the best. But I haven't used these anywhere. Where am I to account for these ones? That might be an issue. I forgot. Let me check
That's worked
something.
that's worked into the month to month, though, isn't it? What is
Well,
that? Is
which
that
one?
a monthly?
So this is insurance per annum, land tax per annum, water rates per
Oh,
annum, council. I think this will be for the land.
okay.
I think I need to add this to acquisition. No, I don't. Do I?
Well,
I
it's a part of their expenditures. I mean, I would say because they're
yeah,
going to
but
be putting
what do
into
I put it?
the cost of, like, the utilities and such.
Wait, let me read the case study again. Where do you put these things?
That's
These costs are budgeted by you on a quarterly. Following the settlement of any building adding on the recoverable from. What does that even mean, bro? These costs are budgeted by you on a quarterly in advance basis starting in month 1. Following the
quarterly.
settlement
Yeah.
of any individual lot, building outgoings are recoverable from each lot owner on the basis of quarterly in advance. Honestly, I reckon if I ignore this, no one's gonna know.
Well, I'm saying though, quarterly they would want to know, like, okay, so how much money is going to be going out to those utilities, and then you just base it on a quarterly basis. So like how much money they're going to be spending each quarter for these, along with the amount that you have up there that you've already garnered from, like, the yearly. So you're gonna have to divide the yearly into the quarterly, and then put it into, like, okay, subcategorize it into each quarter how much they're gonna be spending, including, like, dividing that up into a quarter, like the total that you have.
I have an issue with this, right?
So
I have an
anyway,
issue with
that's
all these calculations. I don't think it'll be caught, but it's a very big issue with all these calculations. Like we're talking a huge issue.
hmm.
Like I could be completely wrong here. So here's what I'm thinking, right? So here it says um, demolition will start in month 2. Demolition will finish in month 3. Construction will start in month 3, so it'll take 24 months. So 24 plus 3, 27 months, right?
Mhm.
That's how long it would take to finish construction. However, like realistically, you finish construction, you pay back the loan, right? But you can't do that until you've sold all the properties because you don't really have the money like that. So you have
Right.
to wait 45 months regardless.
And the interest will be sold. The thing about it is you're gonna have to remember that as each there's a lot of factors here, man. God dang, dude. Like, so you
It's
gotta
so
as things
hard,
get
bro.
sold, and no wonder your head's done in. Like, as things are being sold every month, that interest gets lower. So
Yeah,
okay,
but
so all right, so what would it
do I
look
have to
like
use
quarterly?
this?
Have you thought about it, what it would look like quarterly? Because then you could actually factor in the information at the bottom you said you didn't want to work in,
Yeah, but
because
I don't know
then
where to put those numbers in. Like, where do I put these? Like, this will be on the land,
fuck,
right?
dude.
Council rates, water
Yeah.
rates, this will go in land. But the land value after
But
acquisition and interest, do I just minus those? Because we're gonna hold the land for 45. I think I just minus these, bro. Straight up. I think honestly, I just minus these from per annum. How many years? 4.5 years? Oh, sorry, 45 months. 3.75 years. I think the best thing to do is minus them.
Well, the only thing that I'm saying though, correct, is that the quarterly basis would be because every month you're having one of those houses sold, so or apartments sold.
You are right. You know why you're right,
See,
bro?
see,
I'm gonna show you why you're right. Like I'm
Mhm.
tripping out here. I'm gonna show
Yeah.
you the case study.
Okay.
Where is the case study? This one. You see this?
Mhm.
It says it here. Following the settlement of any individual lot, building outgoings are recoverable from each lot. So each
Mhm.
owner has to pay this. Very serious. No, no, but that doesn't make sense though.
How
So
do
do
I
we have to
blow this
divide
shit
this
up?
by 43? Wait here, I can zoom in for you. So
Yeah,
do
that's
we just
better.
divide this by 43 because it's 43 houses?
Mm.
Oh, this is
Land
too
cost.
much.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Because we're talking about annum, right? So that's what it
Yeah.
would cost annually. And if okay, so let's just say that you sold. Can we break this up into quarterly? Correct. I don't know if you can. Is your
Divide by
model
4?
able to be? Yeah.
Alright, I can.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, and the reason I'm
Yeah.
saying this because we're looking for the total, the expenditures overall, right? So every quarter you're already selling your what is it, one per month?
Yeah.
So every quarter you're gonna have less interest.
So you want me to divide these per month?
Just I want to because I mean just indulge me. I don't know if it's gonna be too much work, but what would that look like? And then can you section them off like uh every quarter, just like quarterly? What would you pay for
You just
your
divide by
rates?
4, no?
Yeah, I would say.
Okay, apparently there's no divide function here.
Yeah, just
Like, I mean, just times
indulge
25.
me.
Like,
Is it not spitting
wait,
out the value?
it's not timesing it.
Why is it?
Trying this works. Why is it gonna be invalid? Like, I mean, it should be working.
Hmm.
Maybe if I try one of these boxes. Sec. Let's try put it here. The phone is
Nope.
how to
So
divide on Excel. It says the forward slash, but it's not working. Sec. Yeah, the Excel's good. I mean, we're just here. We'll do
because I've heard it like in
5,000
business.
quarter.
Yeah, in businesses, they always divide it up in quarterly basis. For them, they want to see what's happening in that time frame. What has changed? What is it new? What is introduced? Like what? And by doing that, it gives them a better estimate of how they're going to be looking like their spends are going to be.
So
And that consistency would be oh shit. Yeah, that there you go. So when you factor that in on their report would be every quarter they're going to have so many of the townhouses sold and then there will be less interest every quarter. Every quarter will be less interest, every quarter will be um, that amount factored in. So then your math would be quarterly adjusted to like the percentage of uh, that they're going to be spending every month. So, for the duration of 45 months. I don't know. Am I making any sense, bro? Like maybe I'm.
I'm tripping out. Oh my god, you can tell me 1 plus 1 is 2 right now. I'd be like, you know what, man? I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. Because
No, the
yeah,
reason
yeah,
because I know that in these reports they're usually they're done on a quarterly basis. So the people that
yeah.
are asking for especially if you're dealing in finance, they're gonna want to know what has changed between the time
So
that
it
they're.
says so it says following the settlement of any individual lot, building outgoings are recoverable from each lot owner on the basis of
Mhm.
quarterly in advance.
Yes.
So you're right to do quarterly. Do we divide
Mhm.
this by 43? Because that's how many properties there are. Like we
Fuck,
have
dude.
to.
Yeah. But I mean, and the reason why is because you're gonna have to add this value. So every quarter, okay. So like you're gonna take the information that you're getting from and the top portion of your spreadsheet. So that
Yeah,
information is gonna be like once you have that. Let's say you sold and in this last quarter you sold how many townhouses, then you're gonna know, okay, from that standpoint, to how much less are they gonna pay, including the interest that they should have already paid for that.
Honestly, bro, you know what I should do here?
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. I'm
yeah,
not
you know
accounting
what I
for
mean.
these. Sack him. We're forgetting about that entire section because it's just too complicated to work out. Because you don't know when the lots settle. You don't know like
Yeah,
who's gonna like. I mean, heck, it's just impossible to work out. I mean, it's possible, just not for me, boy. I need to use this formula though. You know what I think I need to
future
do?
value.
Because
Yeah,
I need to use these formulas here. But how do I work out the formula first? Um,
Oh, y'all trying to figure out.
I'm doing my uni assignment, and it's a hypothetical model
Of
development,
like land development.
a property development. So I have a townhouse development site, which I have to do a hypothetical development analysis for.
as so the spreadsheet
Do you
has
know?
like
Do
the
you know what a
information.
carrying cost? Do you know what a carrying cost is?
A holding cost?
A carrying cost. So it's like the cost to hold a property
Yeah.
that's vacant, but you're paying
hmm
interest on it, so you own it outright, right? So they, it's just something they do, like when they, at least they do it in America, when there's like people that they buy houses, fix them up, and then sell them, right? So there's a lag time period between the time they buy the house, fix it up, sell it,
Right.
and you can compute the carrying cost, how much it's going to cost you, you know, after, like, what's the bottom line when this shit has to be sold, right? Where your carrying cost, no matter where your selling cost and your carrying cost is the price of the house plus the interest you paid. When those intersect at a point, that's a point where you've broken even, right? So that's like, so say I fix up the house, I buy it for a price, and I'm expecting this other price, right? Say twice as much, but I got, you know, fucking 20% interest. I'm just, this is a hypothetical, right? So after like 5 months, I'm like, shit, if I go into 6 months, if I sell it at that price, I'm going to be selling it at a loss. Right. So you should be able to, and if you're doing like, it should apply the same way as if you're developing land, right? Because you're buying the
hmm
land, right? You're paying for it at interest. Then you got to build something on it, right? And then that costs, you're not paying all that stuff out of your pocket, right? You're financing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the cost of holding the assets on your balance sheet, well, not, well, they're assets, but they're not. They're assets in the future. But you know, the cost of holding or having that debt, right? You have a debt, the principal, the interest, and the interest is going up. And but as you're holding it, you're kind of like losing money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But so you have to recoup that money on the sale. So the best way to like guess, like, to quote unquote model, you know, what my bottom line is, like, you find a date where you have to sell it by, and then you could actually do a function where, like, you know, you don't want to get right to that date. It's to sell it by at that original price. But if the market's shit, right, you're gonna have to sell at some lesser price, and then you're gonna have to sell it even sooner.
You 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 want to try to
So,
figure out this
you know,
with me, Alpha?
yeah. So that's just, I mean, that's just something you should like maybe Google or look up. It's just carrying cost of real estate. Just I'm 100% sure there's like formulas or calculators on how to figure that out, because it's a
Yeah.
common thing. It's not just like, it's how they do it in the
Mhm.
industry. Like, you're not like the first person to develop real estate. You know what I mean? Why reinvent the
Of course
wheel?
not. Yeah, correct.
I mean, maybe you'll see something wrong and you can reinvent the wheel. That's how innovation is made. But, you know,
How do I do this again? Rate 0.475. No other shit. Present values.
Yeah, apparently another term is your holding cost. So that's you're obviously not in America, so different terminology is used sometimes in other
Yes.
countries. I met someone from New Zealand recently. He told me that the word for a dumpster, they don't call you guys don't call dumpsters dumpsters. They're called like
Bins.
what was that?
Recycling.
Bins
A
or
bin?
no, I mean like a dumpster, like a big metal
Mm.
dumpster, a giant one that looks like 30 yards, still trash in it.
We call them bins here in Australia. Or we call them dumpsters or bins. Ain't shit.
I don't think it was Bins that he called it. He's in New Zealand. It was like a dude's name. It was like Johnny's or something weird like that.
Maybe those guys are all weird.
Yeah, he was pretty weird.
Oh shit.
Dude, I couldn't figure this dude out, man. Like he was like 6'4", super skinny, tattoos, carried a purse, but had a hot girlfriend. I didn't get it. Like, what the fuck? To each their own, man. I'm that. I'd be afraid to carry a purse if I had a girlfriend because they'd steal that shit.
Okay, so we're gonna say the value is H55, 56. 15%. We need to change that to 0.475%. And it's still freaking wrong, bro.
Dude, you need to like. I don't know. You've been
Like,
at this for quite some time, right? Like you've been. Maybe you just need
yeah,
to
man.
drink
I
some
need to.
coffee.
It's almost 1 a.m. I need to sleep.
Yeah,
But
you need to
why
sleep.
is this not like calculating?
What are you trying to do?
Trying to get the formula for future value. Let me just check this freaking answer sheet. Is there an answer sheet here, bro? God's sake, man. Like this formula looks right to me. What's wrong with it? What's
I
a
mean,
6 represent?
I don't know. I don't mean to like, rain on the parade, but I want to talk about flat Earth, man. Actually, I just want to talk about
Yeah.
Globers. I don't even want to talk about flat Earth.
Hell
Well,
yeah,
I
let's
mean, I
talk
will.
about him.
Flat Earth
Yeah.
is boring.
Yeah. Flat Earth is boring. Yes, let's talk about politics. Let's talk. Oh shit, not here. I better not bring that up.
Politics? What's that?
No, religion. Let's just talk
Yeah,
about religion.
Yeah, let's do that.
No, let's not. Let's. So Tios UK posted a clip of a double speaking Globert, and actually posted a comment on this thing. So me and Bong were in we were in 24/7. It was just me and him shooting the shit, dude, doing our regular psychoanalysis on the psychos. And we're talking about how they can do this, right? And he was talking about how it's like trauma-based mind control. And it is because all the Globers, well, the run-of-the-mill ones, they've all been like blown into cognitive dissonance by the globe. Like all of them. We see it every goddamn day. And part of the telltale sign of this is the doublespeak. Is that what? Listen, a dude came in. I think he was from here, Talon X or Talon or something.
Oh yeah, he's from here.
He made a claim and then tried to do what Zanuck did and get Bong to justify his claim as if he said it when it was he that said it. Right? It was about like a planar triangle. Show me where this can fit on a soccer ball or something. And it was actually his claim that he had made earlier, that because he was arguing about what do you call it? Geodetic surveying and how a triangulation network. So I was like, dude, how do you make a ball out of a triangulation network of planar triangles? and he was trying to argue that you could. And then he brought up a soccer ball, right? Obviously, a soccer ball, the panels are curved, right? There's spherical axis on the panels. So he was like, he tried to flip that. That Bong said that you could make a sphere out of planar triangles. It tried to get Bong to defend it. So he went, and the point is he contradicted his position. Then I wake up, I look on UK's channel, or TS UK's channel, first freaking video, last video. Double speaking Glober says one thing, 5 minutes later says the exact opposite. And it's like,
fuck?
how often do we see this? Right? Earth's too big to see the curve, ships go over the horizon. Right? Light curves, light goes straight, light's parallel, light's divergent, light like it does everything, right? So the thing is, like, the point is that all these Globers have been, and just humanity in general is that believes in the Glober in a state of cognitive dissonance, because they've been told their reality is just an optical illusion, and they run around in this, and then they get seriously offended when at us, right? As if we're revealing something. We haven't revealed anything other than maybe you want to think about what you're being told. Like, maybe like what they're saying isn't exactly accurate, and maybe what they're asking you to believe is diametrically opposed to what you experience. Don't kill the messenger. They're trying to kick us down the well like 300.
Yep. They do that a lot in here, Indio.
Oh yeah. Well, they do it everywhere. They can't help it, and this is what I'm kind of realizing, is that they can't help it. That the globe itself contains so many contradictions. It's inevitable that they're going to contradict themselves the longer they talk about the globe.
Of course. It's kind of fun now that they come in here, and some of them are really prideful, and I hear them talking. I'm just like, you guys don't even know what you're saying. It's okay. So it's more of like psychological than it is like anything empirical. 'Cause they can't provide evidence. There's none.
No,
They
yeah,
just
that's what I'm talking about.
fucking just want to
Well,
sound like they're right.
I think it starts off as like, it becomes psychological when they realize that it's not empirical.
Yeah.
And they're like, but they really, really, really believed it was. And then as we take them down the road, right? Of like, look at this, look at this, look at this. No, there's no empirical evidence to that. And then their brain starts falling apart, right? Because they had the idea of empiricism, right? Empirical, objective reality, kind of, sometimes, depending on the person. And we're leading to like, they don't actually have none. And then they have to look inward and say, shit, man. Like, I can't have both these viewpoints at the same time. Ah, this hurts. You guys are assholes. You're just stupid flat earthers. You don't know any science. They spaz out. And it's not, and it's like, I don't like these pop psychological arguments, but the pattern, I've talked about this, the pattern is so consistent. It's almost not a pattern. It's almost like, man, I can predict what a Glober's going to do better than someone can predict like when the sun's going to come up.
Wait till they come in here. We had
I
one
was thinking
earlier.
about this. Hold on, Miguel. I want actually now, I was gonna come in here last night and talk to you, but you left. I think we should do a weekly post-mortem, right?
That sounds fun.
Of what happens over here, over there, right?
Oh,
So
fuck.
like, I don't know, write it down, write like the particular people that stand out, the particular arguments that stand out, and everybody can come and give their like testimony, their post-mortem on like the batshit craziness of the people that come over here, right? We could do like a show, like a 1 hour show, right? We could call it whatever, right? Post-mortem, after action report, whatever you want, right? So
After action.
Yeah, in the military, when you go do some freaking operation, like there's always an after action report where you have to say what the hell happened, right? So like,
It's just like most of the like these numpties, they start melting into each other. They're like all of us. I don't know some of these guys that come in here. They're just like they're like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then they're like all of them like throughout the day they sound the same. They're like, fuck, dude, I feel like what guy was that again? Like we don't even know the name of the dude. You know, it's just like fucking so many of them.
yeah,
They're all they at some point they're just talking like they want to have a conversation, and then they become like all of a sudden after the first question like an arrogant prick. Then I get all fucking on their ass about it because they're just being a dick about it, and then they're tone policing me. Well, why are you getting so upset, bro? Why are you getting? Shut the fuck up, dude! Like every single time, that never fails.
That's the best argument. Why are you so rude, bro? Calm down,
And then
bro.
they don't stop saying it. It's like, well, I know, but here's the thing. I think that if we just sit down and why are you being so unreasonable, dude? Like, what is it? Like, shut up, dude. Fucking get to the evidence already. Fuck. Like, that fucking frustrates me, dude. Like, the fucking want to talk
yeah,
about
it's
feelings and
just a
shit. I'm like,
yeah, it's a deflection. You know what I mean? Because they did like you know, they entered in with their head up and their chest puffed out, and then they're like, because they're 6'4", and then the guy they walk up to is, Andre the Giant, and he's like fucking 7'2".
dude, I
He's
had
like,
3 people. I know that for a fact, dude. 3 people and they were internet tough guys. Well, you wouldn't be saying to me that in real life. I'm like, dude, who gives a fuck? What are you, some tough guy? Who gives a fuck, dude? You think that muscles got to do something with whatever we're doing here? No. Fuck, dude. Like, I don't give a fuck if you're Gorilla King Kong. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. You're not gonna do anything.
listen, I
Fucking,
can't take anyone in this generation that says you're not going to disrespect me in real life seriously. I'm sorry.
that's bullshit. Yeah.
I've really seen people like disrespect people and get beat up with a shopping cart. Okay, like, like when I was growing up, like there's like,
that's funny as fuck, dude. Yeah.
yeah, I've literally seen someone pick up a shopping cart and bash someone with it, like a,
Well,
a
and
store shopping cart.
tis the season for that also, because shopping season, a Black Friday. You remember Black Friday, bro? When it used to be like people didn't give a fuck. They were. I was in the middle of that when it first started, and it was like
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
It's like animals, dude. Like fucking over a TV that costs like $150. Like we're fucking fighting over shit and knocking people over. It was fucking crazy, dude. It still is. Like I'm saying, it still is.
Here's just something funny. Where do you think those TVs are now?
In the fucking garbage bin.
Yeah,
Fucking,
exactly. They were trying to kill somebody over something they were going to throw away 5 years later.
Hey, they run fuckers over for those TVs, bro. They got 70-inch screen TV for $150, and are you gonna run some fucking old people over for? Like what the fuck? You throwing bows in the aisles and shit, and taking shit out of people's carts. Dude, it was fucking
yeah, I've
crazy,
seen
bro.
it, like taking shit out of people's carts, man.
Yeah.
I might fight over that.
Yeah, imagine, dude. You're in there, the store's packed, and you got some fucker just taking shit out of your cart. Like, oh hell no!
Gotta go in there with a taser, man. Get the fuck off! Yeah, like you gotta protect yourself.
Seriously, it's
Why
like
are they acting like it's fucking Haiti, dude? After the earthquake, and
no
there's like
idea.
a helicopter with the food, and they're all like, they're like,
Or the
these
fucking
consumer products, man. This ain't food.
yeah. It's weird though. Yeah, because people get pretty weird. Like they find the last fucking talking Elmo and fucking all of like the state of New Jersey or
Oh my
something. They
god,
want
the
to fuck
Tickle
you
Me
up for it.
Elmo crazy shit, dude. That was some
Yeah,
crazy. It started with Teddy Ruxpin, like back in the 80s.
I thought it was Cabbage Patch. It started with. Was it Teddy Ruxpin?
There was a lot of Cabbage Patch
No.
Kids, so there
No,
wasn't
you know
a
what it was?
shortage.
It was my buddy, or no, my kid sister. What was the name of that stupid doll that everybody fucking? It was like a brawl, dude. Like
Yeah,
you
I
wouldn't want
remember
to
my
fuck
kid
around.
sister.
It was something. It was a doll, a specific doll. Might have been Teddy Ruxpin. I don't know if it was that one or not. But they were brawling, bro. Like they were
You
some
think about
gonna
that's
shit.
you think that's manufactured, man?
They made a movie about it, Jingle Bells or Jingle. What is it?
No,
With
no, the
Arnold
main,
Schwarzenegger?
yeah, I mean, no, the manufactured part being they tell the media to report that this product is scarce, and they tell all the media outlets to do this,
Oh
and then they all
fuck yeah,
report the
dude!
same thing, and then people run to buy it because they think, oh, I'm gonna get something scarce, but there's like gazillions of them.
Yeah, that's the old. They do that in fucking. It's in the internet, like the clickbait, like last one, act now and shit, and it got like a timer going down. You're like, fuck, dude, fuck, what should I do? Should I get it now? Like, if I don't right now, somebody else is gonna take it, and that's the hook. But in reality, they got fucking piles of that shit in the back. Like, it's just,
What's riding on eggshells got to say today?
oh fuck,
Cares.
eggshells
Not
are
that,
flat.
not that way. Well, he might be schizophrenic, so I don't really know why.
I don't know. I keep getting booted out of the room, so I'm gonna stay quiet.
How do you get booted out of the room?
You're sitting in here, bro. How the fuck you're booted out?
Somebody kicks me out, and then I just
You're sitting
have to
in
go
here. I
sit
don't
and
know
listen
fucking
to
how you're booted out.
weirdos in other channels.
Kicking you out.
Immediately sucks.
I don't know. Somebody's done it 3 times today.
Well, we're just in
I
line
just
with
know
feelings.
for the first time right now.
Feelings Tuesday. We got the
Could
big
be.
Gambino in the house. Fuck. Who let him out the bag? What did I do to make you guys so terrified of me? Is what he put in the DM. Dude, why are you DMing me that? I don't give a fuck about some big Gambinos.
Oh, dude, that's Big Fokker or Fokker. Unless somebody else
Yeah.
is using the same Big Gandino.
No, it's
He's the
him.
dude
It's
that
him.
created like nearly 1,000 fucking sock accounts on the other server.
Well, I don't know. Him and PD are neck and neck, dude. PD is like,
Oh yeah, PD's probably caught up by now. PD took over, but PD is, it's obvious he's insane, right?
Well, same thing with Mr. Giggles. I mean, I call it Mr. Giggles because that's the first time I came across him. His character, or his handle was Mr. Giggles, and all he would do was join a call, and every once in a while open his mic up and start giggling. And
that's
then,
stupid.
yeah, but then he's also the behavior patterns of a guy who's a rocket engineer who's on a short list to become an astronaut. This is like back in 2018, 19 time frame. He's going to become an astronaut.
Oh, I mean, he fits the bill, right? Like, I'm sure him and Dom Pettit can have a conversation.
Last time I talked to him, he said he wanted perms in here. I told him no. I'm not going to. I wouldn't lift a finger to help you, right? I'm kind of sick of your stuff. If you had all this evidence, you work for NASA, you're an engineer, you'd be able to talk about that. But instead, all you do is you ask questions and you giggle and tell people they're incorrect and whatnot. So I go, no one needs you around here. We got enough people to continue a conversation. It just would be wasted time and opportunity to have you in the call. So then he says, just real quick. So then he says, oh, you're scared of what the content I produce. I'm like, certainly, let's use that, okay? I gave you why I'm not going to help you, but instead of, just completely ignore what I said, and we'll use I'm scared. So if I'm scared of your content, will I grant you perms? Will I give you perms if I'm scared? And he just went into a spiral about flat Earth is dumb and blah blah blah. I'm like, dude, let's use your worldview fully inside your worldview. If I'm scared of your content, would I help you spread your content, or would I not help you? And he wouldn't even say it. He wouldn't even get there. I go, that's how broken his worldview is. That if you accept it, lock, stock, and barrel, all the way in, everything you say is objective, you wouldn't ask me to help you.
Just put him another one in the psycho bin, man.
All right, so we got Big Gambino who said we're too afraid to listen to him. What tidings of the globe do you bring today, Gambino? Do you have any evidence? Do you got any evidence, or did you just want to be unmuted for the funsies? Which one is it, man? Hello? Oh, so now you got the floor. You don't want to say anything?
He must be in the broke mic gang.
He's not even muted.
I know, but
broken mic gang. That's how it works.
He's trying to talk on an iPod.
He'll do it like the McToon thing did. Said flat earthers suppressed him. They go, dude, with a low rank, when you just joined the server, you can only use push to talk. Flat earth, you could test this. Go to other channels. But he just played the victim. He said, nope, I went to a flat earth channel. They wouldn't let me talk. You're like, wow, dude. Wow. What the fuck happened to you? The even basic troubleshooting is beyond your skill set. That's how badly flat earth brain fuck these guys. They
Okay.
even
Dude, MC Toon, sorry, like he's one of the biggest idiots in this topic, dude. I have to say it. He's not an intelligent person, dude. He's below average IQ. Okay, I'm telling you straight up, this dude is below average IQ. He's been in this conversation for I don't know how many years now. Fucking 5 years, 6 years.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a minute. Yeah.
Go look at his little webpage. It took him 6 years to accumulate that. And I'm
he's
not
still
like
fucking
trying
wrong.
to toot my own corn. I read, I by the time he made that webpage and posted all those citations, which he never read, because if he read them, he wouldn't have posted them. I had already read that shit like 3 years ago before he ever like even put them on his website. Right? So like his citations are like the Great Triangulation Network, the Great Arc of the Meridian, the various refraction papers. If we had the old server, I could go in there and pull them all up. So like then like when he does one of his things and he uses one of them as a citation, since I read it, he doesn't understand it at all. Not even a little bit. He's just giving you a citation and they know. Think of it like a fake citation, right? Oh, where are you coming up with that, McToon? Oh, this is my citation. It's 200 something pages and you know the other guy hasn't read it and the other guy's just going to accept it. You're going to tell them what's in it accurately. And then he'll sit there and say something about it, the contents of it, and it'll be all wrong.
Yep. That's
Page 47, dude. It measures these are measured angles that are greater than 180 degrees. And you can just look and it says it right in the goddamn document itself. No, that is not the case. Before we do this, we have to do reduction of the horizontal direction, which changes the direction of the fucking angle. And how he's still running around freaking saying this crap on live streams.
Yeah, you just don't quit, man.
What I'm saying is he gets way too much respect, bro. That like he thinks that I have a YouTube channel. I garner some respect as like a I don't know top anti-flat earther, dude. I don't care if you got 1 trillion fucking subs. You're a dumb fuck.
Yeah. There was a guy that came in here who was quoting Professor Dave. Like, Professor Dave, all of academia, you choose a clown on the internet to tell you what truth is. Really? Like you couldn't pull something out of anywhere in any specific college or any professor. You had to go to this guy. Like he's not even a professor. Like on top of all of that, it's just like your globe evidence is coming from a guy on the internet, like not some academic source. Wow, dude. Like and I'm questioning the Globers. Like, is this the best you got? You want to go for an anti-flat Earth propagandist to be the guy who supports your claims of the Earth being a globe?
Dude, Southern Israelite used to say this all the time. I wish he was still around, man, even though he's a little fucking kooky and said some crazy shit. But he made good arguments. I guess he used to say, if the Earth's a globe, these are not the men that are going to reveal it. Right?
That sounds
you
good
know what
to
I'm
me.
saying?
Yeah,
MC Toon is not the guy that's going to bring the epiphany to a bunch of flat earthers that the Earth's a globe. It ain't going to be him. Okay? It's going to be someone with juice. And I'm not talking about clout or freaking social status. I'm talking about someone with the confidence and level of understanding of our arguments versus their arguments to bring the cowbell. Bring the drop over distance. Bring the direct measurements and
Need more
rotation.
cowbell.
Yes,
yeah, we do.
Bring it.
You got some?
I don't have
Or
cowbell.
admit. Yeah, I mean,
That's what I'm
the other
talking
choice.
about, man. Fuck yeah,
Yeah.
let's go.
Can you admit the entire eggshells are flat? Can you admit the entire globe paradigm is based upon an inference?
Sure. Yeah. I think that's
There you
accurate.
go. There you have it. So the globe's not proven, right?
Of course not.
Absolutely. I've said
Oh,
that for
let's
years.
it's set for years. All right,
Why are you
let's ask.
defending something that isn't proven?
Fuck.
As it day after day, like when it's basically
This-
when something's not proven, it's basically just your opinion, right?
But Indio, this is
You've
eggshells in the
decided.
vat.
Yeah, I know,
This
but
is-
you just
think
hold
so.
on. You've decided in your head that I've made an inference from this stuff, and I seem, at least in my opinion, good enough for me, that this evidence is sufficient to justify my belief, and I am going to go run around and tell everybody else that my opinion is the correct opinion and their opinion is the wrong opinion. Whatever inferences they draw, or in our case, not even inferences. In the case of like concave earthers, whatever, where there's no initial direct sensory information that indicates your idea, like, why would you do that? What's the point? What are we going to run around teach? I mean, I know some of these other like Gem Panda and the Crazy Cult. I'm doing it for the children. These flat earthers are going to corrupt the children, right? To do what? Like, what are they doing? They're trying to like give their opinion as if it's objectively proven reality, right? But it's not. And like, what's the problem with that? That
The big Gambino thinks you're triggered today, Indio. He's like, Indio, laugh out loud. Indio's triggered. Dude, why don't you just put that in?
dude, this is
oh,
how
you
I
can't-
talk, man. You don't like it?
Just
Shut the fuck up.
why he's not talking? Is he not able to talk?
Dude,
His mic is unmuted. Did your presence trigger him? What do you mean? What the?
I'm always triggered, bro. I'm on trigger.
He says he thinks so. You're mad or some shit. Dude, I'm not gonna keep relaying your information.
Yeah.
Your
Don't try and
text,
divine my feelings.
your text muted for a reason, dude. Like,
How many Globers have ESP where they know how you're feeling or what people think or what people like their motivations?
Gambino does.
Yeah, another one.
Nobody's
Yeah, and-
terrified of you, man. Like, what the fuck? Did you just get on your mic? Is he able to talk?
Yeah,
Or
he
not
is.
able to. Well, why isn't he using his
Should
big
we
boy
just give him
voice?
the ultimatum?
Fucking use your words, bro.
If he isn't
Yeah,
going to choose
I
to
would.
talk, he just never talks.
Yep.
This is what's funny about them too is they
Look,
think they're
oh, let me just say one more thing to
Right.
this cunt. Oh, he ran away.
You ran away.
Yeah. Go ahead, Crit. I
I'll
don't need
say-
to say it because he's gone.
yeah, it's really interesting looking at the globalist worldview and diving into it and just seeing how batshit crazy they really are. Like they'll tell you things like you're just talking like just normal conversation back and forth, and suddenly out of the blue they'll be like, "Take your medication." You're like, "What?" like where the fuck did that come from? Take my what? Why would I take my medication? What are you talking about right now? Did you just suffer a head trauma? Are you trying to diagnose me with some sort of mental illness? And sometimes I like because on Gempanzee they have like 6 medical doctors apparently. I guess if you believe their story, there's like which is hilarious because they got taken down for medical misinformation. There's like 600 people on that server. Like 1 in 100 are medical, way more than the average population, and their server gets nuked for medical misinformation. But they're always diagnosing you with something and want to prescribe you medication. I go, dude, you can't do that, okay? If you're a real doctor, you took these oaths not to do this type of quacky shit. You'll cause no harm and whatnot. And HIPAA, right? If you were
No,
diagnosing
not
with
just
some,
that. Crit, man. You can't make a medical diagnosis without seeing the patient.
Yeah, you can't. That's
oh
fucked
yeah,
up.
that too.
You
Outside of a
can't do
clinical
that shit
setting.
from afar, dude.
That's
shit will
criminal.
get you
Dude,
to
you
lose
can
your
remove your.
Yeah, exactly.
They can remove
It's
your
criminal.
license. It's
Yeah, that's what
criminal.
I'm saying. Like even the ones who think they really have diagnostic capabilities throw it all away and just make these weird, wide-reaching, squawking.
Yeah, but they
even
can only
Todd don't
diagnose
understand.
you in person. They can't
Yeah.
diagnose you afar.
I've said before too. I'm not going to take any diagnosis outside of clinical setting. Even if I was in clinical setting, I would consider you batshit crazy and get a second opinion. So you're just wasting your breath. All you
Yeah,
did
but
was call into question if you really are a doctor.
But the weird thing is that if they're diagnosing you over the internet like this, then they're gonna get their license fucking taken away from being practicing medicine. You know that, right? Like if you were to get them
Even
on a
pretending,
recording,
dude.
yeah, on a
Yeah,
recording,
so
they could remove their
like,
license.
yeah, there's been doctors that have gone on like CNN and like all different and then made like medical comments about politicians. Oh, I think this is wrong with them. That's wrong with them. All they can do is like, if there's actual diagnosis of a medical condition from their doctor, they can give their opinion about what the medical condition is, what its effects are, all those things. They can't talk about it in reference to any specific person.
Yeah, they should know better than that.
Well, people on TV have gotten in trouble, right? And like, they got juice. Those people are famous. Like, you can't do that. Any doctor knows this, that they can't even pretend around it. And that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, we know TV's theatrics, right? So they can just say whatever. But even on television, when it's just like half the time it's freaking fiction, more than half the time, 99% of the time it's just a work of fiction, right? It doesn't say nonfiction when the goddamn news comes on, even though it should have a fiction tag too. People never like, books had to be like in fiction versus nonfiction. If you had TV programs and you had a fiction section and a nonfiction section, there'd be no TV programs in the nonfiction section. None. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. I'm looking for a globe champion.
Me too. I wait around for them. I put myself on mute and then wait till they wander in here like, so you guys think the earth is flat or and yeah. I let them ramble a little bit, let them get their hopes up. Cause they think they're right.
Oh, we kind of got off track because you were talking about how they turned the conversation into a freaking pity party about how they're
Always,
being
bro.
abused, man.
Fuck, dude. Every time they come in here, well, I would tell you, but the thing is, as soon as I start speaking, you're gonna say, no, that's not the truth. And so I think that if we are allowed a safe space to say what we like, dude, shut the fuck up and just get to the fucking point. Like
Wow, dude.
it's you. That's all because like they don't talk about like you had all this airtime, dude. You're wasting it on talking about feelings. That's already 3 people today, bro. 3 in the
Yo,
morning.
oh, dude, that town guy tried to pull that shit over there at the other server. He tried to talk for 20 minutes about how he's not able to talk.
Yeah.
Like, bro, if you say 3 more fucking sentences that are on the topic, you're fucking out of here, dude. Because you just spent 10 sentences talking about how nobody's letting you talk. Like, if we're not letting you talk, why are we letting you talk about not talking? Shut the fuck up and get to the
Exactly.
goddamn point.
That's the issue. It seems to be. Oh, but you're. Why are you so? What? How come you're saying what you're saying? Well, if you were to say it a different way, and the fucking tone policing comes in there, like, dude, just get to the fucking point. Like,
Debate about
it's
debating.
frustrating, bro.
Let's debate about debating.
Let's
Let's
debate
debate.
about.
This isn't the debating etiquette freaking Discord channel, It's like,
And then fucking Talon wants to take us to his. Well, I see if we have like a 3-on-3 and 10 minutes to speak, and then you got 10 minutes. I'm like, this ain't a debate. This is not a debate. I don't know what you clowns think this is, but it definitely is no debate.
it's funny that you brought it up, dude.
Yeah.
Because that's how it ended over there. Because I kicked him out. I kicked him out because I was like, dude. Hold on a second. I'm
Yeah.
With Talon, I was going back and forth with him, and it was quite funny. I tell him, if you want me to help you, you have to give me a reason to help you. He goes, I don't need you to help me. And I'm like, okay, sure, I'm not going to help you then. Because inside your worldview, you don't need me to help you. Then later on the conversation says, everyone else ain't talking to me. I need you to talk to the flat earthers and tell them what I want to do. I'm like, dude, you just said you don't need me to help you. Okay? Inside your worldview, you deliberately told me, Crit, I do not need you for anything. You're completely irrelevant. You're completely useless. Anything you try to do would probably be harmful. Then out the other side of your mouth, I need you to tell the other flat earthers I'm trying to schedule a debate. I go, you can't say that in your worldview. It breaks your worldview. And then he tells me that flat earthers are disrespectful. They're bullying people. They're not able to have a debate. I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. And he says, I want to set up a debate. I'm like, dude, you can't say that in your worldview. You can't say all these things are facts. All the problems with flat earthers are facts. They can't debate. And then your proof of that is to try to organize a debate. You can't. That's broken. Dude, that logic is utterly broken. Okay, it's completely contradictory worldview. I clipped a lot of these, and he sent me like some 600 messages.
That's a lot of messages.
Oh yeah, I was like, dude, like you just keep going and going. I told him, I know what happened. You are upset because somebody shut your mic off. You didn't get the last word. You're used to like modding your own room where you always get the last word. And now you don't know how to handle this situation. It's the first time in a long time you haven't been able to get the last word. And he said one of the things, I think I clipped it and posted it in mod chat, was that the reason why he wants to do this is because he wasn't told. No one told him that Flat Earth was going to come to my server. He wasn't given a heads up on that. I go, dude, this isn't your server. What the fuck are you talking about, right? You're not some sort of founder, moderator, admin. You're just a room owner, just like everyone else is. Oh, I remember one that he told me. He said, Flat Earthers mute for no reason whatsoever, and this is a problem. I'm like, okay, well, and as we're talking to him a little bit, I go, look, I just looked at the log. You mute for no reason also. He said, yeah, room owners can mute for any reason they see fit. I'm like, okay, now run that back through your worldview. And why do you have a problem if flat earthers do the same thing you do?
Because it destroys his case.
Yeah.
That's why. It's
Yeah,
fucking damaging to his case.
You go to his channel, he'll mute you for any reason and not even tell you about it. Not just, oh, fuck it, you're muted. And then think that if other room owners do exactly that, there's a problem with their room. That room is not working. It's a broken room.
Yeah,
Dude,
idiots come in here. Why is everyone muted in here? Fucking stupid.
I
You
have to
evidence
I have to test the volume level of something.
Yeah, go ahead.
How loud is that?
You're clear. Very clear.
Oh, perfect.
We got L in the room though. L, are you there?
Hello.
How's it going?
It's good. What's up?
Not too much, man. So, on the topic of this room, what do you think the Earth is, L?
What do I think it is? A planet.
It's a planet. And is there any evidence to substantiate that claim that it's a planet?
I mean, there's a lot of evidence to substantiate that claim.
Okay, do you have one?
I can get you up a source if you'd like.
Well, I want you to tell me how you know it's a globe. Now, source is great, but I think better for me to know how you know it's a globe. L.
What do you mean globe? Like, do I think it's round?
Well, it's a oblate spheroid. The Earth is a
Right.
globe, right?
Okay, yeah, I agree.
Okay, so right, but how can you substantiate the claim that it is? What evidence do you know of that you can talk about?
I mean, we've been to the moon. We've seen.
Well, we haven't been. They have. They have allegedly. So you'd have to reword. You have to reword that and say they've been to the moon.
Okay, astronauts have been to the moon.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure. And if that is the case, how can you provide evidence that that's true?
Do you not believe they went to the moon?
Well, void of belief, right? because it's not about believing, it's about knowing. How do you know they went to the moon?
I mean, we saw the rocket launchings.
We saw rocket launchings. Which one?
The first one, when they first went to the moon, it was
Did you see
broadcasted,
that?
and
Did you see that?
I wasn't alive, but I can
Oh,
get up a video of it.
so basically you trust the information, right? That they went to the moon?
I don't have any reason to not.
Well, the reason I would give you right now is that there's no evidence that they did. Provide evidence that they did, and then we can be on the same page. So what evidence do you have that they went to the moon?
I can have a look for you if you
But
want.
why do you I don't
Cool.
understand the having the look part about, like, when you say let me have a look, if you already know that it's a fact. Why do you need to take a look?
No, I'm just you've asked me for evidence. I can't
Yeah.
give you a full ass bit of documentation without reading one first to give
Well,
you.
that's fine, but I'm saying, like, what source are you gonna lean on for this?
The astronauts who have been to the moon and have described
Okay.
their findings.
So basically they've told you an anecdotal testimony that you believe, right? They said, "I've been somewhere," and you're like, "Okay, I believe you." Right?
They've taken samples back from the moon.
Samples. What samples have they brought back?
I believe they've taken bits of rock formations from there.
Rock formations. Okay, so how do you know those rock formations are from the moon?
How do you know they're not?
Because there's no evidence to substantiate the claim that they are. What
But
evidence do you
they've
have
been
that they are
scientifically tested to see.
scientifically tested? So you're saying a rock from the moon is here on Earth and it can be scientifically tested. What science
So
can be done?
when
What science can be done?
asteroids land on
Yeah,
Earth.
but I think you're switching the topic, and
No.
I think
But if
because you're
when
afraid to
ast
answer the question, how do
no,
you know the moon rock is from the moon, and you're
I'm
not answering? Like,
I'm
I'm
about to
trying to
answer
figure
your
out why.
question. I'm about to answer your question, but first, if we are able to substantiate whether asteroid rock from space isn't from Earth, why are we not able to substantiate if moon rock is?
Well, you're asking me the question. I don't care to know. I want for you to substantiate the claim that moon rocks are from the moon. So, what science, like you said, can be done so that we can know that?
I don't know. I'm not a geologist. I don't look
You
at.
you
I don't
don't
look at the
you
rocks.
don't know is the correct answer.
I'm
That's the
I'm
correct
not a
answer.
geologist. No.
I know, but I don't know is the correct answer. That means that because you don't know, you have a belief.
I've never
Right.
once said that I don't.
Okay, so everything that you have is belief based. It's not knowledge based. You don't have something that you can say, I know this because I can verify it. You say, I believe that it is the case because somebody told me a story. That's it.
And
It's just a
so,
story that
did
they've told you
somebody
and you
tell
believe the
you
story.
that the Earth was flat?
No. The
How do
earth
you
is
know the Earth?
all right, I'm gonna tell you, it's self-evidently known as that. It's also measured as that. It's also practically used as that. So yeah, it most
So,
definitely is.
when we talk about like the core and the mantle of the Earth on the
Mhm.
inside, it does that not exist?
How does it? What evidence do you have to support the case that it does?
Because if you try to dig deep down into the Earth, you're going to get burned.
How far do you think people have dug into the earth, El?
Uh, not as far enough as the mantle. We don't have the technology
How
for
far
that.
do you I know, but how far do you think they've dug?
Um, I've got no clue. To be
There you
honest,
go. So
I have no idea.
the answer is I don't know, right? If you're
Well, you
being
can have a
honest.
look. You can have a look and see
L. But let's
how.
be honest, right? Because what we're doing here, we're trying to reason together, right? So let's be honest. Yeah, it sounds kind of funny, but see, before you came into this call, you didn't know if you knew any of this. Now you do. You know that you don't know any of this. You see what I'm doing? It's an exercise in your own understanding of what you think you know and what you know. So if you don't know any of these things and you just believe them, it's like a religion, really. You think that there's a lot of evidence behind all the facts and all the things, but when you're saying words that you have no understanding of the meaning behind them, it's just like a faith-based religion. You don't know what it means. You don't know what they did to test the moon rocks. You don't know how far down people have dug into the earth. You don't even know if the earth is an oblate spheroid, a globe or not. You just believe all these things because you've been told a story, L. This is the issue. The issue is not that you can't believe that's true. It's because you think that your belief is the only truth, that there
Hang on
is
a
no way to
second.
get to the understanding. Then that's true.
It's your prerogative. You have every right to believe whatever you want.
I know that's what you base your worldview on, L. Mine isn't based on that. Yours is. You think that that's how people achieve knowledge, and it's not. You don't just hear a story and then say, that's a great story. I think I'll believe it. No, you don't do that. You want to verify if the story is true or not. So you need to do research. You need to find things out. You need to test things. And if you can't invalidate them, then the claim itself becomes unfalsifiable. Like if I was to tell you, I don't know, a flying spaghetti monster roams around in the skies every now and again, but I made a statement to you over like a story. It originated
That's a
back in.
false equivalent. It's
No, it's not.
yes,
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
no, it's not, because I'm telling you something that does not exist. What did they tell you that exists as
But
far
you
as the Earth
can't
being a
prove
globe?
to me. You can't prove to me that the Earth is flat.
Yes, I can, because I am not the one that's proving it to you. The Earth is. You go out to the Earth, it will demonstrate itself to you as that. It's not me. I don't have to say shit. I could just sit back and let you go do all the testing and find out for yourself. So I don't need to open my mouth. You just need to go do the test.
So
See,
you
that's the
believe
difference.
that. So you believe that just because the land is flat, it means the entire Earth is.
No, well, let's get some context here. I'm not talking about the land topography, right? That has elevation, that has mountains, valleys. Flat is a description of a level plane of existence. The plane of existence that you and I are on is a flat plane. It's not a curvature. There's no curvature to it. Well, I mean, like I said, with land topography, you're going to get elevation. So that's not what I mean. I mean, like over the whole surface of the earth. The whole surface is not a globe. Doesn't curve. There's no uh there's no curvature to it.
So do you believe that all planets are flat?
Okay,
Or
all
do you not believe
planets,
in any
yeah,
other planet
all
at all?
planets are given to you as like, so what you think about it when you think about a planet, where
Mhm.
did that information come from? Does that come from a natural observation of you looking up into the night sky, or does that come from some body of academia that's telling you that what's up there?
Well, planets refer to things that orbit a star. They like the Earth
Yeah, I
orbits
mean, no,
the sun.
but I'm just talking about the
Let me
properties
let
of
me
that
let
thing
me
they
jump
call a
into this.
planet. Like, how do you know what it is exactly? Because they tell you what it is, right?
Right.
L. Okay, so how do you know that it is what they're saying it is? Do you believe or do you know?
I mean, I definitely do believe, and I
Mm-hmm.
feel like I know that a planet is a
No.
spherical in
No, no,
shape.
no. See, we'll get into
And
that. We'll get into that, L. But what I'm saying is, from the planets that they say you look up at the sky, orbits and all that, you have to
Mhm.
believe a story. Once again, it's back to belief, right? And so we're finding out that you don't know, you just believe. So, and I'm gonna let Indio jump in, but
Yeah, no one's ever observed an orbit, dude. Ever, not once. No human beings ever observed a celestial body do a complete circle around another celestial body. That's never, ever, ever been observed. Period. But to get on what Miggy said, so let's count like how many beliefs. I'm gonna make a statement. We're gonna count how many beliefs are in that statement. The Earth's the globe, uh, and I've determined that truth because all the smart people said it's a globe, right? So you have to believe a lot of things there. You have to believe A, the people are smart. A, that their belief, because they don't have any knowledge of their own, so that the Earth's the globe, because they don't even claim that they've ever been to like far enough away in outer space to look back at the Earth. So your belief is that they're smart, and that your belief is in the accuracy Your belief is in the accuracy of their belief. So it's two things removed from the truth.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Look, I'm not taking the belief as though I've heard a story and said, okay, they must be right because they've done whatever. I've looked into things and I believe because I've been given facts and I've been given evidence based on their findings, and therefore I know it to be true. We've been given photos and observations from space. Astronauts and
We have.
satellites and spacecraft have been provided from countless images and videos of Earth from space, clearly showing it as a spherical object. These
Really?
images.
You don't just believe that those are images and photographs and things from space. You don't
What
just
do,
believe that.
what do you
Well,
mean?
there's lots of photographs of Santa. They can't all be fake. Do you think there's some giant conspiracy between a bunch of parents to fake Santa photographs?
So you believe
Think
that they're
about it.
fake?
This is your standard of evidence. This is your standard of proof. It's something you can't test, you can't verify. Look at it for a bunch of pixels on the screen, and yes, that must be true. Especially this day and age with deep fakes coming from somebody your age to hinge their worldview on images blows me away.
But we
You know,
can verify that gravity exists, and gravity pulls objects
so
towards
we
the
got
center
off
of
the
a mass.
pictures and not to gravity. Okay, that's not the theory of gravity.
I never said that it was. I'm just saying that gravity pulls objects towards the center of the mass.
Okay, what's your evidence for that?
You can look it up if you want. Google's free.
No, no. What's your okay? What's Google's evidence?
I can ask you the same thing. What's your evidence to tell me that photos and videos from space and satellites are faked? You didn't
No,
give me
the
any
problem
evidence.
isn't that they're fake. The problem is that they're not testable for their authenticity. We can't test them. Right? If I show you any given photo, you can't say, "Oh, yes, that accurately represents reality." So I'll give you a perfect example. So the Chinese claim they have a space station in space. And the United States or the international community claims they have a space station in space. The Chinese space station is 23 kilometers, according to them, lower than the International Space Station. Chinese space station photographs, video, and photos show a flat Earth. Chinese people can do math, and they know the ISS that altitude isn't high enough to show a globe. The ISS ones, on the other hand, depending on which particular photo you look at, some show a super curved Earth, some show a little bit of curve, some show no curve, some show concave. So even though if you do the math, none of the images from the ISS should show any curvature. So we have two competing images, right? Two competing, international space travel bodies, if that's what you want to call them. And they have two different photographs showing different things. How do we evaluate which one is the one that accurately represents reality? From the photographs, how do we know with fucking definitely muted himself? What a fucktard. Once again. This is a gimmick they do in here. It's another thing I was talking about with Bong last night, man. The deafen, like when you're about to get your frickin' the sword run through you.
Maybe they had a phone call.
Oh, yeah. So where did you stop hearing me at, Eli? L, or whatever your name is. I can't see it.
Sorry. I've forgotten I was on a phone call.
Okay.
Carry on.
Where did I leave off? I don't want to repeat myself. Chinese space station, did you hear that?
Yeah, Chinese space station. Yeah,
Chinese space station shows a flat Earth. NASA space station shows a curved horizon. So how do I evaluate who's showing us the true geometry of the Earth? Which photographs? How do and it's posted in the chat if you want to look. That's Chinese,
I can agree with you that I don't have any way to authenticate those kind of pictures. I mean, a lot of pictures of
And
the
why?
Earth do look
Listen,
different.
Why? Well, a lot. So what? I mean, a lot of ISS photographs, right? They show the Earth curved one amount. They show it curved a different amount. But what you know
Mhm.
what? We can actually just do the math, and the International Space Station isn't high enough to see curved horizon. It's only 250. It's supposed to be 250 miles above a ball that's 8,000 miles in diameter, right? So
Mhm.
that's nowhere near high enough. Because you have to see a significant, you have to be high enough to see the whole Earth, a significant portion of the Earth, right? You got to see the ball. You can't be close to the surface. So, according to them, the ISS only sees 3% of the Earth's surface. So you can say, yes, I believe these pictures, but that's all you can do. Chris Hatfield, who says he was on the International Space Station, says the Earth looks beautiful and flat. So Drace posts something in the chat, right? So that's a scale model. This is 2
Yeah.
scale. You see the white circle?
Mhm.
Okay. That white circle is what you would see from the International Space Station at 250 miles up. How are you going to see curve from there? How is anywhere on that line of that circle going to look curved? Because every point is going to be equidistant from you, right? It's going to be the same distance away. If I look at the horizon in front, on the side, 1 degree, 2 degrees, 3 degrees, north, south, east, west, whatever, it's all going to be the exact same distance, which means in any particular image, it's gonna project in the same place because all the angles are the same. All the angles to the camera sensor are the same because because it's the same distance. So it doesn't matter what direction it enters the camera from. So how are you even going to see curve? So this is why I say they're fake, because we can evaluate using other methods, right, of whether they're consistent with what they claim. The thing is, just looking at them, like if I show you a picture of a horse, for instance, right, you can go, because if you've ever seen a horse in real life, you can say, dude, that's not a horse, or that's fake, or whatever. And do you know why? Because you have a reference in your mind of seeing a horse before, which to compare it to. You don't
Mhm.
have a reference for any space picture from which to compare it to. All you can compare it to is other pictures that claim to be space pictures that you also can't evaluate and compare anything to. Right? So it is a totally faith-based idea.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so if you want to go to gravity, we can cover that real quick because there's no evidence that gravity forms things into a ball. In fact, it's not even a prediction
Mhm.
of the physics, and it's never been done in an experiment, and it's never been observed to happen. But I think we should go back to the very first point, okay? Because the reason you brought up planets, right? Okay. Why do you think Earth is like one of the things in the sky?
What do you mean?
Why would the Earth be the same as them?
What, the same as other planets?
A planet other than what?
I don't understand the question.
When you say other planets, what do you mean by other? Other than what?
Other planets in our solar system,
Other than what?
other than Earth?
What makes you think Earth is a planet?
It's just what I've known it to be honest. I've never really thought about it as anything else.
Okay. So the
Pictures of it. It's just flat and gorgeous to see.
What would you call it if not a planet?
It's not in a category.
So
we've
what would it be?
categorized things in planets. The category technically is called a wandering star. That's what word planet means. But
Mhm.
Earth does not fit in that category. No one thinks Earth is a wandering star.
Right.
Now, there's the modern definition change: a body orbiting a star, right? That's the modern definition. But like I said, that's never actually been observed in reality. But you can't prove things by just changing definitions, right? The thing is, how human beings determine things are the same, right? How do we determine things are the same? I see an animal, I see another animal. How do I determine they're the same animal? Well, they have similar features, right? It's got fur, it's got a tail, right? How do I know that thing with fur and a tail? This person thinks they're a cat, this person thinks they're a dog. How do I know which category to put them in? Well, dogs have certain features, cats have certain features. And we go, okay, these are similar features, so they're in the same category. If I look in the sky and I look around on Earth, I don't see any similarities or similar features. And there's nothing similar to what we observe here to what we observe up there that we actually observe. Not the fantasy freaking cartoons that you see, not the people saying, oh, there's ice, there's freaking Mars is covered in ice caps and, you know, all this other horse shit, right? That there's also no evidence for. Trying to assign features that they've observed on Earth to little dots of light in the sky. And then saying, oh, now there's the similarity. But just a naive observation of the Earth and looking into the sky, there's nothing similar. There's no reason to think that they should be the same thing. To think they're the same thing, you'd actually need evidence of similarities. Okay, and how do we get to the evidence of similarities? Okay, they look round, so maybe the Earth is round. Okay, then the surface of the Earth has to be curving. It's a prerequisite, right? And you said land, but most of the water is covered. Most of the land is most of the Earth is covered in water, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the water is flat and level at every distance, right? Pictures from space show a curved ocean, but if we actually go to the ocean and measure the ocean surface or any large body of water, we can tell by measurement and just looking at it that it's not curving. So what should I do, right? Should I go, I observed the Earth. Like Miggy said, you can just go out and just test the stuff yourself. You can just sit back and do nothing. And like, it's not us saying it, it's the Earth saying it. You can just go out and do the tests, right? Because the gold model makes predictions. Says, hey, the horizon's this far away. Horizon's, 1.22 times the observer's the square root of the observer's height in feet. Yeah, so you can go out and test that. Is the horizon that far away? Oh, there's this much, 10 miles is 66 feet of drop. 20 miles is 25 miles is 425 feet of drop. So, like, we can go out and check for this curvature that they say exists. And when we do this, it's not there. So, if we do the tests and the curvature that they say exists is not there, should I just come back into the fucking house and fucking Google what's the shape of the Earth and ignore what I just did in reality? Look at the pictures and go, ooh, look, pictures of space. Think about it, dude. He run away. Too much.
Yeah, what was it? It was called Eli or Ellie.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not on the list anymore.
Yeah, I heard him click out. At least you heard most of it. I think I drowned him in shit.
Scare somebody off, India.
It was Rambo. No, I think it was just too much information for him. That was got too real. I wish this Jewish Rambo guy would get in the chat, posting like Pontchartrain shit.
I debunked him. Now he's scared.
They're too timid. These guys are just keyboard warriors. They don't come into the text chat, the voice chat.
Dude, this dude is literally dredging shit out of 2016.
Yeah, they're just keyboard warriors.
Cap.
What did he post yesterday? The sailboats, like the tall ships. An image that was like debunked, like I don't know, 6 years ago.
Man, staying on this diet has really helped me out, Indio. I'm telling you, man.
What are you eating or not
Ever
eating?
since ever since I talked about it, like I'm not gonna mention it too much in here, but just remember what I talked about in the other server. I don't know if you remember.
I mean, I remember that you like cut carbs.
Yeah, but like the type of diet it was.
Were you afraid of triggering the vegans or something?
Yeah. I don't want it to be a fucking food war because it's not what it's about, but yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. Still working?
Yeah.
Are you still losing weight or like?
It's just right now, just building muscle, just continuous. Well, I've gotten lean, so it's not. I reduced the inflammation. That's gone already for some time now.
Did you cut dairy too?
No.
You can take turmeric and curcumin. They make it. It's pretty cheap. It's not like expensive or anything.
No, not well.
It cuts inflammation. It's clinically proven. Freaking.
La li la li la li la.
Are you listening to myself?
We can't talk about that.
What? It's not. It's a natural. It's a plant, dude. It's actually a spice that you put in food.
I
Can't
know
talk
that.
about spices now.
I know that.
It's just considered medical advice or something.
Probably. You know how I just read the other one today again, why they got booted or closed down, and that's exactly why.
Okay, consult your doctor.
There you go.
I'll consult my lawyer.
Yeah. Anyway, no, I just wanted to mention that too because it was months.
That's awesome. It's awesome.
Are you still doing what you're doing?
Oh yeah. Oh god, I seen my first gym cell.
Oh yeah.
The gym cell is like a version of an incel dude that gets buff but still can't get laid. Yeah, so this dude, he's fucking pretty ripped. But he comes into the gym wearing like a biker outfit. That's like tight as fuck, super bright red. Like, dude, like when he walked in, the entire fucking room lit up, and I don't mean like lit up in happiness. I mean fucking lit up because his shit was so bright, bro. Dude, like fluorescent, like yellow. We're talking like, but like what, like a biker uniform is, like people that ride bikes, right? So it's basically a one-piece shorts top that is like spandex that's absolutely freaking skin tight, and like, dude. No girl's gonna be like, that dude's hot, right? Like, no matter how buff you are, if you're walking into the gym wearing that shit, dude, you're like, hell,
It might not have been for girls.
I considered that. I considered that, man.
Maybe that was for you, Indio. He was
I know. I think I saw him winking at me. Great.
Never know, bro.
You gotta go like say something, be like, "Hey, what's up?" He like gives you a wink. He's like, "What's up?"
Nah,
how
I'm
you
straight,
doing?
dude.
How you doing, strong man?
Do you need a spot? Ask him like, "Hey, do you need a spot there?"
Here, need help with your bench? he's hovering over you.
Yeah, need help with your bent over rows?
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I still go to the gym. Yeah, of course. I mean, I like went on a 50 carb or less a day diet. I lost like
I'm doing
10
100
pounds. I was down to like 167. I had to stop that shit because because when you like, it's easy to lose muscle when you cut weight, and it's hard to like manage like which one is gonna be more of. You know what I mean? So it could be more fat or more muscle. And it was too much of one. Like it was, the ratio wasn't where I wanted it. So I started eating carbs again, and I like back up to like 182.
I've been steady at 180, bro. Like from what I've been doing, I'm just consistently 180.
I mean, yeah, I like for the last, I weigh myself like every 3 days. So like since probably, I don't know, at least since last year, July of last year, I've been about, I was a little bigger then. So I've been probably about 180 since, I don't know, like maybe August of last year. And then I went down, like I said, and now I'm back up.
No Globers out there, huh? Globalists.
Karens.
Weather's changed too. Looking out my window. You guys getting cold weather over there? Your neck of the woods?
Yeah, it's 5 degrees here, Celsius.
Who's that, subdued? What's up, man?
Yeah, in Canada.
Yeah, I actually got a split. Someone's going to be doing work on my house, and it's going to be out as fuck, or I ain't going to be able to talk.
All right, man.
I had like a flood and shit.
Oh, really?
That's fun.
Yeah, so like,
Flood like a basement or your house itself?
I live in a high rise, so the people above me put way too much laundry detergent in their fucking washing machine, and then it over flooded everything, and like it came up through the drain, and then like went through my living room, and then they're ripping out all the sheet. Like they've already ripped out the sheetrock. I don't even want to get into frickin' what a clusterfuck that was.
What would they do?
So,
Put dish soap in the washing machine?
yes, there's a lot of foreigners here, so who knows what the hell they did, dude?
That's
they can't
what they
read
do.
English,
They think
right?
they're
So
saving
there's
money.
like, yeah, well, they can't read English either. So there's like, they go to the store, they don't know what like detergent. That like that's the only word they know, and like they probably did. They probably used dish soap or something even worse, or they use like the Tide Pods. Because the washer dryer things here are like what do you call it? They're not like high capacity. Okay. So you can't take a whole Tide Pod and throw it in there. Dude, it'll just like overflow all the suds. So everybody knows about it.
Is it just your laundry room or more stuff?
No, it was me and the person below me.
In the laundry room?
Well, it came out of the laundry room. That's the problem. It came out of the laundry room, went under the wall, and then like went all through my living room. And basically, basically there's a wall that divides the living room from one of the bedrooms, and it went right, like where that must have been the low point in the concrete, because it like went right down the center of that wall. Like the gap, you know what I mean? There's a sheetrock on one side, sheetrock on the other, went right down the stud, basically, where the studs are.
Oh yeah, it follows a nice little hole wherever it can get through, and it'll just follow that.
It's crazy how water does that, man.
Yeah, and then like they don't want black mold and shit, so they ripped it all out. I don't want black mold either, but I could do it myself, but because it's like a housing association shit, they have to do everything.
They're not charging you, are they?
No. Ain't my problem.
It's that other guy's insurance company's problem.
Well, I mean, there's a housing association. They just take care of all the maintenance, right? So you pay like a monthly.
Got it.
Thing,
You're lucky that it came down the wall and the ceiling didn't cave in on you while you were watching TV or something.
Well, it's a high rise. So it's concrete ceilings. Ain't nothing's
Yeah.
caving in.
Oh, there's no drywall on the ceiling?
Yeah, it's drywall. Yeah. Is there drywall?
It might be
No,
stucco
I
or
think
something.
it's a concrete slab with maybe like stucco or something on top of it. I'm not exactly sure. I don't know. I'm not going to dig into it to find out either. Before this guy starts like going ham and getting off. But I'll be back later.
See you, dude.
All right, man. Y'all have a good one.
What's up, Grace?
Nothing much. I'm just looking for that clip of Paul Larson. I want to cut out his quote.
Why is that a long video?
I think it's like 30 minutes or something like that. The total video. He was giving a whole lecture. The original, which is hard to find, but I can't find it on Indio's channel.
So I got two stream decks running now. One in my studio and one that follows me, so I can play these anytime now.
So how's it going? Any good Globers come in here? We got
Come
Jewish
in and they
Rambo.
freak out and then they leave.
We got Jewish Rambo in the text flailing around.
Yeah, he's. I don't know if I've talked to him before, maybe.
You guys got Drace in here?
What's up? Yeah, I just popped in to see if anybody has the link to that Paul Larson video. They can DM me.
Nah.
What's up?
How you and Karma doing? Pretty good.
Doing fine. We had a little bit of the seasonal flu, and then the older generation had it, and we just been taking care of them.
You guys getting over that or what?
Oh yeah, yeah. Everything's good. I'm going back to the gym soon, so I'm gonna get jacked.
Let's go. Nothing much to report on the front lines, except for a bunch of scared Globers that don't come into the chat. As usual. They're timid. They hide.
Yeah, I listen in from time to time on the YouTubes and stuff like that. I was just listening to you in India going, and I wanted to drop some extra support material in the chat.
The Globers come in and don't even see the chat till we tell them they have to look at the chat usually.
Yeah.
What'd you drop?
Just supporting evidence, backing up everything India was saying.
They don't know how much they have a belief-based system. That's the issue. They think they have knowledge that's backed up by facts and evidence. Like the lady, was it a lady or a dude? I don't know.
Dude.
Anyway, yeah. Well, but like the dude was saying.
As soon as they figure out that they just have a belief, they bolt out of here.
Yep. That's what I've noticed.
Belief is a requirement of the human condition. You got to have beliefs. It's just baked into us. Like no matter what, no matter how much you know, you're just gonna kind of move on to the next belief system. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it's funny that they don't say that they have that. They're like, I don't have a belief. Yeah, you do. They say that they don't have one. That their information is based on facts and evidence.
Yeah, of course, true. I mean, the part that's what they claim. Yeah, that's not a belief. Yeah. Like I guess I'm on that same page. I don't care if you have a belief. Beliefs are fine. Everybody, like I just stated, everybody has them. It's, in my opinion, it's unavoidable. There's this whole like I don't know religion of like Buddhism, like based on trying to rid yourself of that, which just seems to be impossible, right? But that's okay if you have beliefs, right? But if you can't admit that something's a belief, that's where it gets to be tough. Yeah, I mean, we really need like an expert in the field of psychology, like a few of them maybe, to really figure this thing out.
Yeah, I don't think it's very complex. You have the dark tetrad, or you have sadists, you have psychopaths, you have narcissists, and sociopaths, and they all have a desire to be right and abuse others, and they employ fallacies to confuse others and to rationalize and confuse themselves.
Yeah, but that's all just subsections of the of the requirement for belief and how it works. So those are just like that's just admitting that we need a psychologist in here.
Yeah, that's just like I read a lot of psychological papers and books and things just to like I like keeping informed on a lot of things. So a lot of the anti-flat earthers we deal with fall into this category of the dark tetrad, or at least have traits that belong to those groups. And we are, to society at large, an acceptable group to abuse, and I think that draws them to us. Psychologists are kind of, they're in the whole bubble, so it's going to be hard to get them to look at this objectively.
Well, that was interesting. I mean, just that part where you said that we are an acceptable group to abuse. Why do you think people need to have an acceptable group to abuse? And what's that about?
That's the dark tetrad. The dark tetrad requires a group to abuse because they need an outlet for their abusive tendencies to be functionally in society. Otherwise, they become dysfunctional and end up in jail.
Yeah, I heard you say the dark Tetris earlier, and I actually said it like back to myself. I kind of wonder what that means.
Yeah, it used to be the dark triad. It's a term in psychology which encompasses a group of personality traits and their issues, essentially, and how it's kind of like a spectrum of how far people can fall into these traits, and how many of these traits of a certain personality type they accumulate, and it can become really destructive. And those types, like for instance, take a narcissist. A narcissist requires narcissistic abuse and narcissistic supply. So for a narcissist, the flat Earth community is a perfect target because they want to feel good about themselves by putting other people down, and they have the majority fallacious reasoning, rationalization, so that they believe they are right. And so they come in here and talk shit and do all sorts of crazy stuff. Like, I don't know of any flat earther who has ever sought to destroy the life of any globe earther, whereas we've had multiple instances where globers go above and beyond to try to destroy the life of a flat earther.
It's interesting because I just said this morning to like a friend of a friend on Facebook, right? Like I don't ever really argue this stuff on Facebook, but I just said to him, I like looked at his, I don't really know him, so I looked at his pictures. He's got like NASA pictures, all this shit that he likes, right? And I said to him, I said, man, why don't we just drop Eratosthenes proving something, and just walk away? I don't want to like ruin any more of your stuff, like any more of your fantasies, like how you can triangulate parallel lines. Let's not talk about it, you know, anymore. Let's just leave it alone. Because I feel for him. Like just like that's the belief that you want to live in. Just live in it. Don't argue it. Just accept your belief.
Yeah, I think there's a thing to be said. There's a lot of issues some people need to just deal with before they're ready to take on something like this, because it's too contradictory to their beliefs. It creates too much dissonance. And if you're not mentally healthy enough or stable enough, you're just gonna spin off into some insanity. And that's why I think a lot of us are working on our approach, learning how to deal with this in a different manner when we're speaking to people, because not everybody can take the same method, and some people need a different way to approach the situation. And like, I love what Miggy does, because he helps bring them to the realization that they are just running on this belief, but they have this belief that it is all knowledge, that it is all 100% true, and then anything that says anything against it must be false as a consequence. That's just it's like running with blinders on. Like, you just wait for somebody to tell you what to believe, and then you just believe that. The first step to get out of it is to understand that you have a belief that you don't know.
They can't do that though, because the anti-Flat Earth globalists, their whole worldview is based on this idea of endless space. Because some reason whether you don't explain or take questions on, this somehow proves there's no God for some reason.
Yeah, yeah. That's the fear of the implication, and it's especially true for the dark tetrad, because they are abusers, And so naturally, they don't want there to be an ultimate consequence for their actions.
Yeah, it's quite interesting too because a lot of the people in the globe model are all deeply theistic. It seems like the atheist logic is very easy to explain flat Earth, like a lack of belief in models or whatnot. And the other thing too is atheists weren't treated very fairly through like the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And now they're on the for some reason they're trying to push back and get back at society. And instead of actually going after the people who treated them poorly, they just identified flat earthers as religious fundamentalists and go after them instead. Because they're cowards. They're always punching down now instead of punching up. If they were really concerned about how the atheism was mistreated, they should punch up, at the satanic panic, at the moral majority, the people in charge. But they can't do that because if they punch up, then they're also taking down the people who are presenting manned space flight, like NASA and whatnot. The executive branch of the federal government. They're stuck in this worldview that's self-contradictory, and there's no way for them to get out of it. Because any pipeline out of their worldview is just all full of, pitfalls that they're going to have to walk through step by step. But because of the egotistical nature, they think they're always right because everything is subjective. So in their worldview, everything they do is just objectively right, even if they're wrong.
I see it as they put their faith in men, and that's like their number one place for it, in other people.
It's kind of batshit to psychoanalyze all globers. I think that to say that because some globers treat you unfairly or mean that therefore means that all anti-flat earthers or just all globers have this narcissistic personality disorder.
No.
It's kind of weird.
No, no one said that.
You said anti-flat earthers have this trait, right?
We're saying there's a prevalence of dark tetrad behaviors and personality types that come from the anti-flat earthers because that is an acceptable outlet for those personality types. There's also nice globers, there's dumb globers, there's all sorts of globers. We used to be globers.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't think there's no pattern of behavior behind being a glober because being a glober is literally the hegemonic idea, right?
Well, it's not about being a globe. It's when you resist information that you know to be true, right? For a different information that you can't prove. There's something to that.
I think that's a weird angle as well. Like when you say that we know it to be true, I think that the separation between a glober and a flat earther, I think usually is based on one difference, right? And the difference is that a glober opens up the idea by saying it's not certain, saying it's a rational belief that they could be wrong. Whereas a flat earther would never say that they could be wrong. They know it, and there's no way that they could possibly be wrong.
That's too general.
It's just a knowledge, right?
It's too general.
I don't know any flat earther that says they've got a rational belief. They just say that they know it, and everyone else just doesn't accept the truth, right?
That's too general. Also, it's both. It's all just too general. What you're saying, but there'll be certain information that comes along that you can prove, and then somebody will deny that even though they can prove it to themselves, they can prove it everywhere they go. They'll just deny it for another set of satellites, something they can't prove. Like a straight line can't be straight because of satellites, even though I can prove a straight line, but satellites. So.
There's also an equivocation between certainty and knowledge and infallibility, right? Just because it's possible for you to be wrong does not mean that you are wrong, right? Now, especially if in the instance that you really are conveying knowledge that can't be false, if it is knowledge, right? If the truth is true and the truth is true and truthful, then the truth can't be false.
Yeah,
so there's no point in mentioning the truism that you are fallible, that it is possible for you to be wrong about whatever number of subjects. But in the instance that you are predicating and also arguing and demonstrating that you know a given proposition to be true, then in that instance, you can't be wrong because it is true and truth can't be false.
Well, I mean, I've been around for only 2 months, right? And I'm sure Globers have been around for longer, like eggshells or whatever. And I think it would be wrong to say that they're just, I and others are just completely, we have cogged this, we just don't want to accept the truth, even though it's there right in front of us. Because I genuinely believe that flat earthers have not demonstrated that the earth is flat, right? They haven't demonstrated, they haven't falsified the globe earth, right? So I think we're living in two different realities, really.
How are we
so what
going
has
to how are we
been done
going
by
to
us?
prove the globe doesn't exist when the globe doesn't exist?
Okay, so what has
They
not been done
falsify.
by us as it concerns this debate? Because incessantly reiterating over and over again, right, that you haven't proved it is really an annoying pattern from many. And of course, it's not a valid argument. So as we get down, hurry up and get to the nitty gritty of the debate, what is lacking on our part as it concerns refuting your position?
Well, do you got just tell me if you guys think that you've proven flat or falsified globe? Which one have you done?
The first one. Let's go with the first one first. First things first, right? I'm asking you, as it concerns our attempt after all this time that this group has been in this server, what are we lacking in the attempt to refute the ACP, the academic cosmic paradigm, the globe Earth doctrine?
So you go on about the second one, like falsifying the globe Earth, right? Not the first one. Not the first one. The second one, right? That's what you're trying to do because you don't make claims, right? I mean, that's your whole shtick. You don't make claims.
Are you going to answer the question?
I'm just making sure we're clear about what we're talking about. But well, the only thing I think a flat earther will point to say that they falsified the globe Earth is the black swan, right? That's the only thing I think that they have, right, in their toolbelt of falsification. And the black swan doesn't cut it. I'm sorry to say. If you've got
Why
something
not?
else that I'm unaware of, you can bring it up.
Well, number one, that's not the only thing that's been presented in this server alone. Perhaps that's the only thing you paid attention to, but that's not the only thing that's been presented. And that's not the only thing that's been presented throughout the entire history of this contemporary movement in the 21st century also. But secondly, what is wrong with it?
Oh, the black swan?
Yes.
So the issue with the modus tollens is the second part, the conclusion of the hypothesis that this therefore must mean you can't see further than this distance, and that doesn't follow because we're not talking about pure geometry when we talk about the size of the globe Earth, right? Or the measurements of the globe Earth. We're talking about physics as well, and because globe Earthers, they have relative positions for why you're seeing what you're seeing, much the same way that a flat earther does when you talk about obstructions or other atmospheric phenomena like a massive sun. Their response is perfectly valid, and it also, brushes this idea that it's a falsification under the rug. And the only thing I really hear in response to that is it's ad hoc, right? Well, look, all atmospheric happenings are ad hoc to the phenomena that you're observing. No one's going to say the sun actually is that big when it's setting, but we posit atmospheric magnification, for instance, to explain it, right? It's and you guys use that same sort of tool, right? So it's not a falsification. Do you have anything else though? Because like if anyone is sitting here seriously believing the black swan falsified the globe Earth, I mean, we need to step out of Delulu land, right? Because it didn't.
One of the problems that we frequently run into also is persons that are determined to maintain this pretense of being so secure and calm and tranquil and confident in their position when they have no justification to. When you actually turn that off, right, and turn off the bigotry and actually take an honest look at the arguments being presented, there is nothing pitiful or woefully insufficient about a modus tollens that says if the Earth is this size and you are observing at this height, then you would observe up to this point, right?
It doesn't follow though, right?
You don't observe that point, right? So then the Earth is either not that size or you're not that height, right? But of course you are that height. That's been verified, right? But what hasn't been verified is the supposed size of the Earth.
Or you shouldn't be treating.
So
yeah.
We don't see, right? You may refuse to allow that to persuade you. It doesn't matter. We do not see as far as we would, right? We see too far than what the geometry physics of this ACP would be possible. That's not woefully insufficient. That is not pitiful.
No one's saying it's pitiful.
That is very persuasive to those who actually want to listen
persuasive
and come to a knowledge of the truth and really scrutinize themselves.
Yeah.
There's nothing persuasive about this hyper confidence where you dismiss and brush it off like it's just flint on your shoulder or a fly that's just buzzing around your face. This is far more significant than that.
No one's saying that.
So I'm taking the time deliberately, obviously, to slap down and nip this hyper confidence in the bud. It's really annoying.
Well, I don't know if you know me, but I'm the last globe earther you're going to meet in the the last 2 months that was ever overly confident about there being a globe. I'm quite happy to say it's a rational belief. I have justified true belief in it or whatever, right? I don't say that I know it. I'm not overconfident about it. In fact, I enjoy mogging globers myself, but what you've just done there is just tell me exactly what I already know, right? Like I know what the claim is. I know what what's being presented. I think it's definitely that flat earthers have in their wallet for like an argument, but it's not enough to falsify a globe, right? It's not sufficient to falsify it, and it can be persuasive, like you said. I mean, people obviously are persuaded by it from the looks of things, but do I think it actually meets the criteria for falsification? No, it doesn't.
Why?
I already
What
said
is
why.
insufficient
Because
about it?
if it's a question of pure geometry, then yeah, you falsified pure geometry of the globe Earth. But fortunately, geometry here is coupled with physics, right? And physicsy stuff happening can interfere with just a mere observation. In fact, it's not just me who says this. Flat earthers agree with me here because they will say things like the sun isn't actually that big. It's atmospheric magnification. That is not that's not an obstruction that you're seeing when a boat goes over the horizon. It's weather conditions and atmospheric things, right? We both do it, but it only becomes a problem, only becomes ad hoc when we talk about the black
Okay,
spot.
your reply is not sequitur with the issue. What does that have to do with our argument?
Well, I don't know if you followed what I said, but it's the idea that physics, like, again, I'll make it more simple for you, right? Geometry. If I
No,
hold
you don't
a
need to
sphere and I'm trying
simplify
to
it
figure out
for me. It's not because I'm so simplistic or devoid of understanding that I'm not getting your point or affirming your point to be valid. You're
like,
not
you
making
clearly aren't
sense
getting the point. It was
because
I
you're
think
not making sense, right? Your premises in your reply to my question don't sequiturly follow with my question.
sequitur and follow is tautological, so I don't know why you said that. But the idea is that if you have a sphere, you could look at the geometry, find drop over distance, see where the obstruction is, whatever, right? But we're not talking about just holding a sphere in your hand. You're talking about physicsy stuff, atmospheric stuff, which can obviously impede an observation. Do you understand?
And we still don't see, right? We still see too far. So what?
I don't think you are understanding or grasping the issue.
No, that's a rebuttal to your objection. It's not because I don't understand. That's another problem you people always reiterate, right? Every time we rebut, you just presume we don't understand what you said because it couldn't possibly be the case that you're not making sense and we correctly interpreted what you said to us.
You are correct. It is a presumption because it was based on evidence.
If it's a presumption, then it's not based on evidence. If it's based on evidence, then it's not a presumption. It's not both. So you're
Presumptions are
contradicting yourself with your own terms.
presumptions are
So
based on
enough with this, right?
presumptions
This
are based
passive
on
aggressive pretense of actually critically consider what's being said to you. This is where we get pissed off with
Yeah,
people like you.
But you just say words and like like when you say presumption is not based on evidence, presumption is not based on certainty, right? But I have reasonable suspicion to think you're not tracking this conversation, right?
Like, no, you don't. You don't.
You said it
I'm not
yourself.
giving
You said it was
any
a
indication that
presumption.
I'm not following Ed. Not even once. Everyone else in here, I'm not going to speak for them. Let them testify that I've been following your words the entire time. Just because I'm not saying, oh, that's a good point. Oh, woe is me. How could I be so stupid so as to believe the flat earth? Just because I'm not saying that within the 5 minutes that you want me to say that does not indicate that I'm not following words.
Well, I
God
find
damn.
when you were talking about overconfidence, right? I think that the issue I have with you specifically is that you'll say big words, right? And you'll like you just talk.
Here we go with another motherfucker critiquing me for using big words.
You just
I don't understand that shit. I'm getting sick and tired of hearing that shit in my ear. I'm getting really tired of that shit.
You just did a tautological.
Like I'm like it's not like it's like I'm forbidden from using other vocab beyond the 10th grade. What the fuck?
It's not that. If you're not using it appropriately, then don't bother trying, right? Like when you did a tautology like a few minutes ago, and then you completely misunderstood what presumption means.
Or
right?
I said what I meant to say. Or that. Or that. Or that. Right? Or that.
Use words you understand.
Or I'm saying what I meant to say, right?
Use words that you understand.
Presumptuous motherfucker.
Yeah,
the
it is presumptuous because it's based on reason.
This is hella stupid. Now we here for you to denigrate me for my choice of words because your ass doesn't want to acknowledge that I'm actually following the goddamn line of reasoning that you sit up here trying to give me. I gave you a rebuttal to your objection to the Black Swan. Why are you not focused on that? Because you're so determined to derogate me for the choice of words that I'm using.
I don't think you're tracking what my objection was.
You sitting up here talk. Well, there's physics also that is not accounted for in the modus tollens. And?
Right, so that modus tollens can't follow, right? Because it's neglecting things that could obviously obscure or extend observation, right? It's not sufficient.
Such as what? So how do you live on a globe with this with us observing this? Make it make sense.
Well, if I like I try to give you examples, but like if you're going to talk about atmospheric magnification, or you're going to talk about light trying to find the quickest path it can to the observer, or whatever, right, based on different mediums or whatever it may be, right? These are all instances of where your observation wasn't enough because the sun wasn't actually that big. The ground, at least for a globo, isn't actually that far. Like it's not ad hoc. It's something you have to. Those are variables you'll need to include in your observation. And flat earthers agree with me. In fact, I was speaking to listen to Miggy talk earlier, and he was making the exact same sort of points to a globe earther, right? I don't feel like I'm stretching too far beyond what we all agree upon.
So show me one of the university graduate doctoral professionals in academia that even argues like this, because the only persons we've ever heard this from are religiously fundamentalist fundy scientists.
I didn't know. I didn't know religious fundamentalists like to talk about physics. It's really weird.
No, they do.
Unexpected, even.
They do. All the time, inevitably, throughout the entire history of science. Yeah. So anyway, show me a university graduate doctoral professional that says this, that argues like this, because we've only ever heard this from these scientists like you. We only ever heard this from these people.
Like, I don't know how that's relevant because the objection stands, right? Like, what? Who cares who says?
How is the words of university graduate doctoral professionals concerning cosmology irrelevant to this issue of cosmology?
Well, I mean, the objection stands. You're just like kind of rambling at this point, bro.
No, get some cowbell, as some folks like to use the phrase, right? Establish some credibility not just this fundy retort who anti-flat earthers are just determined to insist, right? Not just that, right? You establish some credibility for this claim because you have not lived your life seeing that. You've never walked up to a building and saw the world several miles behind the building on a clear day, even on the most clearest and brightest days, right? You know, you don't just see a whole bunch of other objects while a humongous object is standing in front of you. So how is it that we see further away, right? This black swan or any other observation that has been presented to you? How do we see further away while still living on a ball? So effectively, you're sitting here trying to tell me what we've already heard. You're sitting here telling me information that's not new to us. You're sitting up here telling me that the atmosphere and the light is being some sort of conduit for light to come around the surface of the ball so we can finally see it. That's all
Are
you're
you quite
telling us.
finished?
That's all you're telling us. We've heard this
No,
before,
it's not that. The
which
point is that
presupposes your R
I mean,
value.
the point. I don't care. Right, the point. We can go into the R value. I'll have a field day with that. But with respect to what you just said there, look. As far as I'm concerned, that modus tollens in and of itself is not sufficient for the argument to really.
We've already moved past that, Brit.
No. To falsify the globe Earth, that those conditions and that argument does not stand, right?
We already
Now,
moved
you can
past
say,
that, Brit.
now
We already know you believe that.
if I brought up an objection saying physicsy stuff are happening or light has this property and it's doing this thing, then we're already outside of the scope of the modus tollens, right? As an objection. So that modus tollens fell apart already, right? Doesn't matter.
No, it didn't fall apart. You're just reiterating this idea that it's wrong. I've already refuted your objection. You're sitting here telling us that it's not just geometry, there's physics at play. There's physical things and phenomena at play. You're sitting here telling us that the behavior and that the nature and behavior of the air and the nature and behavior of light is going to make the earth seem far bigger by several miles than it really is. That's why you see the black swan. That's your argument. That's your objection. We've heard that before. You're not telling us anything new. That presupposes your R value.
Yeah, again, bro, your objection is get me a physicist, right? That's your response.
No, I said what I just said. Not whistle past the fucking words I just said.
Sorry, I was actually talking to my nephew. So can you say it again?
Oh, you were talking to your nephew, right?
He's not listening. Yeah, he's not listening.
Oh, I couldn't. Or they knocked on the door. I opened the door while you were speaking. Am I not allowed to have a real life outside of what this fucking conversation is?
Yeah, sure, whatever. I'll say it one more time. We've heard your objection before. You're not telling us anything new. You're sitting here telling us that because of the nature and behavior of the air and the nature and behavior of the light, that it's making the earth seem to be several miles bigger, that we are seeing several miles further than what would be possible without the presence of the air and the light with their nature and their behavior. We've heard this before.
Okay.
That's begging the question. Okay? That's
So how's
affirming
the
the consequent.
question
You're affirming
affirming the
the consequent. You can clearly hear that my sentence is not done. So you're consequent. You're presupposing your R value. You're presupposing that this is happening on a ball in the first place, even though the observation and the measurement obviously debunks the ball that you believe you live on, which academia has taught you.
Okay, so can you tell me what affirming the consequent is, please, Mr. Gregory?
Don't sit up here and test me. So answer the objection. No, answer the objection.
Well, I'm
You're not finna sit up here and test me with some red herring. And focus on the objection. You're not finna sit up here and test me like I'm your child. Answer the objection. We're not moving from nowhere else. Answer the objection.
I need to teach you a lesson.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, the fuck you don't. Shut your ass up. You don't need to teach me no damn lesson. Answer the objection.
Well, I would like to, if you could tell me what you think affirming the consequent is.
No. So either you're going to answer the objection without sitting here trying to give me 20 questions, or we done. I'm going to sit up here and test me like I'm your fucking child.
I guess we're done for now.
Motherfuckers presuming themselves like they know so much better than me.
Well, I think that's evidence-based reason for thinking that.
That's what niggas do. Motherfuckers like
Whoa,
him,
don't use that
they
word.
gotta
I'm white.
they gotta focus on everything else except the damn thing that they mentioned in the first place.
Well, if you're going to levy a fallacy at me, I'd expect you could articulate why, right? And what that fallacy is.
Whatever. I don't give a damn what you expect me to do. I expect you to focus on the shit you mentioned in the first place, but you didn't do that, so I guess life is full of disappointment, ain't it?
Well, I said I'd have a field day with talking about the R value if you want to go into it, but first of all, we need to address
What
this
do you want to do?
consequent
Your
business.
ass mentioned this objection in the first place. I'm talking about it. You want to sit here and focus on everything else. You want to sit up here and focus on derogating my choice of words. You want to sit here and derogating my character, derogating my intellect, derogating my knowledge about fallacies and all this other shit here, except what you mentioned in the fucking first place. And you wonder why we get annoyed at people like you.
Well, when you came in, like, I didn't even start being hot, heavy, and sweaty until you started to say, well, you know, you're overconfident. This is what I hate about Globus, right? And I was saying, well, I don't think I am. But, you know, you asked for it, really, as far as I'm concerned.
I didn't ask for a goddamn thing. Except the questions that I actually asked for. What is your justification? So, the Black Swan is not insufficient. As we just demonstrated. Whether your ass want to hear it or not. Whether you're persuaded or not. Don't matter, immaterial.
Okay, you can continue to believe that. Far be it from me to ruin
Yeah,
your
your objection presupposes the R value. Get that first. You have to get the ball first in order for you to assert that this is actually happening on the ball. That what we're seeing is happening on a ball, and we're seeing this massive optical illusion.
Do you think there's any way you could get an R value without question begging or affirming the consequence?
Yeah, go out and measure the goddamn thing.
Well,
Go out and
aside from-
see it, and then measure it.
Well, let's say we didn't get a ruler out, and instead we got that R value indirectly. Do you think you can do that without affirming the consequent or question back?
Depends on what that supposed indirect method is. What is it?
Well, I feel like you answered my question. You said it's possible. Okay, that's all I wanted to hear.
I don't know if it's possible or not. Depends on the method that's being supposed to me, as far as I know.
Yeah,
just like how you want to measure any other damn object in the world. Go look at it and then measure it.
Go look for drop at sea level. And that's the first way you can confirm that you have it.
Anyway, what I was really, what really did ruffle my feathers, guys, was talking about Globers like we're schizo or like we're cog dis and we just can't accept the truth. You know, it's a weird position to have, and it's
It really is a weird position to have, to be unable to accept the truth, or to be able to accept the truth and still refuse to accept it. That is a weird, dumbass, idiot.
That's definitely weird.
Okay, Gregory, chill.
Sick of people like you walking the face of the earth, bothering people with your presumptuous, arrogant, condescending fucking tone. I didn't come at you with trying to berate you with all the insults in the world. But you wanted to sit up here. You couldn't just say the specific, objective, supposedly true premises in a logically sequitur argument as you were trying to articulate your objection against the Black Swan. You had to say it with all this fucking presumptuous confidence, like we're just so beneath you.
Okay. Well, look, my insults are few and far between, but when I do them, they really do hit hard, as being shown here. You know.
Are you a narcissist?
Yo, so you acknowledge that my rebuke against you is justified, and you sit up here grinning at it. I didn't ask you for fucking insults.
Well, yes,
sick of you motherfuckers on the face of the earth. I'm sitting up here trying to know the truth about this goddamn world that I'm living in. All these motherfuckers around here lying to me and shit. trying to bamboozle me and deceive me, both people who are in academia and commoners like you.
Well, I'm in academia.
Well, shit, just make my
Within
point
what?
even stronger.
Within what exactly?
Well, nothing to do with physics, that's for certain. More of a geopolitics kind of guy, you know.
Geopolitics? Do you study geopolitics?
Well, I did a postgraduate in it, right?
So that's what you have on paper is being a postgraduate in geopolitics. I'm not
Yeah,
making fun
roughly
of you here,
thereabouts.
brother. That's your life choice, but I'm just asking you what you do.
Well, yeah, thereabouts, but I'm not going to specify further since this is being live streamed. Yeah.
So, what are your ethos when it comes to your world belief exactly? Because
Well, we can't talk about that topic because it's a flat Earth room, right? We have to keep it.
Oh, I thought you were the doctor guy.
No, this is Brit.
Oh, okay. Do you believe in the flat Earth, Britnat?
No, obviously not. If you've been listening to the conversation.
I just joined the call, so I wouldn't have been able to. You donut.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
So then why are
What'd
you
you say,
jumping
you
in
don't
for
know?
if you don't know what's going on, dude? Fuck.
Yeah.
I never jumped in and involved
Yeah,
myself
you
in the
did.
conversation. All I did was ask Britnat what he studied.
This is true. This is true.
What does it say about your ethos when you come in the side door and interrupt a conversation with such presumption?
Well,
Absolutely
I feel
nothing,
like this kind
actually.
of conversation was kind of to call this a conversation. It's more just like Gregory getting mad and me laughing in the background, right? That's all it was.
You had
Yeah,
nothing
listen
to
to that
do with
wicked
that at all, right,
mindset.
Brett?
Listen to that wicked mindset. I'm going to highlight that. I'm going to belabor this point. This person who's presenting himself as though he actually wants to critically consider what the other person is saying and is actually serious about scrutinizing himself in the effort to attain knowledge goes out of his way to insult me, no matter how rare or often he believes himself to be doing it, and then laughs in the background when the person that he has unjustly assaulted with his words expresses contempt and rebuke against him.
You can't.
That's funny to
Why
him.
do you talk like this? Just speak like a normal
You
human.
can't. You can't.
And why do I
assault me
talk like this? Yet again, more sarcasm, right?
That wasn't
Derogating my
sarcastic. It was
Am
pattern
I
of
alone,
sarcastic.
speech.
guys? Come on, flat earthers, agree with me here. Come on, this is the
What
one thing we can
about
all agree on.
my speech is so contemptible, huh? What about it is wrong? What about it is a sin? What about it is a crime or any kind?
It's just like the thing is, like when I was a kid, right?
It's just like
Wait, I'm about to explain. I'm gonna explain. I'm gonna explain.
I'm gonna explain.
Yeah, well, let me just explain. Well, when I was a kid, like we used to do this thing called flowery language, where we would throw in all the vocabulary we had to try and impress our teacher. And our teacher kept saying, "Look, I don't care if you want to flower up your words. I want to understand exactly what you mean, right?" And so when you get older, you stop doing it as much because you have less people to impress. So that's why I prefer you to speak in plain English, especially words that you do understand. Because, like I said, you did a tautology
Oh,
earlier.
I'm sorry. I'm
Right.
sorry. I'm sorry. Let me say this to you. I'm sorry that I
Yeah,
use
British,
more
just
vocabulary than what you grew up with. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I mean, it's just
I'm
not
sorry that
impressive.
I'm
That's all.
speaking in a way that is contrary to what you're familiar with in the United Kingdom.
Britnat,
I'm
you're a
sorry.
bully, man.
Well, it's just the typical thing to do if you're trying to communicate a point. You want to
So
be clear
you
as
must
possible.
be a ridiculous pseudo-intellectual if you don't speak in the very distinct manner that I grew up with in my obscure little town in the United Kingdom,
Don't diss
or
the
even
United
the big
Kingdom
city of London, wherever the fuck you're from.
and our
You
obscure
would
little
think that the
towns.
English would appreciate someone who has a mastery of the damn language that is named after the land they're native to. You would
I'm not
think.
sure. I'm not sure you have mastery of the language. I think you make up. I feel like you use words you don't know what they mean, right? Half the time.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I couldn't possibly know what I mean. I couldn't possibly know what the fuck I'm talking about if I contradict your beliefs. You motherfuckers, man.
Yeah, if I can interject,
fucking
guys, I just want to
disgusting.
say that our community encourages us as individuals to stand on our own 2 feet and not to speak for each other. So, Britt, meet Gregory. Gregory, meet Britt. Hello.
Yeah, they've met before.
Yeah, so we don't really white knight for each other. That's kind of what Globers do, FYI.
Yep,
That's
this
just
is what Globers
disgusting.
do. This is what Globers do. That's what Globers do. You know, some of us are just normal people that are involved in the argument, and that's about it, right? There's nothing
No, you're not
actually
involved in no fucking argument. Shut your ass up, bro. You've been trying to derogate my vocabulary, my lexicon, more than trying to talk about the flat earth, more than trying to talk about cosmology. So yes, if you're gonna go out of your fucking way to insult me because I'm using words that you don't recognize, that you don't understand, or that is inconvenient for you, because I'm not speaking at the level that you want me to, or because I'm not speaking in the same pattern that you were raised with, therefore you get to insult me, motherfucker.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry for upsetting you, Gregory.
No, you're not.
Give a fuck about niggas laughing after I express contempt against their wicked behavior. You didn't want to hear my mouth, you just shut your ass up before you open your mouth to disrespect me. I was trying to talk about cosmology because I want to know the truth about this shit. You obviously weren't. The greater half of the damn dialogue was you talking about some other stupid ass red herring, primarily focused on derogating me, my vocabulary, and my personality.
Okay, so now that we've gotten our concerns across here, I think you have established that you don't like the way Britt has been treating you, and Britt wishes for you to speak in a way so he can understand better. Could you guys continue a conversation, or do you guys wish to not do that?
I'm going to go get some coffee, guys. Anybody want some?
I mean,
Yeah.
shit, bro. Why the hell not?
I do.
Arabic Shotgun's going to moderate the server for us. That'd be awesome.
I'd volunteer.
Yeah, we wouldn't volunteer.
Yeah, because I'd be the one that would offer volunteering.
So anyway, his objection has been answered. Okay.
What was it?
He's
Wait,
just
what was answered?
posing the ball. That's all he's done. It's an ad hoc retort trying to account for the observation and the measurements done in this black swan, so-called. Just continue to presume that this is happening on a ball, and that the nature of air and the nature of light and the behavior thereof of the two is why you can see further than what would be possible given the supposed figures that the globers suppose, that the globers have provided. That's his objection.
Okay, if it's objective, then could you give something
No, that's his
demonstrated?
objection, I said.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was objective. Okay. Well, I was wondering if there's like anything that you've seen that made you believe that the Earth maybe isn't a globe and why it's flat. What convinced you?
Such as this, and also other observations,
I don't know what you
especially
mean by this.
on the water.
Could you be a little
Looking
more
at
I don't
specific?
live on a water ball. So when I was shown that the horizon on the ocean, right, is not obstructing the boats, right? You're looking with your naked eye, it disappears. You have this idea that it's disappearing because it's being obstructed behind the non-transparent, right, curving surface of the water ball, supposedly. But then you zoom in, and it's there.
That's due to a phenomenon
Right?
called
You wouldn't be
liquefaction.
able to see it after zooming in because it's obstructed behind a water ball, as it were a hill of water.
Okay.
But you
are you
do.
aware? Are you
It's
aware of
patently
the
indicative that
phenomena?
the horizon is not the edge of a ball.
I understand what you're trying to say. Are you aware of the phenomena called light refraction?
Here we go again with light refraction.
This guy, he's new.
Well, I don't usually engage in globe Earth and flat Earth. I feel that type of conversation isn't, at least in my opinion,
Very well. Everyone's got to start at
It's
some
below
time.
you,
productive
right?
or valuable to me. So
Yeah, it's below you. We get it.
couldn't it? No, I don't see you guys as lower than me. You're all human beings. therefore you're equal to me
You
as
just
long as
said
you're
it,
not doing
bro.
anything bad. I believe these
It's not worth
I
your
never.
time to argue it,
Well,
right?
that's not really how I meant it. I believe that you, as human beings, are valued, but I do not believe that the topic is something that's very important to me. Specifically, the topic. It doesn't mean that I look down upon you. It has nothing to do with that. And there's nothing that states that either in what I said. But back to the
Please explain this
conversation,
phenomenon of light
couldn't
refraction, class.
so couldn't the phenomena have to do with light refraction?
So I'm not going to sit up here and pretend because he's talking to me. So let me just address him. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm well read or well experienced with all these various maths and experiments and whatnot. But I can think and I can learn. Okay. So with that being said, it doesn't make any sense to me how you're going to prove to me that this is happening on a ball.
Well, that's why I asked you if you're aware of light refraction. Because
So yeah,
have
you
you
stick
have
it,
you
for instance, you stick a pencil into a cup of water and it bends, even though it's not really bending.
right? It's not actually bending, but the light's behavior when it passes through the water for some reason changes. You're aware of that phenomena, right? I assume you do
Sure.
because you just said it. So, uh, specifically, every time I've had very few conversations about the flat Earth and stuff. But when I've heard people mention how you can see further than you should be able to on a globe, it's always been examples of oceans or lakes, which to me, the connection there tells me that it has to do with the water. And when you look deeper into it, at least from what I believe, it makes sense that light refraction would explain that phenomena. For example, if we are out in the desert, the phenomena might appear different. We might be able to see less.
But we're not looking at the object through water. I'm looking at the pencil through the water. I'm looking at the boat through the air with my naked eye or with some sort of ocular device.
Okay, so here's what I believe is happening. Now, I haven't done any science, particularly, behind this to prove it. I've not done any scientific method. But what I believe is happening, what you can see further, is so let's say you have a ball, okay? You don't necessarily believe in the globe, or maybe not seen anything, but that's fine. So let's say we have a globe, and on the surface of some parts, there's water, obviously, right? And when light, so we're standing on the top of the ball, and further than we can see normally, light is passing through that area. It's passing through that water. Now, as we've seen with the pencil, when light first, when the pencil is above the surface and under the surface, when it's under the surface, it seems to have an angular effect on it. So what I believe is happening is as the light is passing through the water, the light bends in a direction, which means that light that normally wouldn't be able to reach you due to it being its properties being changed due to the water causing it to bend due to light refraction, it leads to you actually being able to see that light when you normally wouldn't be able to. That's at least what I believe is happening when we're, for example, with the Bolivian Salt Lake and such, and the ocean. When you're seeing something that you shouldn't normally be able to see, right? That's what I believe is happening, and it makes sense to
Okay,
me.
but you don't see that situation. You have the boat
What
on
do
the
you mean
water.
exactly?
You're standing to the beach. You have the boat on the water. You have the water. You have the air. You have the light. Let's say it's a clear day, preferably. You're looking at the boat sail away from you. Okay, it's gone. It's no longer visible with your naked eye. And then you get your binoculars or you get your camera. Zoom in. You see it again. Where in this is light being refracted so that it's really behind the ball, but you can see it in spite of it being behind the ball?
So that's something interesting, right? And what I believe is happening is, first of all, if you look at just the differences in shape, first of all, on binoculars, how binoculars usually look is the outward lens, not the one by your eyes, but the outward lens is first of all bigger. So it will be able to accept more light than the tinier one where your eyes are placed. Then what is happening is the binoculars is taking light and it's focusing it on a focal point, and it's passing it through prisms. I'm sure you're aware of how binoculars work. Um, and I believe that what's happening, why the phenomena, there's probably something scientific behind it that we can go look up right now. But just from my intuition, my gut is telling me that light is being focused, that would most likely pass your eyes, is being focused and forced towards the specific. What do you guys are you guys aware what the lens is called? I think it's called yeah, here, objective lens, what it's called, which is the lens you actually look through. That's directly in front of your eyes. So that's at least what I believe is happening.
Sure, the light is coming into the binoculars so that we can see things.
No, well, that's dishonestly repeating what I said. What I stated is it's focusing light that
I
would
think I was being
otherwise.
honest. I mean,
Well, I mean, if you wanted to simplify it a lot, then yes, that would be it. But the thing is, when you simplify things too much, you lose details, and I'm sure you're aware of this. If I were to simplify
okay,
everything
so
you're
which
saying, I would
detail,
lose.
help me understand, which detail in what you just said is going to make sense out of this idea that it's really behind the ball, but there's something in the nature of our eyes or the nature of the ocular device we're using or something in the nature of the air, something with the light that's going to make us see the boat behind the water hill.
Well, you're not actually like. Here's the thing. What's happening, as if I'm going to try and explain this so that I make sure you understand, is what's happening is the light when it hits the outside lens of the binoculars. What is happening is that light that normally wouldn't hit our eyes because it would go a trajectory over our eyes or somewhere that wouldn't reach our eyes. It is being able to catch that light and then focus it.
Okay, so you're going to connect this to the issue at focus?
The issue at focus not being that you're able to see further on oceans or lakes than you would expect to on a globe Earth. Yes,
Okay, so what's the connection?
the connection is with the binoculars and cameras. Anything that is magnifying optically is focusing light on a focal point, and this focal point um, otherwise wouldn't have had that light accessibility, let's say, even though that could be incorrect terminology. Um,
Okay, can you magnify an object in your vision that you can't see?
well, no, not necessarily.
Okay,
What you mean, like, it's a little bit like the way you phrase that question. It depends what you mean by don't see. Do you mean that the object
I
that
said
is
can't see.
magnifying, or are you when you're saying that you can't see, are you meaning with the instrument or with your eyes? Because instruments are able to see
Very
things that your
simply,
eyes can't.
very simply, just the basic English syntax of that sentence. Can you magnify in your vision that which you can't see?
Well, the issue is, as you said before, when you were talking about how Brit complained about your language, is you were using language to because you were able to use a higher sense of vocabulary, and thereby you decided to. Is in this case we have to establish: are you talking about thing when we're saying?
I'm explaining to you what I
Why are you
mean,
interrupting me?
Arabic,
I haven't interrupted you anytime. Why are you
because
interrupting me?
you're getting to the point where you're saying I'm not being clear, even though I said what I said initially, and then I explained. I said very simply, on its face, of the question I asked you, can you magnify in your vision what you can't see? Yes or no?
With my eyes, something that I can't see with my eyes, or something that I can't see with an instrument. Yes or no? For one or two, which one is it?
Either. What the fuck
With
ever you are looking through, be it your
I can
naked
I
eye or
yes,
whatever other
you can
helping device.
you can magnify something that your eyes wouldn't be able to see with something that is an instrument that is able to see it. Hence why
Okay.
you're able to magnify it.
So you highlighted the distinction. Very good. Okay. Okay. So we can't magnify our own vision with our naked eye. We don't have that ability. We don't zoom in with our naked eye. Yeah.
Right.
So we have to get another device that is able to do that. Okay. So then when we do that with the device, can we magnify with the device something that we can't see with any device?
Well, of course not. You wouldn't be able to.
Okay. Just being clear. Just being clear.
I know where you're
Finally,
going to get at, but I'll let you
when
continue.
well, I'm glad you can anticipate where I'm going. At least I'm coherent enough to be that predictable, which is good. So, lastly, when we are using any device and the object we're trying to look at is being obstructed behind something, does it matter? Will we be able to see it if it's obstructed something, especially completely obstructed behind something? Does it make a difference how far we magnify or zoom in with the device? Does it make any difference on how bright or dim it is outside?
Brother, I cut out. My internet cut out a little bit. Could you please
That's
repeat?
okay. That's okay. I'll say it again.
Thank you.
I'll say it again. So we're using our naked eye, can't see it. We're using a device. Now this device is magnifying the vision. Now we also can zoom in with this device. When an object is obstructed behind another object completely, to where it's completely hidden, where we do not see it in our field of view, right? I mean, need I spell it out?
I
So
understand what you're trying
what
to get
about the
at.
nature of light, right? What about the nature of light, the nature of air, the nature of our ocular device, be it our naked eye or some assisting technology, is going to make the boat obstructed behind the water hill visible?
Well, here's the thing. Water isn't what's it called now again? What's the word for something being non-transparent?
That's it.
Essentially,
You said it.
water is transparent, which means that light can pass through it, right? Meaning that the light. Now, here's the thing: the sun glaring down on the sun, even though, the
The
sun
sun
glaring down on
glaring
the
down on the
water.
sun?
That was sorry, I misspoke. I meant the sun glaring down, shining down light on the water. The areas of which the light is reflecting and is making it really bright, I can't see through that water because I get overwhelmed with light. But in the case with the boat, light passes through water completely. Water does not stop light or make it reflect completely unless you do it at a perfect angle, which you can clearly see because you can see through water. Now, in the case of the boat,
Can't see to
that
the
we can
bottom of the
see
ocean.
over the quote unquote, yeah, well, that's because,
The-
okay, actually, true. To some extent, water does stop light. So you were right. I
Yeah,
was wrong there. To some extent,
translucent
it does.
is the word you're looking for. There's
Thank you
transparent,
very
there's
much.
opaque.
Translucent is the opposite of transparent, correct?
No, opaque is the
no, it's
opposite of
similar.
transparent.
Okay, yeah. That's the word I was looking for. But water to some extent blocks light, but not significantly enough for us to not be able to see it when it's only passing through a surface. But anyway, um, what's happening is the quote unquote water hill you're talking about by the curve. The water is because light doesn't only come from the top. There's no direction in space, as we know it at least. There's no up and down. It's all subjective. So the light is able to reach us when we're using an instrument like a binocular because the light is passing through that water, gets changes the direction as a result of it due to the angle increase or decrease that's happening as it passes through the water, and then another when it exits the water, and then is able to reach the binoculars to a point where we wouldn't be able to normally see due to the nature of our eyes. Effie
When we
Jedi,
make
we're
the
talking about
observation, we don't.
Jedi, you do understand. I know what you're trying to say, but you do understand that light passes through water, right?
To a certain degree, it becomes diffuse. The more water that you try to pass light through, the water will diffuse the light. So eventually, with distance, you won't be able to see the light.
That is true. After a certain amount of water, we won't be able to see. That's why, as you stated, can we see to the bottom of the ocean? No, you were
Yeah,
correct. We can't see to the bottom of the ocean.
which is kind of akin to looking through the atmosphere as well. So with distance, the atmosphere will make the light diffuse, so you can't see the
Could you
light.
prove that with the atmosphere?
Yeah, have you ever been out on a foggy day?
But
I mean,
let's
scientifically,
get
with
this
like some
elephant.
scientific
Let's
method,
address this elephant.
which is a really famous. I
Just
think that's it.
let's address this elephant first, because we really, that's not the major premise. Major premise right now is that when we do the observation, we don't see our view covered with a wall of water. When you look at the boat, you don't see it through water. You see it through air.
Oh no, but here's the thing: the light had previously traveled through water, then it exited the water, and then it travels towards you. But the main reason I believe the Earth is a globe is because I've
What?
seen videos and pictures. Yeah, light can exit water. But I must
Yeah.
leave. I
So
wish you guys. I wish you guys a good day. God bless you
yeah,
all.
back
Have a good day.
back to your
bye, man.
cartoons.
He ran.
Bye bye.
I mean, right there. How can you say that so confidently?
That's
That last
dissonance, brother.
sentence he said.
Well, because he knew he was going to run out of the room after he said it.
That's where I get pissed. That is despicable. Even if he has good intentions, even if he believes himself to be saying what he's saying with good intentions, that is despicable. You're looking at the goddamn boat on the water. You're not looking at it through water, whether with your naked eye or with any ocular device.
He thinks he is.
I mean,
I'm glad you,
goddamn.
I'm glad you called out because I swear that's what he said, and I was confused for a second. It's like, what are you talking about, man? We're seeing through the water, apparently, guys.
Yeah, I never heard that one yet. That's a good one.
I've never heard that one till today.
The last comment was like a drive-by. It was like, I believe globe because TV. Bye.
Funny.
It's why he never has this argument.
Wow.
I'm holding my head, sighing.
Did that last guy use small enough words for you, Brett Nat?
Yes, thank you for dumbing it down for me.
Convinced he's looking through water and Globe TV.
Globe
if anyone
TV's
missed the
pretty
last
based.
4-minute ramble.
I mean, I understand in principle the strong connection that people have to this cosmic paradigm. I just don't understand it sentiently. I don't have that. I've never had that feeling. I did not fight kicking and screaming for this doctrine. I just didn't. What is so precious about this doctrine that it just must be maintained?
Yeah, I don't know. I've struggled to answer that question, why people hold on to this paradigm if to them it doesn't matter either way. Sometimes they come in and say that. I don't understand why people are holding on to this so vehemently.
He just said I'm not very interested in the subject, but he was very determined to explain to me the nuances to the best of his ability, to the best of his limited ability, the nuances of binoculars and whatever other technological ocular devices that we use to make these observations. And in short, we see the boat because we're looking through a hill of water, even though we don't see a hill of water. We just see the boat on the surface of the water, laying flat.
According to him, we're looking through the hill of water. Fucking hell.
It seems
the problem is, it seems like they're only they only have the opportunity to examine the whole story during their defense of it. You know, I mean, I had decades of just having this story presented as gospel, and I had no problem with it. You know, it's like, well, yeah, of course we're on a rock flying through Earth, through space on, you know, water ball. But they don't get to look at the whole story and absorb it for what it is. They have to look at it while defending it.
Which is not an instance of self-scrutiny.
Yeah, it puts them behind the 8 ball. I mean, it sounds like they're behind the 8 ball.
I mean, for those of you that are familiar with this obscure man, okay, that you're hearing talk to you on this social media app, have I presented myself as being some sort of University graduate, doctoral professional? Honestly, whoever wants to answer that, whoever is familiar with me.
No, you haven't presented yourself as that. I know you well enough and have listened to enough conversations that you have that as soon as you bring up a word that is longer than 3 syllables, people cry about the words that you use.
What's strange is, Gregory, yes, you say words that I have to look up every once in a while, but what's odd is I'm able to use my context clues. And I remember once upon a time, people used to take pride in their context clues. If you didn't exactly know the word that was being used at that moment, you could figure it out.
I think, okay, like guys, right? It's a difference between knowing the word and someone using it in a way that seems strange, right? So, for instance, if I say,
well, calling it strange seems strange.
Well, so if I use a word that's not used in that proper context, or you're just speaking in tautologies, you're actually not saying anything, right? You're just trying to sound smart at that point, and that's not impressive, right?
Okay. Right, I would agree with that. If that did happen, I would agree with that. Thank the Lord that I didn't do that. So that's not true about me.
Like I don't mind you using big words. I mean, like, you know, big words or whatever. But I prefer if you're using words that you use them at least appropriately, so that I don't have to spend time thinking about why you chose to use that word.
Share that same sentiment.
Yeah.
Thank the Lord that I did do that when I was speaking.
Now I have to spend time thinking why Britnat won't think while someone's speaking.
Well, I mean, it's because I don't want you to think that like I'm just. Well, I am kind of anti anyone using big
Too
words.
late. I'm lost in thought as to why you won't think. It's too late.
Well, I think I don't. I don't think that it's not about big words themselves, because everyone likes to read a story with, like, you know, lots of nice vocabulary. But I think when I'm having a debate with someone, plain English is always the preferred mode of operation.
Well, Britnat, this debate happens to be over. If you haven't noticed, with the last guy.
I think what he's referring to is OCD, Britt. You have a obsessive compulsive disorder.
Well, yeah, because I always find myself.
And every time you hear stuff like this, it triggers you. And every time you see a spelling mistake, it triggers you.
It does. It does. I was saying earlier.
Let me finish. It stops you right in your tracks, brother. I get it.
Yeah.
And that's the problem you're having. It's not about him using big words or people having spelling mistakes. It's this thing in your brain that fucking stops you dead in your tracks and makes you notice these things.
Who is talking?
Exactly. That might be true. Maybe I overanalyze what someone's saying, perhaps, and that really triggers me or something.
Who is that other gentleman talking?
It's subdued.
Oh, he's either I can't see the green circle or it's not flashing.
To be honest with you, Greg, I don't think that's like what you do isn't the worst thing. I think the worst thing is when people use specialized technical language to someone who isn't familiar with it, right? So if someone was speaking like you know, everyone in here, all the flat earthers, they have one good quality about them, and that's well, how many, but like one particularly one that's relevant to this is that they always
when he says the compliment, he gets garbled.
They always try to avoid specialist technical language and physics, so that they're communicating to the individual they're talking to. I mean, I find people who try to deploy technical language to be absolutely intolerable.
You mean like people who say that flat is actually curved?
For example.
Well, if
that's despicable, right? That shouldn't be tolerated. That should be rebuked, right?
Yeah, it's not even flowery.
Well, if I was going to say something like, I don't know, let's talk about mosaic cyber defense, you'd be like, well, what the fuck does any of those words mean, right? It's better for me to actually use plain English in those situations, right?
But Britt, what about those who say, like the other gentleman just mentioned, where they say flat is curved? That's despicable, right? Yes.
Well, I think
that's no good, right?
I mean, if they're saying level is curved, I feel like they might be suggesting that, but
so you're in the same boat.
Well, level has multiple meanings, right? So if you're meaning level as flat, which can be used that way, that's fine. But if you're
and level
if you're
equidistant from the center of the sphere shows how desperate you are. If that's your definition of level.
if it's about elevation, and it's saying level and elevation.
Well, what about
then,
just what we asked you?
Then
Right,
wait,
because
I'm
we said
about to-
exactly what we meant in the question, right? So what about that?
I'm being fair. I'm saying that look, yeah, level can mean flat, but it also can mean level and elevation. And if you're equivocating level is flat with level and elevation, then you're actually just being very
No, I
displaced,
asked you.
right?
I
Okay,
asked the
but we
people
didn't
who
ask
said
you
flat
about
and
are
curved.
we equivocating. The gentleman right here, right, and I are asking you. It's despicable and stupid and no good to say flat or level means curved, right?
Well, if someone said flat means curved, then yeah, they're being despicable. Yeah.
Okay.
But if they're saying level means, well, level can be curved, then you know, if they're
They're
talking
being
about
even more
elevation, they're doing
despicable.
fine. They're being fine.
Yeah,
No, they're
being
not.
fine. He says.
Well, you know that words can have multiple meanings. Level can mean two things, and if you're choosing the word that makes less sense, then I feel like you're
You'll
not
be
doing very
fine.
good at steel manning, right?
But it couldn't possibly mean level. Couldn't possibly mean curved, right? In the whole entire history of English morphology, just grammar overall.
Well, level and elevation can mean that, yeah.
But
under
I
the
didn't
impression that
ask
it can't
you.
mean
I
that?
didn't ask you level and elevation, did I? I didn't just say that, did I?
Well, if you're meaning like flat as in flat level, then no, it can't be curved.
Okay. Just checking. You know, since you're so keen on clear and distinct ideas being spoken in any language, right?
Well, yeah, but I feel like sometimes people equivocate on level and elevation. Level as in like flat surface.
Yeah, you're attempting to make something very simple very complicated, Britnat. Got it.
No, we have to understand the words we're using. It's important.
Now, why the fuck is this an issue in human experience at all? Let me ask this question, right? Why is this an issue in human experience? Why can't we just speak the language? Right? Why is it the case that humans abuse language so egregiously like this? Where we can find ourselves sitting here talking about flat or level is curved.
If someone's saying flat is curved, then they are being dishonest.
Well, at least we can agree on that.
Yeah. As far as clearing up words, though, I think it's important for a debate where, you know, if I was going to like throw words that nobody understood how I was using them, then everyone else is going to spend more time trying to figure out why I'm using those words to mean what I mean, than actually spending time getting on with the point, right? And that's what we all want to do: get on with the point.
Well, let's talk about this because evidently you seem rather interested in this subject, which is fine. You got to have language in order to have knowledge about anything whatsoever, including cosmology. Very well. So, as we're talking about language, okay, how about this? When we speak, wait a minute. This damn GIF has distracted me. That's the problem.
GIF?
Meatball posted this hilarious GIF,
Oh,
and I lost
no.
my goddamn point.
No. It's not a Giphy Jiffy Wars. It's not doing it for it.
I will say though, Greg, like I mean, whilst it irritates me, I feel like, you know, everyone else in the room is happy for you to use flowery language. I just find it like annoying. That's all.
I remember now. Thank you. When we come into this world, we have the ability to acquire a language, but we have little to no words that we have mastered so as to speak them. Okay. So our entire lives, we've been encountering words that we were not previously familiar with. And then some more than others, some better than others, acquired the familiarity with these words, began to understand them, began to use their creativity and make sentences out of them so as to grasp whatever given idea, no matter how simple or complex, no matter how mundane or lofty, right? So why complain about that now being an adult? Why is it an issue right? What is the error? What is the injustice? Like, what is wrong with adults encountering words that they are not familiar with, that they never encountered before?
Well, I mean, it's not about being unfamiliar with the word. I mean, like I said, like if we were going to speak in floral language with each other and we both grasp the words that we were using, then there's not really a problem there. But I think it's that when I notice someone's not using a word appropriately or speaking in tautologies or whatever it may be, then that's when Box was using the word axiom to describe how people come to a globe, right? It's like, it's not what axiomatic means. So why are you using it or calling it an assumption, right? It's just irritating. Because I think some people use words in a way to sound smarter than what they're actually saying is, and
No. Or your evaluation is wrong.
And two,
That's
they're not
possible,
using the
right?
words correctly, right?
Like, I'll grant that. You've said that repeatedly now. We've heard that point multiple times. Or your evaluation is wrong and they're saying exactly what they mean to express distinctly what they mean to say.
Well, they could be, but we should be speaking in terms we both are, familiar with, like the common usage of a word, right? So, for instance, when
Okay, but what if that person doesn't want to adjust what they want to say, though? What if they said exactly what they mean? They don't want to change a single detail.
Then I've got to spend time figuring out why they chose that word, right? So, for instance,
Yeah.
when Box Up,
Yes, you
when
do.
Box Up, when
Yes, you
Box
do.
Up said
That's true.
Yeah, when Box Up said assumption, right? He had to get another flat earther had to help him out and post definitions for assumption, presumption, supposition, etc. Right? It's like, why did we have to go down that route? We didn't have to, but like they couldn't have just said it's a presumption, right?
It wasn't absolutely inevitable, right? But for the given end that the speaker wanted to attain, when they said the sentence, they said what they said, the way they said it, every property, every aspect of their conveyance of that message was all deliberate.
Yeah.
So,
I think
some people, and it sounds like you're one of these people, are just determined for other people to express themselves the way you want them to,
Yes.
rather than attempting to understand them.
Well, you're actually quite right. I think I am pedantic in that sense, right? There's a lot of pedantry going on with me there, but I think I think there's a reason for why I have that kind of pedantry, and I think that it's not completely unreasonable for me to want it to be that way. But I do understand. I could have a sense of what someone means, right? That's true.
So,
And I
Britnat,
can work
when
off
you,
that. But
I got. Now I have to be pedantic. When you end all your sentences with "right," you're just using it as a figure of speech,
yes,
right?
oh no, don't get me.
Okay,
Don't get me wrong. I hate when people
have
do
you
it
ever
as
heard
well.
the term? Listen, have you ever heard the term that everyone sews their own stitch?
No, I've
The
not heard
phrase. Well, yeah. Now you've got the. Think about that. Everyone sews their own stitch.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I actually hate when people say right at the end of their sentence too, especially if they do it too often.
Well, obviously you do, because you can't stand it when someone says something that doesn't mean.
But I'd understand if you said someone saying right at the end of their sentence was annoying. I'd understand that. Or when
Well, I didn't say it was annoying. I'm just saying it's an example of these things that you're complaining about.
Yeah, of course. Like I'm a victim. I'm not a victim. I'm a propagator.
Yeah, everyone says their own stitch.
Yeah, I was going to say a propagator of it, or
I mean, what would you prefer? That you come into this chat and it's basically everyone's chat bot GPT barking at each other?
Well, I want people to get to the point, is what I'm after here, right?
I
I did
think
it again. Now you've brought it out on me.
hate man, hate
Sorry.
man to be able to speak.
I think one thing that Britnat, and I've known Britnat since he's been in his server, and we all have, is his knowledge of logical fallacies. And I think there's a few people within this server that have got a different knowledge base within logical fallacies. So we all know Crypto. Crypto is really good at understanding logical fallacies. Greg himself is also pretty good at understanding logical fallacies. But Brit has got this very pedantic nature when people use logical fallacies incorrectly. I think I remember earlier when Greg and Brit now were talking, I think Brit charged Gregory of using a wrong logical fallacy, whether it was an affirmative consequent or begging the question with regards to long distance observations and the Earth curve calculator, or something along those lines, if memory
The
serves
Black
me correct.
Swan.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So, Britt, do me a favour. What is it? Affirming the consequent or begging the question?
I would say neither, but that I'd have to remember exactly why we were going down that route, which I've forgotten about at this point. But
yeah,
I do understand. Is one of my worst character traits is being pedantic. But I think that's probably something to do with just how I usually have debates with people are set in a particular sort of way, and the flat Earth group have like a different set of norms for how they talk to each other, and it's just not something I'm used to.
Greg, do you remember the conversation that you were having when with you Britt? used when you used begging the question or affirming the consequent, or affirming the consequent? Do you remember what you were speaking about with Britt? Because I vaguely
his objection.
remember. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, his objection saying, "Well, no, the Earth is a ball. We see this happening with the black swan, the so-called black swan. It's not really a black swan. We just see this happening on the ball. It's because of the nature of the air and the nature of light that we see it, in spite of it
I don't think
being
that's what I was
behind,
saying.
several hundred feet of the water hill."
This doesn't sound like something I'd say. I think we were talking about the R value, to be honest with you, Greg. I don't think that was what.
But that is what you're saying. What I just said is an accurate summation of your position.
No, my position
This is
was.
where I get annoyed, because now it's impossible, right, for me to summarize and understand succinctly what the other person was trying to argue.
Well, I think if memory serves me right, and I don't want to say that this is why you said affirming the consequent, because I know what my point was, and my point was just that the
But
black swan
mind you,
doesn't.
also, I didn't finish the sentence
Okay,
that
go
you
on.
objected to.
Oh, all right. Well, I think that I think my point was just that the
Right.
black swan doesn't falsify the globe, right? So it had nothing to do with knowing whether or not it was a globe or not. So, and that means that it can't be affirming the consequent already, right? We can cancel that out. But that's why I think we were talking about the R value, not that particular issue when you said it.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Okay. So the reason I said what I said is because he's continuing to presume that the Earth is a ball in light of this observation and measurement project with the so-called black swan. Right? His objection, right, is just presupposing the very thing. Right? I'll acknowledge that perhaps affirming the consequent, perhaps begging the question, is not the right fallacy to mention in my objection. I will concede that. Perhaps it's not. But the point is that his objection is presuming the thing that is being scrutinized and debunked, given the premises, right, the integers, the figures supposed by the globers concerning the supposedly quantified measurements, dimensions, aspects of this globe. Pick your synonym, right? That we would see this far at this height. We see further than that. Therefore, this is not the case about the Earth. There's nothing pitiful or woefully insufficient about that. And the objection that is said in response to that is, well, the nature of air, the nature of light, it's helping us see further than is really possible if these things were not present.
I have a question real quick.
All right.
Hello, welcome.
Is
Yes,
there
go ahead.
is there a coherent model yet for flat Earth, or is
Depends
everyone
what
still
question.
like
No.
figuring that out?
What question do you want
Let
to ask?
me talk to her about this.
You're
Alright.
living
I've
on
yet
it.
to talk to someone about the model issue. I'm Gregory. Pleased to meet you. Now, concerning the model,
Hi, Greg.
is the veracity of the conclusion the surface of the Earth is a level plane? Is the veracity of that conclusion contingent upon our possession and presentation of a supposed model of the cosmos?
Yeah, I would say so, because if you
What is the
if
logical connection between the two?
well, all right, I'll explain it. Hang on. If you have a claim, right, like the Earth is flat, then you would be able to explain why it is that way. So when you have someone that comes up to you and says, "Hey, the Earth is a ball," or like light travels at this distance, right? What they'll show you is a model where there are rules that explain what you see. So why don't we have that for a flat Earth?
Okay, work with me. I'm going to take my time with you because this is a profound question. You asked me, you said, if you suppose the surface of the earth is flat, then you would and or should have an answer to the question why it is flat. When you say the question why it is flat, do you mean what is the purpose, right? What was the purpose for causing it to be flat, to be what it is? Or do you mean what was the cause?
No, I don't mean either of those things. What I'm saying is that if you make a claim, right, that like the earth is flat and that there's a dome and all of these other things, right, then you would have a series of physical laws that would explain to you why it's like that. So like if someone tells you the earth is round or that it spins around the sun, there are a set of laws that they can point you to that perfectly explain why it is that you observe that.
So I can't just make the observation that the surface of whatever given object is flat without having to know the so-called laws of physics?
I'm sorry, could you
When the
repeat that?
child, for instance, let me say it this way to really get the point poignantly across. When the child describes the kitty cat as soft, is that predication false because the child does not know and cannot articulate the laws of physics?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
You're saying that our affirmation, when we describe what we observe and or measure with the surface of the earth, when we say the surface of the earth is planar, that cannot remain true, that cannot be true until we have a sophisticated articulation and presentation of the laws of physics so as to account for what caused it to be that.
Sure. Yeah, I'd say that because, like, here, look, if someone like if Witsit gets it right comes up to you and he runs his whole thing about how like you can't what is it he says that you can't measure the earth moving, right? And it looks like
Irving.
the earth is stationary, right? But right, someone comes up to you and says, "Hey man, there's this thing called a inertial reference frame," right? Then like that just makes the whole thing come apart. If someone comes up to you, right, and they say, "This is the way that the world is," then they have a set of rules that perfectly explain why that is that way. And then the next person comes up to you and says, "This is why the world is the way it is," but they don't have that same thing, then I'm going to take the more coherent model over the other one.
Okay, you don't understand. Your line of reasoning is not valid. It's not following. It is not logically required for me to explicate the laws of physics to demonstrate the truthfulness of the description of my observation, my visual observation, or whatever other empirical detection, right? I don't need to explicate the laws of physics to truthfully describe a surface being flat or generally planar. That's not logically required. That makes no sense.
Sure, that all right, sure, I can agree with that. So all right, so if we have two people, right? Let's say me and you, all right? Because I see curve, like I can see it. So you describe that what you see is a flat plane, right? And then what I say is that, hey, if I go to the ocean, right, I can like see the curve, right? And then I look backwards and I see mountains and I see that it's not flat. So who is right in that instance?
Please show me where you've ever seen a water hill, especially several hundred feet or several thousand feet in height or width,
A water hill?
because that's what you
Yeah.
that's the
No, I
necessary
said
implication of the
no, I
idea that
said
we
a
live on a humongous
tiny.
rock wrapped in water in a cosmic vacuum.
What's the
Yeah.
explanation, Gregory? Maybe she's asking why would you see a circle of vision as you look out into the ocean? She doesn't. She's maybe never heard, he or she has never heard an explanation. Or
Um,
I'm
Let's stay
intersex.
on topic
yeah,
and let's
That doesn't
go
mean
through
Gregory, I want to
them.
interject. Can I interject a little bit? One
Hey,
Go ahead,
short
go
Gregory,
ahead.
hold on.
point,
If you take us off
please.
fucking topic, I'll mute you.
Okay.
You or me?
Oh, not you. I want this conversation to happen between you and this young lady.
Okay, here we go.
I want
So
it to go far off the beaten track. Sorry.
yeah, okay. So Dog Bill. So as we were, so say the last thing you said.
All right. So all right, let's say that both of us are standing at the beach, okay?
Oh, I remember now. There we go.
Right.
That was
Okay.
very
So
quick. Thank you.
one person says, "I see a curve," and then one person says, "I see it's flat." Right? Who's right in the instance?
Okay, so they're not necessarily antithetical. This is where this is where it is justified to be keen and meticulous with choice of words here, because you can have a curving flat object. The object both has curve and it's flat, right? Right. The surface of some circular, a flat surface of a circular object, like a cylinder, like a cylinder block, right? Curve flat, right? The curve of the circle with a flat surface.
Then wouldn't
But
you
that's
fall
not
off
the
then?
issue. Sure, if it is possible, right? If there aren't measures to keep you from falling off the edge, but anyway, that's not the issue. The issue is, do we see a sphere? Do we see a spherical surface, right? Or no? When you go out to the water, you do not see a spherical surface. You don't even see the water curving whatsoever. Don't equivocate it with a wave. You know, we all know that's asinine.
No, I wouldn't say that. What I'd say is like I do see it's curving. Like if I look out to the horizon, right, I see the water curve with the horizon, right?
Left to right?
So whenever gravity brings
Left to
water
right?
down, huh?
Wait, let her finish. Let her finish. She's gonna be determined to finish the sentence. So
No. What? Left to right? What?
Well, you said, is that where you're saying the curve?
From left to right? Sure, I would suppose so,
Okay,
but
it sounds like you're under the impression that you're on a tiny Earth. If you think that's the Earth curve, you're saying.
no, the
But
Earth
go on.
is pretty fucking big, and
Well, then how are you saying the curve from the beach left to right?
because
on this very
it
point,
might be
Dogville.
it might be minuscule, but it's still there.
So
It's
on this
still a
very
tiny
point
Earth.
right now, look in the open chat.
Huh?
On this very point right now, look in the open chat.
Okay.
Concerning your point right now. So, given your premise that you see the Earth not curving left to right, but rather toward and away from you, it would necessarily imply this. It would necessarily imply that the Earth is a cylinder, that you're standing on the curved surface of a cylinder and not a sphere. Do you believe that?
No, not at all.
So, given the absurd implication of your premise, it therefore indicates that the premise is false, because that which implies falsehood is false.
So if I see curving forward, that automatically implies that it's a cylinder. I don't see
If
how
you
that
see
follows.
curving forward and it's not curving in the same way left to right, that would logically imply geometric that it's a cylinder.
Well, it's curving front to back and left to right, is what I'm saying.
But when you look at the
Okay.
horizon from any height, you don't see the horizon doing that. You don't see it curving left
Oh,
to right.
I do. I do though. It's slight. It's very, very slight because the Earth is really big, but it's still there.
But you're pleading for a tiny Earth.
No, again,
No, she just said
it's
it's very
very
big.
slight
Yeah, it's
because the
very
Earth
big, but she
is
sees it from the curve. They see it from the curve, from the beach. Which
Do
is
you
it?
see
Too
it from the
big
beach, Dog
or
Hill?
very little?
Dog Hill. Dog Pill?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, from the
Yeah.
beach.
Sorry.
So then
Sorry, Gregory.
how the hell do you say his username?
Old
Old
Hoss
Horn?
Radborn. Yeah, you can't
There
have
we
it
go.
both
Old
ways,
Hoss.
Dog Bill.
I'm
His
confused,
objection
guys. I
is
need
valid.
clarity. Sorry, Greg. I need clarity. Are we seeing left to right curvature or curvature away from you? Or is it both? Dog pill.
Oh, both. I see left, right, and up, down, or forward,
Okay.
back,
All
whatever.
right. So, forgive me for interrupting, gentlemen. I do apologise. At 31 minutes past the hour, Flat Level Water has posted a GIF or a GIF, however you pronounce it, which is a high altitude panoramic view of what we would call a circle of vision. Now, this horizon is horizontal, and as the camera pans round 360 degrees, there is no deviation of that horizon from horizontal. Do you see what I'm speaking about?
1 moment.
Dog pill, do you see what I'm
Huh?
speaking about?
Yeah. I said I'm looking at it right now. Yeah.
Cool. So this is from higher altitude than at the beach, but this panoramic view shows no deviation from the horizontal.
Watching.
Sorry to interrupt, Gregor. We'll give it back to you in a second, mate.
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay, so if I look at the center, right, and then I look at the edges, what I see is that there is a very slight deviation. I don't see a perfectly flat plane. What I'm seeing is that as you get towards the edge, things start to go up and down a whole lot more than they would at the center. So if you were it's hard to explain. If you were to keep it at the center, right, and you go all the way around, and then you go frame by frame, then you're going to see slight deviations at each point, right? So if I go to the Red Bull jump, right, and I have an orange right in front of me, right? If I stay on the Red Bull jump for 24 hours, what I see is that the Earth appears to spin under me,
We're not talking about
just
spin.
like well, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that if I don't see, right, everything fucking flat, then I'm not going to say that it's flat.
Have you heard of wishful seeing or hypnosis?
Yeah, I've heard of those things.
Yeah.
But
Okay. So
if I were to
if you look,
counter that, right,
yeah,
then I would
there's nothing
say
to
that
counter yet. There's
all
nothing to
right, good,
counter yet.
then
I'm just
go.
asking if you know what that is.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Okay. If you look in the in the text chat here, 30 minutes or 33 minutes after the hour, I posted a little video. It's 6 minutes long. It's from Paul Larson, a planetarium director, and he's talking about all of this. And he's telling you that you cannot see the horizon appear to curve at the height of the ISS. And you're telling us that you're seeing it at ground level, where no educated man would ever claim that the Earth would curve from left to right. So there's only two options here. Everyone is retarded, or you're hallucinating.
Yeah, but her question was, why is she seeing a circle?
Because
Hallucinating?
we have a
Well,
360-degree circle
I
of
could
vision around us.
I could even concede that, but look, all right, so I have two people that come up to me, and I do this with religion too. If I have two or three people, right? The first guy comes up to me and says, "We're all a dream in Brahman's mind." This is some Eastern religion. We're all a dream in Brahman's mind, and we stop existing when he wakes up. Then an Abrahamist comes to me and says, the earth is flat, it was made in 7 days, etc. And then the next guy comes to me and does an African one where like God makes everything out of clay, right? I don't believe any of them because they all sound crazy, right? So you have two people that come up to me, right? And they
Why are you
say,
on the globe model then? Because that's a heliocentric idea, comes from the Catholic Church. That's their creation myth. You know, the Big Bang. George Lamontre said God snapped his fingers and basically made all of creation from a bang. You
We
know
are
the
well off the beaten path, guys.
well,
Yeah,
the
but she's making it
creator.
seem like flat Earth
No,
is some sort of religious claim. She's
I know.
on a religious claim already.
We're just
Well,
talking about the horizon.
I'm drawing a.
Yeah, she's
I'm not
talking about
saying that.
verifiability.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not talking about flat Earth being a religious claim. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you have two people that come up to me, right? And they say, "This is the way the universe is," right? And then they have a set of rules, observations, etc. that confirms what is being seen, right? So that guy Bob who is a flat earther, right? He got one of those gyroscopes and he was like, I observed 15 degrees per second drift, right? Which proves a globe Earth.
Damn, per second.
Other than that, then the next guy
He must have
comes
been
to
at a
me and
really
he says,
high altitude or
"This is the
something.
way the universe is," but he
I
doesn't
mean,
have
Dog
that.
Pill,
Which one do
Dog
I
Pill.
believe?
Yeah, Dog Pill. The point has been made by now. So you're asking, with all the contradictory claims, how do you verify? I mean, of course, that's the question. So concerning the point in particular, right now, of course, is this issue of your supposed testimony about what you have observed with your eyes, with your vision, in contrast to what in contrast to the other testimony, right, of other persons like us who have testified that we observe the surface of the earth, especially the surface of the waters, the seas, the oceans, to be flat and level and stationary, notwithstanding earthquakes and waves, of course. So, of course, especially when we have in principle and or in practice an objective record, be it still photographs or photographic video of these observations that we've testified about, the earth being the surface of the earth in this issue being flat, generally planar, and especially the surface of the waters,
Oh, okay.
right, being generally planar,
Yeah.
right,
Okay.
like
I see
what was
what
just
you're
shown
saying.
to you from flat water, right?
Right. No, I get what you're
So
saying.
do we have
An
any?
eye thing. I'm not saying observe by eyes. I'm saying
Okay,
like
you did
observe
say
with
observed by eyes. Did that make sense to you though? That new explanation before you, like what I heard happen, you asked, you said, "Can I have an explanation of why I seen a circle?" Explanations were given. You pretty much accepted them because it was also stated to you that much smarter men than us have shown that to be true and accepted it. So then you accepted it, and then you said, "Well, but what about something else? Why would you go to something else? Do you
Well,
accept
no,
this?
because
You accept this?
all right, so
But
if
do
we
you
go
accept
back,
this explanation? This
huh?
this one. You accept this
Well, no,
explanation that was just given to you?
I'm not accepting that you observe that it's flat because it's flat because of inertial reference frame, and that's what I was going
No.
to
Do you
explain.
accept? No, not the, who said anything about inertial reference? Do you accept that the explanation of vision that was given to you, as well as not physically being able to see a curve with the dimensions given, mathematically proven out by men smarter than us? Do you accept the reason given? Right, that was your first issue. You don't accept the reasons given of why you would see curvature. Do you accept the reason given now?
The reason that the Earth is flat? No, because it could be explained with many other things.
Hang on, look, this is being garbled for no reason. This point is simple, right? We don't have any observation with our naked eyes that the surface of the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, but
We don't
see
have any
that's why
video. We don't have any photographic
I'm sorry
still
for not
pictures or video evidence
specifying.
that the Earth surface of the Earth is a sphere.
Hang on. I'm sorry for not specifying. What I mean is that we take these measurements, and that's what I was saying. I say observation as an umbrella term. I'm sorry because that gets conflated with like what you see with your eyes. Sorry about that.
When you said that you saw curvature from the beach, you meant
Yeah,
measurements.
no, I'll
from the beach?
concede that. I'll concede that. That's fine. That
Awesome.
still doesn't prove that the Earth is flat or round. Because I could be wrong. I'll admit that. I could be wrong. I could be hallucinating, right? But we have instruments, right, that have
Hallucination.
repeatability, and those instruments, such as like when Bob did the gyroscope thing, right? He confirmed a globe Earth.
Which
Actually, no, that's not
with,
true.
sorry, which changes with radius with altitude, apparently.
Mind you, also, you can have a spinning object with a flat surface because that's a non sequitur issue. The motion
why do
and flatness of a surface are two different issues.
why
Right
do
now, we're
you
talking about flatness of a surface or the supposed sphericity of a surface. God damn that word.
So I would just be curious about what happened to your ability to understand just basic, things. Like, so you watch a Netflix documentary. In this Netflix documentary, they tell you they're platforming flat earthers. They want to give a human face to flat earthers. Meet the growing worldwide group of conspiracy theorists who believe the earth is flat and a society that vehemently rejects it. So you read the advent, you click on the show, you watch the show, and you walk away with someone proved the earth was a globe. Like, how do you get there? Like, at what point did your wires cross that you just totally misunderstood the whole purpose of the Netflix
Oh, she's gone now.
documentary?
I think the makers of that documentary were definitely not flat earthers, right?
Oh my goodness me, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, dude, they work for Netflix. These are huge globalists. These are the globalist agenda. People got upset that they platformed flat Earth. They said flat Earth is dangerous misinformation. Why would you put that on Netflix?
Yeah, but hit pieces are not just known to this arena only. They're in every arena. So hit pieces done on slinging mud at an opponent is just a politician's tactic. So this has been done to kind of obfuscate from the point that there's any truth validity to anything that's being said. So it's just muddying the waters, poisoning the well. It just gets you to look at the person, not at the content. And all of this is just these tactics are old. It's just doesn't it's not only in flat earth arena, it's in every other arena that there's a debate about anything. So
Would have liked to
an
talk to her
odd
about these supposed
conversation.
instruments.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go as well. When she
Yeah.
brought up gyroscope, we're talking about curvature, and like we said, we're going to go to a hit piece on the documentary that she knows nothing about.
Yeah, but check it out, man. They've proposed that they always talk about this idea that Bob and Jeranism and all these other people, but one thing that everyone's overlooking is that they didn't talk about academia doing something. They're going straight to these hit pieces, and they didn't say, "Wait a minute, I'm gonna pull from the resources of academia that's telling me the Earth is a globe, not fucking Bob or Jeranism." Like, that's fucked up. Why am I going to go there? That's the source of my intellectual knowledge of the shape of the earth. It comes from them. Like, nobody's questioning. Like, we got to say, dude, forget this shit. We're not looking here. We're looking for academic reasoning. Where's the stability coming from academia? There isn't any, right? You have to go to this Netflix hit piece. That's dumb. Why are you doing that? I mean, just scrub the whole fucking thing altogether because, I mean, it's not even useful.
It's propaganda.
Yeah, it's just propaganda, and they want to puff it up because, well, look at what your flat earthers done. They just proved the earth is a and they want to say that. So to them, it's a leg to stand on and to say something against flat earth. And it's like what happened to all of academia telling you for what, 500 years that the earth is a globe? Come on, guys. You guys are failing miserably.
Eratosthenes proved the earth is flat. I mean, and go back
No,
and forth.
no, he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't do that.
Yeah, he assumed it was a sphere. Who is that guy who keeps chiming in? Oh,
No
that's No
tanks.
Tanks.
No tanks. I think is fairly new to the arena. You know, you got to cut him a little slack. He's kind of he doesn't. He needs to navigate a little bit more. He needs to be in more sessions. But he's more of a empathetic. I don't know if you want to call it that, but to the Glober position, because he doesn't understand these sophist archetypes. He doesn't know the level
Well,
of how deep these guys can get to with their civil conversations. He doesn't know that yet, but he will. It takes
yeah,
time.
I think it's clear that he sees that muddying the waters is the only way.
We're talking about
You
me
might not be
muddying the
giving
waters.
enough credit.
Yeah, you just got to be in the arena a lot longer, man. You'll see. You can't. And you know, if I've heard you when you were talking about the example that you had earlier with some person that you spoke to,
Yeah.
and you try not to be too confrontational in your dealings with people, right? Is that not correct?
Well, no, that's not exactly correct. It's just that these people, I empathize, yeah, for sure, that they
Yeah.
fall apart
So
at the
that's
seams. Yeah.
right, and I've assessed it correctly then. So
Yeah.
you are empathetic. So what I'm saying is, you should at least just go for demonstrating the evidence, and asking for that. So it's yeah, you can get caught up with like, oh, poor that guy, but they don't give a fuck about you, man. If it comes to them providing evidence that the Earth is a globe, they're gonna run you over like a steamroller. They don't give a shit, dude. Like your feelings, fuck that, dude. You're just denying science, and you over here are more kind of your heart's a little bit bleeding for them because you see how badly they lose in this arena, so you want to give them a little slack,
No, if they're gonna walk into
cut
the
them some
arena, I
slack.
think they deserve it. Yeah,
Well, no, but
yeah.
but where you go is not that, right? This is the arena, but I'm saying where you go, you want to be a little bit more I'm on their forum, I'm in their group chats or whatever, and I'm talking to them, so I gotta ease up on it,
Sure, sometimes,
Now,
yeah.
on the point that you
Yeah.
mentioned, Alpha, Miggy Alpha, quit changing your name.
That's right.
Confusing me.
I'm gonna settle with this. But go ahead.
Veritas. So, on the point you mentioned, for instance, an example, me talking with her earlier, Dogpill, that these tactics, right? And I'm trying to be charitable because people are usually not regimenting their thinking and their choice of words, usually. So that's just a fact of human behavior. But some of them are doing it deliberately, and especially those who have already clearly demonstrated themselves beyond any rational doubt that they are somewhat well read and sophisticated and passionate about the subject. What are you talking about? I'm talking about where they could easily say the specific distinction between flat surface and spherical surface, but they don't. They say flat versus curve. That's why I had to go about and give that little geometric factoid. You can have a surface that is both curving and flat, right? The top of the top of a cylinder. Very easy example, right? You get a cylinder toy block in your child's block toys. There you have it, right? Curving and flat. So why
Yeah.
don't they just hurry up and make the most specific and accurate distinction saying spherical contrary to spherical surface contrary to flat surface? Little things like that. And they'll say it with either, great hostility and confrontation, or they'll say it with the most cordial and gentle and meek and mild tone, blah, 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 blah.
They've never had to think like that before, and because of the fact that this particular conversation engages their critical thinking, it's like trying to start a fucking engine that has dust all over it and rust. Like they don't fucking know how to. They don't even know. Like you're telling them something that's alien to them because they're taught what to think and not how to think. So therefore, their ability to discern what you're saying. What did you say? Like they don't know what the fuck you're saying, and so it sounds alien. Like what do you mean? How are you? So fucking they're lost. They don't know how to
Maybe
do
you
that.
could start. Maybe you could start my engine then. So I would claim that not that way. Come on, man. So maybe you could start me thinking what you meant by right. So I would say that Eratosthenes proves a flat Earth as soon as he invoked horizontal and a triangle. You say no because of what?
Because there's a lot of assumptions going in from the ballers aspect. So what they think about things. Okay, and I'm going to use this terminology, right? Lending credence to the ability that it's a puzzle piece. It isn't the main factoid of the Earth being a globe. It is a part of it. So it's not just saying that the Earth is a globe demonstrated by Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes did something to lend credence. That's another word to the fact that the Earth is a globe. It's a puzzle piece. He didn't do something that was accurate enough, but it was close. This is what they say, right? So they're not going to lean on it as the main point. The thing that they're going to say is the evidence for the Earth being a globe. They're going to say it's a part of the puzzle piece to it's a preponderance of evidence that proves the Earth is a globe. That's what they will say. This is how they talk. It's a preponderance of evidence. So you take Eratosthenes, you take satellites, you take fucking weather, you take Coriolis effect, you take all that shit, you put it together, you get a Frankenstein globe Earth, right? Oblate spheroid. That's what they're talking about. So they don't need to, you could say, well, it's not conclusive. They're like, yeah, so what? It doesn't need to be. It's just a part of the puzzle to make the case for the Earth being a globe. This is what they say. So it doesn't matter what you say till you say, well, it's not conclusive because they're just going to, so therefore, you have to ask for specifics. Is this giving us a direct information as to telling us what the Earth is or is not? And if it doesn't, it's inconclusive. It's inadmissible. We're tossing it out of the court. I'm not admitting it. So with the moment you entertain it, you have a logically consistent point, right? I would agree that you do. No tanks.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Right. They don't see it that way, and they're not going to, because to them, it doesn't matter if you say, well, look, it proves a flat Earth because it's logically consistent that there's no way that you can, and you're going to make your point, your case is solid. But in their mind, they're like,
attaining
so
an
long as,
elevation angle to the sun
yes,
from a flat baseline.
so long as I can say that this is something that could prove the Earth as a globe, I'm going to use it in my tool belt or my arsenal for giving a preponderance of evidence. It's not the direct evidence, but it'll add to the credence or lend credibility to the fact that it's a globe. So just you saying that you're trying to prove a point, you're already in a debate about it. You haven't tossed it away. You're still entertaining it. And, mind you, you could argue the toss about Eratosthenes till the cows come home. I don't care. Until you're blue in the face. But to them, it's just like, yeah. It still lends me credence. So, meh. It doesn't prove it. Maybe it's not one way or the other, but I can still say it. And so you're not going to hammer home with it. It's going to be it's one of those points that even if you're right, because you're logically consistent that there's no way that proves the Earth being a flat, they're going to say, yeah, but you can also do this on a curved surface. And the answer to that is yes, they can, because it works on both. So you can use it on a curved surface. Sorry, that's just a thing of it, right? So if you're going to say that it doesn't, then you're going to have to depict how it doesn't be able to be done on a curved surface, and it can, because we can show that as well. The angles to the shadows can be measured on a curved surface just like they can on a flat surface. Same thing. You can measure angles to shadows on curved or flat surfaces.
Yeah, but
Alpha is
they're
describing.
triangulating parallel lines. I mean, it can't do. I mean, I guess you can say you can do it if you're tilting. Yeah, but then it's not
that's
a parallel line.
Yeah, nearly parallel is the way they'll come in with it. The current rhetoric, they have to agree with that. And these guys, the ballers, some of them, the newer ones, they'll say it's parallel. But the ones who've been in the game for a little bit, they'll be like, nah, it's nearly parallel. It's not really parallel, it's nearly. So you're contending with a dichotomy, right? Flat and globe. And although you have your logically consistent point, what they're saying with their curved surface is still admissible the moment you allow it, because you're allowing it to be there. So now it is a debate,
Right.
and you
Yeah.
will
Yeah.
argue the toss about it, even though you're right. It can only happen on a flat Earth, but at the same time, they're like, yeah, but you can do it on a curved surface, and they're not wrong.
So Alpha is
So
describing their sophistry.
yes, exactly.
You can't do it on a
Now,
curved surface, though. You can't. You'd have to draw a straight line through this, cut through the earth. You can't do it on a
They don't.
curved
Yeah,
surface.
but the mental gymnastics is not important to them. The only thing is they can arrive to the end point by saying it can still be done. Like, and
yeah, they're focusing on the fact that they can perform the act
yes,
in disregard of its
correct.
coherency, in disregard of its soundness or lack
Yeah.
thereof.
That's correct.
Nice.
So
Yeah, and
And
hopefully
so,
that elucidates that point for you. And like, listen, I'm not saying that you're not correct. I'm just saying they have an argument, and if there is an argument, then they have something to say. And it's not correct from our standpoint. We see it's fucking bullshit. But their line of reasoning isn't reasoning. It's fucking magical. It's pulling shit out of their ass, and then making something act like it's there when it's not. And so for them, getting to from the point where they're telling you sticks and shadows, or a well in a shadow, like, or no shadow, they're gonna go from that point to how it is a globe, and they're not gonna make logically consistent points to connect it. They're just gonna say, well, it happens on a curved surface, deal with it. And you're like, yeah,
yeah.
but the surface is not curving. And you're like, doesn't matter, it happens on a curved surface. Now what? You know
Yeah,
what I
so
mean?
another
as a
instance of their
Glober, I would say,
sophistry.
as
So
a
just to
Glober, I
say
would
this
say
point,
that Eratosthenes doesn't prove anything. It's merely a
Hold on, before we go to Matthew, can we see if there's anyone new in the chat? I see Atomic Winter has joined. Are you there, Atomic?
Oh, mostly listening in.
Okay. Have you looked into the topic before?
Yeah, I'm just basically catching up because I haven't been made aware of like newer ideas, or even like if anybody's recommending content creators and stuff like that, then feel free to share those.
Okay,
But
well, people are
been out of the
sharing
loop
it
for like 3 years, I think.
in the chat, I think. So, what do you think of the argument we make that Earth has no curvature?
No curvature.
It's not that deep
I
of a
mean,
thought,
You're
man.
talking about
the
like
object we
measurable
live on is
curve,
not a sphere.
or
It's
Well,
not,
hold
it's
on,
not
guys.
that
Let
deep
him
of a
answer.
thought.
Let him answer.
I was just asking about like you're talking about like measurable curvature. You're talking about like seeing over long distances, things like that.
Like detectable in any way, really.
Detectable. When we say
Yeah, like
So
detectable, do
whether
we
we're
mean like
able,
do
see
we
it,
mean like
demonstrate
observable,
it,
like ourselves,
observable,
or
measurable, demonstrable, whatever you like.
yeah, more specifically, we don't live on an object that it has a spherical surface. Whether we are able to measure it or not, we're arguing that we do not live on a surface of an object that is spherical.
honestly, I just
what
haven't seen
say
sufficient
you?
evidence uh, against it, I suppose.
Well,
Which
do
is
you
why I'm
think you
asking for
have?
it.
Do you think there's well, do you think there is measurement or detection of surface curvature?
Um, I mean, only with like observable reality from my own experiences, kind of thing. But then that could also be, they haven't done rigorous study with it, right? So I wouldn't like bet my life on it.
Okay, so you wouldn't say that anyone's proven to you that the surface of the Earth is curved?
Yeah, curved or flat, yeah, essentially. Because
Well,
if
the
my eyes could
difference
deceive
would
me
be
in one
that,
direction, they could deceive me in the other, right?
well, I mean, the curvature would be the positive claim because as a baseline, we only observe a flat, motionless surface, right? In reality, they say it's too big to see the curve, yeah.
Oh, you mean like ground level?
Yeah, well, just on Earth, on a building, in a plane, on the ground, we don't observe curvature of the surface, the horizon, right?
Yeah, ground level. I think like, or at least like observable for like everyday people, right? Because I'm not gonna go into like high orbit or something.
Yeah. For 99.9999%, those people who don't claim to be going to a place called space, we don't observe curvature of the surface, right?
Yeah. So then, what you're saying though is like the reason. So, what's the argument for like why we can't see like basically as far as possible? Would that just be atmospheric like interference, or?
Well, yeah. Why we don't see forever? You mean?
Yeah, is there like just a
Yeah,
natural
just limits
termination point,
limits of
or?
an optic, atmospheric conditions in terms of the air's opacity, and over a distance, even air becomes opaque and you can't see through it, like water. When you're underwater and you can only see a certain distance. Air's similar but thinner.
So then what would be the reason for seeing things as if they are like behind what I guess we would perceive as a curve? I mean, it's probably
Yeah, like bottom up disappearance.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you can demonstrate that optical effect on a flat surface, right? If you've got a low angle to the surface and you drag a... Sorry, I'm getting door. Hold on, can someone pick this up?
Yeah, take a look in the open chat. Let me find these
Jedi, you gonna
images for
take
you that
this?
illustrate the point.
Oh, were you taking it, Gregory?
Yeah, when are you guys
At
taking?
least with this, but of course you can chime in with more words.
Well, at the moment, we seem to be talking about a limitation of view. If the Earth is flat, and as Cyclone was pointing out, we have limitation of optics. Our eyes can only see so far. That's why we've invented technology to see further. Binoculars, telescopes, high-powered zoom cameras. But all of these optics have a limitation of view. And of course, with the further amount of distance that you can perceive, that's going to be more atmosphere to look through. And obviously, light diffuses through the atmosphere because the atmosphere is opaque. It's not completely transparent. You have water molecules, going to have pollutants in the atmosphere, and just as by a standard, the more air that you're looking for through, the more opaque it's going to be. So we have a limitation to our view anyway. That limitation, though, isn't Earth curvature, as I've demonstrated with the image that I posted at where did I post this? At
Do we have some
2 minutes past the
ways
hour.
to? Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Do we have some ways that we can kind of like? So, are there unobstructed ways to see things? Like, what about like the infrared spectrum? Does that ignore? I'm trying to remember. Sorry, it's been a minute. Because we can do like infrared photography, right? So does
Yeah.
that ignore pollutants and haze and everything? So would that
But
allow
it
us to
can't,
basically see as far as we want to, essentially, on a flat plane?
well, not as far as we want to, because obviously, even though it's infrared, that it's still using optical, which will have a limitation, but it does seem to have the ability to cut through most of, let's call it, the
Oh,
dirty
so
air.
you're saying like the thing that'll record it will have a limit, not necessarily that the infrared spectrum will have a limit.
More or less, yeah. We're still using, say, infrared filters on cameras, for example. The camera will have an optical limit, but the ability for the infrared to cut through the dirty air seems
Oh,
to be, well,
could we do that with or I don't know if anyone's ever done that experiment or anything like that with amongst the
yeah,
flat
it
Earth
has.
community. If you were to
It has.
essentially fire off a well, that's hard to do, right? It's expensive. I'm thinking like if you have a laser that's strong enough and you were to fire it off in one direction high enough, um, you should be
This
able to
is,
record like the distance traveled to be quite far.
well, we've got plenty of long distance observations using infrared cameras, and we've got a few demonstrations of infrared lasers, for example, shooting as far as they can. What we're not noticing, though, is any Earth curvature. I mean, if we're going to be using let's say, the best optical device, okay, let's go for infrared. That infrared doesn't see Earth curvature. That infrared camera sees as far as the optic and the infrared wavelength of light will allow. So this is, I'm not too sure how long you've been in this argument and what your standpoint is, but ultimately that's the prime reason why most of us are here. Because the globe Earth makes a model, the curvature of the Earth should get in our way. It should obstruct the bottom of boats and buildings at distance. But we can provide you with a multitude of observations using different optics, using infrared, using different types of laser, dual and tri-band and infrared lasers to account for whatever refractions in the atmosphere and measure that refraction also. And there is no demonstrable, measurable Earth curvature when we're using these optical devices.
Oh, sure. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, no worries. Are
Do you
you a
see
member of
the
the 20? Sorry, just very
to
quickly. Are
illustrate?
you a member of the 24/7 Discord server?
I was a long time ago. I used to like hang out in the chat while I would drive to and from work and stuff. But that was oof. That was a long time ago.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is
That was back
I'll
when like
drop.
Flat Earth like really picked up steam. I think. What was that
Yeah.
like 5 years ago or so?
What I'll do is I'll drop you. Who am I speaking to? What's your handle?
Oh, do so.
Okay, cool. What I'll do is I'll drop you a link, and there's an awful lot of information down in that server. If you
Oh,
scroll
great, thank
down
you.
to the bottom, there's a place called additional information, and you'll find what we're speaking about in that part. Instead of me dragging it up all for you, you can go and look it up yourself. I'll send you a
Oh yeah,
DM
no, for
with
sure. I
it
don't
anyway.
want to. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry, Greg.
And
Carry on.
any content creators that you might want to recommend, feel free.
Cool. Sorry, Greg. I know you wanted to jump in, mate.
No, you're good.
Yeah, Jedi, Alpha Veritas, Indio. Let's see who else is in there. Cyclone. No, not
We are
Brett
the
Knapp.
content creators.
We're creating content right now. So Dusa, if you don't know, we're being live right now on YouTube, so and Rumble and some other
Oh,
platforms.
you still have that going? Oh, cool. Okay.
Yep.
I remember that being streamed once upon a time.
Well, we haven't stopped. We're 24/7.
Yep.
Anyway,
So
back
in
to
the open chat, you see those images that illustrate the point about the nature of the ocular devices that we use to see, be it our naked eye, especially our naked eye.
Oh yeah, it's just a lot to like mull over. Essentially, it's a lot to read through. But yeah.
So the issue right now is the common misconception that people believe, the average person believes who isn't familiar with the subject of optics in general, let alone this cosmological controversy, is to presume that the extent of our field of vision is either infinite or near infinite or just far beyond the extent that we have always experienced, that we've always sensed our entire lives. There's nothing at any moment in our human experience that ever indicated that we can see several thousand miles or more with the naked eye or with any of our technological devices, even though there's plenty of propaganda about both, especially these supposed technological devices, either that we hold with our hands or stand on the ground or supposedly utilize while it's flying around in a cosmic vacuum, even. But it's a patent fact that people all know to be true, but then when it comes to certain subjects, you know, people become all of a sudden inconsistent with their degree of rigor in their line of thinking. But it's a patent fact that's beyond controversy that, be it naked eyes or whatever other artificial device we're using, there's a limit to its field of view. It doesn't only because an external object, external to our subjective perception, is obstructing whatever we're trying to see. You know, we've all seen persons walking away from us on the surface of the ground, right? And they apparently become smaller and descend toward, as it were, the floor, right? But their actual size has not changed, and they're not dipping lower to the floor. They're not crouching down to the point of lying prone on the ground or something. They're just walking away, standing upright. And there's no non-transparent object between you, your eyes, and the object or the human, you know, for instance, that you're trying to see walk away.
Are
Same
there
thing when on the oceans. Same thing with looking at something flying away, ascending up into the air on a clear day.
Yeah, out of curiosity, are there any technologies that rely on the shape of the Earth that you can think of?
Rely on the shape of the Earth? No, but there
Yeah.
are plenty of technologies that rely on the Earth to be flat because the curvature of the Earth will get in the way.
Oh no, that's
These,
what I mean. Yeah. Flat or
yeah.
globe, either one.
So again, these would be, say, long distance optics targeting devices like lasers, which are used by the military to paint targets, for example. Communications
radar.
devices. Well, yeah. So also we'd have radar involved with that as well.
Flight dynamics.
There are certain radar installations that have a radius value of, I think it's like 450 to 600 miles, which can detect sea-bound vessels and aircraft in the air from relative sea level. Well, say 200 foot above sea level, which for a radius of 450 miles is nothing. Also, other communication devices like radio, Wi-Fi, those types of things. There will be a limitation because of Earth curvature for these devices. They
And
say
for the
that it's
for the purpose of the question
safe.
too, I'm ignoring like the concept of things like satellites or and so
Well,
on.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. If we're talking about ground-based communications and things that are on the surface of the Earth that would be disrupted by the curvature of the Earth,
Mhm.
then there are lots of technologies that supersede that said Earth curvature.
Yeah, all I could find was largely like telecommunication and stuff, but that's largely again going into like alleged like space technology, which I want to avoid because I feel like if I were to buy into the idea of the space technology, that would kind of defeat the point. Because at that point, then like you're conceding, right, that like space is there with those things, therefore has to be a globe, right? So I'm trying to avoid
Yeah,
that.
the appeal already presupposes the cosmic paradigm in controversy.
Yeah, it wouldn't be beneficial for like what I'm looking for essentially, because it answers it posits the answer before I finish like researching it essentially.
And so, of course, with that subject in general, be it the supposed artificial devices that are supposedly functioning at extremely high altitudes out of the supposed atmosphere around the supposed sphere we supposedly live on, supposedly, um,
You can say
or the celestial
supposedly all you want,
bodies,
doesn't make it less true.
you see, right? That appealing to that presupposes the cosmic paradigm in question, right? And then, of course, as it concerns, making a geometric sense out of this coherently, you can have, of course, any object whatsoever above a flat surface. Objects being above the surface, especially at extreme heights, does not necessarily indicate or even strongly indicate that they're above any kind of surface, flat or curved.
Or you could turn on your satellite TV and see if it works.
What's that mean?
Satellite TV dishes,
Then,
the biggest
yeah, then you
con.
wouldn't have to suppose that it works or not. You don't have to suppose whether
You
satellite
know, they're
TV
just
works
radio
or
transmitters,
not.
right? They're just glorified antennas. And it also doesn't mean that the thing that they're pointing at is in the vacuum of space, for example. Most antennas or satellite dishes, quote unquote, either point at ground-based towers or geostationary balloon satellites.
Which stay up for months at a time, and then they send
And are
another.
unaffected by the jet streams for months, actually years at a time, in the 80s and 90s.
But you never
Okay, so there's the point.
you never move your satellite dish ever.
Because it's got a wide field of view.
Yeah, it's a
No,
parabolic.
you have to aim it very specifically and
No,
carefully.
you don't. You just have to get near it.
Parabolic dish. It's a glorified antenna. Directional, yeah, but still a glorified antenna.
All right, so there's that objection. Right? Objects being above the surface does not necessarily indicate the logic, right? The series of premises is not valid. There's artificial devices above the surface of the Earth, therefore the surface is curved. It does not follow. Hey, Mara, would you like to chat on voice?
Yes, I would. If you're done making stupid claims and arguments that make no sense.
Oh, you came in hot, heavy, and sweaty.
Oh,
Wow, he's
God, people
all
like you.
fired up.
Okay, here we go.
This one's
Do you
mine.
have an argument to present to prove to us that you know that we live on a spherical object called the Earth?
Yes, because we've seen it like multiple times.
Okay, please show us.
So you want me to show you the NASA photos that you know damn well you're gonna say are fake?
Well,
So you
they
want me to
say
show you
that.
something you're gonna deny that's real?
They say that, not us.
Yeah, I would
NASA
like you to
says that.
prove your position is
Yeah, you're
true.
gonna
Is
say
that
that you're all flat
invalid?
earthers. That's what you all say.
NASA
Unless
says
you're
that.
Why do we say
Wait,
they
listen,
have to be
listen,
you're
listen,
all
fake?
listen.
flat earthers. Like that's
Sorry,
all you
dude.
post.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. If you've
Here we
been
go.
around this conversation for long enough, why do you say that we say that they're fake?
Because
What's our
you do.
argument? No, what's our argument?
You don't have one.
We do.
No, you
I'm
don't.
trying to figure out if you know it. Do you not know why we
I
deny
can't know something
pictures?
you don't give me. So you.
Dude. Okay, so I'll tell you then if you're going to be cordial and understand. It's not hard. I'll give you a demonstration. When we're told that we get pictures from satellites in the vacuum space, we understand that the vacuum space can't be real because it breaks
Yes, it can.
fundamental laws. Hold on.
No, it doesn't.
I haven't made my point yet, and if you're going to interrupt me every
You
third,
haven't finished it, and you're already wrong.
what am I going to say?
Can you stop being so
You're gonna say that
prideful?
space. You're gonna say that space can't exist without a vacuum, which is not true at all.
Space can't exist without a vacuum. Space is a vacuum. Do you want to try again?
Oh wow, you're actually saying something that makes more sense. It's
Are you
impressive.
done with this bullshit?
I'll be done with it when you make an argument. How about that?
Okay. Do you
Okay, so
understand
stop
what the
talking
second
to
law?
every fucking
Sorry, Greg.
reply I said to you.
Do you understand what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Can you describe it to me, please?
The second law of thermodynamics. Sure.
Yes. Give me a demonstration or an
He's
example.
looking it up.
Yeah, here we go, man. Yeah, give me a demonstration or example of this. How about you give me a demonstration and example of me banging your mom? How about that?
Oh.
I asked you because I want you to understand the fundamentals of this
And I want you to
argument.
understand your worldview is fucking stupid.
Insulin ass.
Hold tight. All you're going to do is insult me. You're not going to listen to a word that I say. You're just going to insult me so you can cope. Is that what's going to happen?
I mean, it sounds like you're coping, if anything.
No,
You're
not
living
at
in your
all.
little fantasy world.
I'm trying to help you understand the fullness of our argument.
You don't need to help me with anything. I know you don't have an argument.
So obviously you didn't come in here to fucking argue. You came in here to berate us
No, I came
and
in to argue,
interject
but
every
I
time
can't
we say an
argue if you're
argument
not
to
gonna give me a
you.
good,
So
valid
you don't give a
point.
fuck about argumentation. Shut your dumb ass up. You fucking insolent child.
If he understood what the second law of thermodynamics is, then he would understand our argument, or one part of a two-phased argument.
This is what happens when godless people. This is the fruits of godless atheists. Very likely, that's what he is. And his mama and daddy didn't teach him some basic home training, so has to have a damn cordial argument discourse about this subject. Ridiculous.
Yeah, look at his
Why
tags.
care about behaving well when I'm a monkey on a ball in a vacuum? Why?
Greg, his tags also say that he's an atheist. He is an atheist. Confirmed.
There you have it. What the hell do you expect? People don't give a fuck about truth, man.
That's an
What the
arrogant
hell?
little
What the
guy
hell
right
does
there.
truth matter if we're just a bunch of monkeys or descendants of apes, whatever the hell they want to say, flying around in a godless, hopeless, purposeless, lawless vacuum? This is what you get. Why should I be critically considerate and self-scrutinizing when I'm such a thing?
Well, that was fun.
Yeah, you know who he sounded like? That one kid a long time ago? Kenny? Remember? Was it Kenny? No.
Honey.
Cunny.
Yeah.
He sounded like Cunny.
Yeah.
He had the same type of way about him, his demeanor. But this one's a little bit more prickish, though.
If any of you have ever seen the clip
definitely
with
like it.
Jeffrey Dahmer himself, He said this exact thing. He's being the sick thing is that this behavior is consistent, right? It's consistent with this paradigm. Not necessarily just the globe earth by itself, but of course we know full and well the worldview we were taught in the state indoctrination system, euphemistically referred to as public school. You see, that's what Jeffrey Dahmer thought. That's what he was raised to believe in school. So he thought, if I'm just the descendant of some sort of ape-like beast in this godless, lawless, hopeless, purposeless cosmic vacuum flying around on a ball in a cosmic vacuum, why should I care about behaving rightly? There is no right behavior. There is no wrong behavior.
It's all
Why should I care
relative.
about loving my neighbor rather than chopping them up, murdering them, raping them, and eating them?
It's all relative, man. For them, the world, everything is relative. I mean, the whole concept of within the paradigm of their reality regarding heliocentrism is based on fundamental relativities. You know, this is
And
relative.
so,
This is
and Maru,
relative, and
you know,
this is
you can
relative.
type in the text. I don't really care. But why didn't you give the answer to the second law of thermodynamics when it was asked you, and you just kind of like spiraled out of control at that point because you didn't have the answer to it? And you in the chat are saying that you know what isn't rocket science, like as you know something. You don't know shit, dude. You know,
He
as a matter
came
of
in
fact,
spiraling.
thank you, Clay. But
Sorry.
you're a demonstrator. I'm talking to him. You demonstrated a fucking retard, dude. That's what it is. Because when given the chance to actually explain yourself, you chose to berate, right? You could have just explained yourself to everybody here. But you didn't choose that, did you, Imaru? So, what else can we label you? Anyway.
Oh, I know. A wanker.
That's a good name.
A reprobate. How about that for an R word? Actually, what you just said is a W. Never mind.
Yeah, perhaps you will learn some ways to come into a debate instead of like flinging shit against a wall and seeing what sticks. Because that doesn't work, does it, MRO? See how you're sitting on a red mic? You could have just answered the question. Well, that would have been better for everybody, right? But no.
I mean, look, I was willing to have the conversation with him, but as soon as I said 3-4 words, he just started spouting for everything that I was saying, demonstrating to me and everybody else that he wasn't listening and he was being an obtuse little cunt.
Just you know, don't be a prick, and perhaps you can have a longer, lengthier conversation.
I mean, I was a bit steamrolled by Jedi, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. The last thing I was saying before he interjected, rightfully so, was, yeah, I want you to present an argument that proves your position true. Yeah, fucking yes. Any confusion?
He came in spiraling, and now he is still spiraling in chat, and it's the only thing he can do. Even if you give him a second chance, it will end up him being muted again, then spiraling in
Yeah, I don't.
chat, and then
I don't
leaving
give
with
a
a.
Yeah, Clay, we don't give a fuck. We got the mute button, so all right, Gregory, go ahead and say something before I unmute him, so that you can at least see if we can get some fucking coherency out of him.
So last thing I left on, he's asking what I should present to you an argument that you're just going to deny. Yeah, you should present an argument. Yes, if you wish to demonstrate, if you wish to complete the task of demonstrating to us that you know what you believe you know to be true, you must present an argument. So it's logically necessary for you to complete that task. So go ahead, if you will.
All right, without spiraling, go for it. The moment you spiral, you're fucking muted.
Okay, so first off, I don't appreciate being compared.
Fuck you. How about that? Fuck you. You had the choice. You fucked up. You give a fuck about your appreciation. Bullshit. Fuck off. We don't need
What you
fucking
don't
idiots like you.
appreciate.
You had your chance. You blew it. I told you. I'm gonna give you a chance as long as you stay in the straight and narrow. Stay in your fucking lane, and you didn't. You veered off. Well, these are the consequences, right? Now, everything that he just said, go ahead and tell him in the text, because you're not gonna speak it. We'll take somebody else's voice over yours.
And we wonder why there's so much division in the world, because people like him exist and behave that way. That's not because the truth is not attainable. It's because people are depraved, some more than others. He's going out of his way.
I really did want him to say a rebuttal to your answer to what you had asked him, the question you asked him, but he chose the road that you wanted to be on. So that's it. The only thing I'm concerned with is being able to have the conversation in here, and if they're just gonna keep talking about feelings, fuck it, dude. We don't have to have it.
Have the nerve to sit up here and try to express contempt and indignation against all the rebuke that he deserves for his insolent, disrespectful ass behavior.
What else do we got in here? Oh fuck, Jesse, pat the light.
Good morning.
Fuck. If you're here just for spectating, then good morning. If you're here to interject and put your fucking Google spreadsheet, you might be on a red mic pretty quick.
Hello, Jesse.
Hey, how's it going, Clay?
But if you do want to talk to somebody, head to another room and do that, because you're not gonna fucking have airtime here for that fucking bullshit that you always say every day. Other than that, have a nice day.
Alpha, quickly tell me, because I'm not. Y'all are more familiar with him than me. What is he saying that you have in mind?
Well, he has a couple of theodolites, and by a couple I mean around 6. And he thinks by one particular observation that he's made, allegedly, his observation of 105 miles using a theodolite that he fucking is not even by other surveyors who actually has a profession, a job that they do with theodolites and total stations. Like the theodolite that he was using is not meant for or used for what he says he's using it for, and over the range that he's using it for. So it's inconsistent with anything as far as like being able to use it for the specific task that he wants to use it for. It's not meant for that. Yet he wants to say I can use it for anything. Fucking bullshit, dude. And then using that false data that he keeps propagating and saying that that is the truth, and it's not. And then he says, on top of all of that, well, if I'm doing something incorrect, then tell me what I need to do. Fuck off. We're not going to tell you. You're going to come with the fucking facts of how the earth is a globe, or you're going to go away until you come back with the facts. Other than that, you could talk about how, the sky is blue or what lunch you're eating today, because I don't want to hear your fucking Google spreadsheet or how your fucking theodolites are measuring curvature of the earth. That's it, Jesse. You're not going to do it.
So there's that critique from you. Do you remember? Because I don't. Do you remember what his objection is to that critique?
That you can't do it. It's possible to do it. So it's just he's just whistling past the fucking graveyard. Now Mike, who actually has a profession using theodolites and total stations, had told him I wouldn't even give Jesse the time of day. And no serious fucking land surveyor, because he's an amateur. He's just someone who had a good night's rest at a fucking Holiday Inn and says, he got a theodolite at a fucking Dollar General, and then wants to say that he's gonna use this shit to measure fucking curvature. Not even the same thing that any of these land surveyors are doing. At least with the globalist land surveyors, they have something to say because it's their profession. He is not. He's an amateur. And he says, well, an amateur can know
If
more
you knew
than
anything
fuck
about
you, dude.
surveying, you'd know they measure
Shut the
spherical
fuck
objects.
up, Bantruth.
You don't know anything about surveying.
Go away, dude. Go hide in your fucking cave
don't know
troll.
anything about
Nobody wants to hear
surveying.
your fucking flapping gums,
You don't
dude.
know anything about
Go
surveying.
away. Put yourself on a white mic. Put yourself on a white mic right now.
You're a
You got a
coward.
choice. You got a choice.
Nice mantra.
Bandit, do
Just
you ever
don't know
engage
about
in
satellite.
discourse, or do you only just shout back at people?
You're listening to a coward shout all day long. That's what Alpha
Shut
Veritas
the
does.
fuck up, coward. What do you got to offer? All right, what's the evidence that the earth is a
Well, you
globe?
kind of dodged
Let's
my
go.
question there, so aren't you the coward right now?
Surveying.
Yeah. What's the evidence that the
One at a
evidence that
time,
the earth is?
clowns.
Don't say one word answers, dumbass. I need an explanation, or at least take us through the method by which the earth was measured to
You're
have curvature.
trying
Go.
to contest the
Go.
use of theodolites, but they are
Okay,
used
so
to measure
now
ground.
Okay, so how was a fucking
You
theodolite
understand that
used in over
statement, or are you
105
having
miles?
a heart attack?
105 miles. Go ahead. Tell us how it's used in over 105 miles. A theodolite, the one he's using. What's the model number of the
Exactly
ones
how
he? What's the model number of the one he's using? Bad Truth. What's the model number? What is it? What's the model number of the one he's using?
Now, you're such a coward.
What is the model number of the one he's using?
I mean,
Jesse,
Truth, the
what's
more
the
you
model
delay
number
to
of the
answer the
theodolite?
question with a specific objective true premise, the more you're demonstrating to us you don't know what you're talking about.
You see, you don't even know.
I mean, you're
how are
not
you saying?
demonstrating any intellectual superiority whatsoever right now.
You just finished saying that it was possible that it could be measured, and you don't even know the model number of the theodolite that he was using. You have to say, Jesse, what's the model number? Because you don't fucking know. Yet you say you know that it was able to
You
be
don't
used
know
for over
anything about
105 miles.
theodolites, clearly, because you just don't want to believe in
Van,
the
you're not giving us any helpful information. Nothing you've said in the past several minutes is
You don't
worthwhile
want
listening
helpful
to.
information because you're a flat earther.
Oh, yeah, that's
You're
you showing
still
your
not
true
saying
colors now.
anything informative.
Spherical access is
Anything.
measured with theodolites.
You don't know what
Congratulations.
that is. You don't know what you're saying. You
Everyone
don't know
knows
what
what
that
it
is.
is.
What is that? What is spherical access?
Oh, you're pretending you don't know that
What's
they measure
spherical access?
access?
What's
That's
spherical
great.
access? Go ahead.
Yeah,
What is it?
continue with your Flurf Church mantra
What is
that
it?
no one
What
measures
is it?
Van,
spherical
will you
What
hurry
is
up
it,
and
Van?
focus on the information already?
What is spherical access?
You know what it is. Why are you asking me?
But because you're saying it provides evidence that the Earth is a globe. Go.
Yeah, you're the priest of the dumbass church.
Van, focus on giving us the information. What the fuck?
Oh, you don't want the information. Spherical access
Stop telling me what I do or don't want. You don't know nothing about my desires. Give us the information. Or shut the fuck up.
Measuring the angles of a triangle, they're
Give
not
us
the
the
correct
information.
get a
Not talk
triangle
through
with
me and my
angles being
voice.
over
After I'm
181
done with the
degrees.
sentence, then speak.
You don't know how to speak.
Right? So give us the information now.
You're like the most meta person I've ever met.
Feelings, right?
That's
Always
not
feelings.
information relevant to the fucking subject. So shut your ass the fuck up.
Always feelings
Relax,
with you.
dude.
Ends in
You don't even know
ban.
how to have a conversation.
Shut up.
What did you just say? What did he say?
You guys are
What
cowards.
the fuck did you say?
You know what spherical
No,
access is, right?
Repeat what you just said. I thought I heard something. What did you say before that? Go ahead.
Who cares?
You're
not listening. That's because you're a coward.
I think he said something against COS, if I'm not mistaken. Did he say something like that?
I
It
don't
almost
know.
sounded like a racist comment. Did you catch that?
No, I didn't catch it. But I want him to explain what spherical access is so we can reach an understanding between us that we're all talking about the same fucking thing. That'd be helpful.
I didn't say anything racist. Stop trying to gaslight everyone in the room. You're a
It's
coward.
been several minutes. I don't know why he's not muted yet. He's obviously not giving anything worthwhile listening to.
Spherical excess is the sum of the angles of a triangle being over 181 degrees. That's what surveyors measure when they're measuring
180.
horizontal
Okay,
azimuthal angles.
Yeah, where has that been done?
Everywhere.
Where?
No matter
give
the
us some geographical locations where that can be done.
Everywhere.
No, don't say that. That's your
No,
way
you
of
don't
escaping.
say the dumbass shit you say all day in your Flurf church.
Okay, I need you to tell us where it's been done. You ran away.
Oh my goodness me, he ran away. He threw his elephant into the room everywhere and fucked off. Brilliant.
Why is every
I'm
global
going to ask this question again.
Go ahead.
I'm going to ask this question again. What the fuck is the cause for someone to be like that concerning this subject? Why?
Mate, I don't know.
Flat Earth broke him.
Star Wars.
He's a broken man.
Why can't you just open your microphone, say the facts, and stick to that?
No.
The fuck is all this other shit?
Tell him, man. Why can't you stick to the facts?
Yeah, stop muting me and stop asking me to speak.
No, just tell him the facts, dude. You don't have to go into that feeling session. We don't want to hear about your feelings. Just tell him the facts. Go ahead.
Why do you think everybody wants to hear?
Just tell him the facts, bro. That's all you got to do. Why you not listen? All you got to do is tell him the facts. Because he asked for some facts. And do you have any, by the way?
Theodolites measure elevation points along a horizontal plane. The azimuthal angles sum up. If you want to measure 3 points, which is a triangle, the azimuthal angles, you sum them up to over 180 degrees. You know that. That's what spherical excess is used to correct the distances. Look up surveying. It's everywhere.
Used to correct. Yeah, but where are they
You
being
know it's
measured?
correct. You just have a dumb
I'm asking you,
monitor
Ben.
chant every day.
Ben, where
'Cause
are they
you're an
being
idiot.
measured? Where are they being measured at? What
You're claiming
three?
that Jesse Gordon has a toy theodolite that he bought it
He
at the
does.
dollar store. You've never
does.
used a theodolite yourself.
He
You're just a
does.
fucking
What
clown.
model number is it? What model number is it, Ben?
It doesn't fucking matter. He has all
What model
tons of
number is it?
theodolites.
So no, you don't know which one it is, right? So you don't know which
He
one
has
it is.
many theodolites. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
He's
which
using
one is
a
the one that he
mechanical
uses for
theodolite.
his observation? Which was the one that he used for his observation?
I know somebody that used a mechanical theodolite.
Which
to
is the
measure
one that Jesse
reciprocating
used for
phenotype.
his observation, Ben? Which is the model number for it?
Stop chanting some dumbass shit and listen.
You
Does
don't
it
know,
sound like
dude.
this in the
You
halls of
don't fucking
academia
know.
when they're trying to ascertain what is the geometric facts about the
You
Earth?
guys
Does
are
it sound
just
like that in
embarrassing.
the University of such and such?
You're too stupid and embarrassing to understand the point.
Like, what the fuck?
Stop
Why are you
projecting,
so?
I don't
dude.
Why are you so
understand
angry,
nothing
dude?
right now.
Why
You
you gotta
know
be
that
so
the
angry?
sum of the angles is over 180 degrees. Therefore, the
Yeah, where
elevation
has it
points
been
are
measured?
not on the
Where has that been
horizontal
measured?
plane.
Where has that been measured? I'm asking you a question. Just give me the answer.
Everywhere. All surveyors
Everywhere.
measure this.
It's like Woody telling
You just want to
fucking
call it
Buzz Lightyear
refraction
tell
or
Woody.
So you don't want to give us
perspective.
any specific instances where this has been done?
No.
You think
You just want
humans
to
have
call
been
it
doing this in
refraction. You
every
don't know
single conceivable and possible location?
Okay, Metabora.
Give us 3 points.
So not an answer to my question.
You're
Right?
too meta. I don't even know
I'm
what you're
asking questions in the attempt to get some fucking information, some facts.
Oh, you're all
right?
wound
All
up
your
flat
talk
Earth.
about mathematical fact and logic and all this shit here. I'm asking
Where are your
questions
Flurf
about
shirts
the
to
subject to
provide you?
get more information about it. And what you have to reply to me and my question is your meta, blah, 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 all these stupid ass cavils that you want to fix your mouth to say rather than the fucking facts.
I already said the facts. The sum of the angles are over 180 degrees. Were you listening?
So what the fuck does that have to do with my question? What was my question to you?
I don't know what kind of stupid Flurf question you got.
Exactly, because you're not fucking paying attention. You insolent,
Yes,
stupid ass.
exists. Congratulations. You don't want to pay
You
attention.
insolent, stupid ass. Stop talking through my voice. You're not doing no
Who
good
cares
for
what you're
anyone
saying? You're all
listening
meta.
to this voice channel right now whatsoever. Shut your ass up. I'm asking you questions about the supposed facts you claiming and posturing yourself to have. So where the fuck was this done? Example, specific
respond to what I
location, time, date, personnel involved. Facts, hurry up.
He clammed up.
pretend it doesn't
Dumb
exist. You're an
motherfucker.
idiot.
He fucking clammed up, dude. Good for you.
You pretend it
Good for you,
doesn't.
Ben.
All it takes is a little bit of research. Type in
You
spherical
didn't
excess.
even know any of that.
Type in
You don't know.
surveying, and you'll find it everywhere.
You're just
If
a
you
religious
cared to know that we measure
belief.
curvature,
Oh, shut his ass up. Red mic now. Wasting everyone's time.
Fucking bad, dude. You're full of shit, dude.
We need to get some more ballers in here straight away. Gregory's hungry. Someone's pissed him off today. Well,
Let's go.
Here for the last 2 hours, and gradually he's got more and more angry with the people that have come in. I really,
Fucking
really
ridiculous, bro. Nigga would have been had his ass whooped.
Yeah, in the real world. Yep.
People do this shit because they own the internet and they got the distance and the supposed anonymity. Humans are fucking cowards.
No, Gregory was fired up this morning early, I think.
Yeah, someone pissed him off today. Was it Britnat?
Brett.
It was Britnat also.
I played the fifth.
Guess you won't be flowering language anymore, Brett.
Yeah, how about that for some brute candor? How about that? There you have it.
Fucking Brett. Where's Apocryphon when you need him? Fuck it.
Fucking hell, no.
All that bullshit. I'm trying to ascertain what the fuck are you talking about with this theodolite and measuring the curvature of the other. I get all that instead.
Yeah. He threw his body in the gears because he thought that would help. Because he loves Jesse. He loves it when he comes in here with this theodolite information. So instead of Jesse presenting it, because he knows Jesse's going to get meleeed, he's going to, Band Truth will just throw his body in the gears so he can, no, not for my Jesse. Fucking hell, bro.
And my question was a serious question. Do they sound like this in the halls of academia when they're discussing these damn subjects?
Fuck knows, man. I bloody hope not. But the thing that intrigued me was when Bantruth said that we would just say refraction. Hold on. Don't you always say that when we make observations of a much less distance than Jesse's 106 fucking miles with his theodolite?
Yeah.
It's like,
He
what the fuck?
He fucking posted McToon in the text chat, dude. What the fuck? Oh my god. I'm telling you, Band Truth is the cheerleader of cheerleaders for these guys. Jesse, McToon. I'm probably thinking dogs are gods, probably. Ain't that right, Band Truth? You're a big cheerleader for these guys?
Oh, bloody hell.
I mean,
You're
look.
back in here. Here, let me unmute him.
Breathe,
What?
Band.
I mean,
What?
look. So this man
Yeah, why don't you
chose to
flesh out
wake
a
up
model
today
that
on the
clearly
surface of the
has
earth,
500
Oh,
years
tap
to
the
make?
buttons on the
fuck
screen,
up.
and say this? That's what happened. He chose to wake up this morning out of bed, get to his phone, get to his laptop, whatever the fuck he's using, tap the buttons or tap the buttons, come into this voice channel and say that. When we're trying to get some mathematical geometric facts about the earth. Grown ass man chose to do that. And what good has he done for himself or anyone else listening to him? What good has he done?
Reciprocal zenith angles. That's interesting.
Anyway. Sitting up here trying to get facts about the earth, and we got to be bothered with this shit. And people wonder why I'm frustrated.
What's up, Car? I haven't heard you speak in a while. Are you at work? I heard you jump in right now. We got, who else we got? Mandala. Who's Mandala? What's up, Mandala?
Band Truth wants to be unmuted. I wonder if Band Truth can hold his tongue long enough without saying derogatory terms and actually have a cordial conversation with, I don't know, Gregory or Alpha
Why don't you
Band.
ask these people to be cordial? You think Alpha's ever cordial?
Oh,
I'm
bloody hell.
cordial. I'm as friendly
No,
as
you
box
don't know how to be
puppies.
cordial. You're an erratic spaz.
Let's talk less about the feelings and let's start on page 1. Let's all dust
Yeah, I brought up
ourselves.
spherical excess and how theodolites are used to measure horizontal angles. You want to talk about that instead of getting triggered?
I haven't got triggered once yet, mate.
I thought you
I
didn't
did.
know.
Hold on. Sorry,
Alpha
I did
retardants
laugh.
over here.
Sorry, I did laugh earlier when you said that we would just go refraction for Jesse's observation of 106 miles. But when we point out long distance observations of 10, 20 miles, you lot go refraction. Don't you think there's a bit of a double standard?
I'm pretty sure the 100-mile observation is on top of a mountain. There's no refraction up there.
There's no refraction when looking through the atmosphere. What the hell?
No, the less dense, the less pressure in the atmosphere, the less refraction. I'm sure you should know this.
Now, so I do apologise, but now I'm just going to start laughing at you. That's hilarious.
Yeah, refraction happens closer to the surface. Good
Yeah,
job.
That's it.
refraction atmosphere through the atmosphere.
Yeah, the higher in elevation you are, the less refraction there is.
Oh, but there's
The air
still
becomes
refraction.
less dense when you gain altitude.
But there is still refraction.
Nope.
Nope.
Cause for the drop
He's
over
like,
distance
nope.
is because Earth is curved.
So if my eyes are 2 inches away from the glass of water, there's refraction. But if it's 5 miles away from the glass of water, there's no refraction.
Okay, where's the glass of water on the top of this mountain?
No, that doesn't have to be on the top of the mountain. It could be anywhere.
You're just throwing in a fake variable.
No, I'm not throwing in a fake variable. You're not being
Yeah, you are.
logically
You're pretending there's
consistent,
a
which is
glass of water.
obviously my argument right now, as you refuse to actually listen to what I'm saying to you and determine yourself to talk through my voice again, and then you wonder why your ass get muted.
Because you're
Right?
still
The
upset that
pencil
you
of
think
water
you
is
can blow up a
sitting.
balloon
The
and have it
pencil
rise
is
to your
sitting
chest.
inside the water, as I'm clearly not done yet. Right? The pencil is inside the water. We can see the pencil refracted. What the fuck does it matter how close we are to it?
What's the point of talking to someone that thinks you can blow up a balloon with your breath and watch the balloon rise?
What's the point
You're a
of talking
joke.
to
I
somebody
can
that
concede to
You
that
don't
error.
understand anything.
I can
You don't know
concede to that
anything.
error. I can concede to that error. Do you hear the sentence I'm saying to you right now?
Oh, why don't you concede to
Great.
the error
Okay,
that you're collect that
not focus on that, which is what your dumbass wants to do, wasting everyone's fucking time again. What the
Why
fuck does it
doesn't someone
matter
moderate
how
this
close
pussy?
we are
Someone
to the
moderate this
thing
pussy, man.
refracted or the medium which the objects are refracted in? It doesn't matter. You're not making no sense.
Not making no sense.
Be it on the top of a mountain, above more air, or on the beach, in the middle of the air. There's still refraction.
Yeah, refraction is when light bends down towards the denser medium. The medium is less dense at higher altitudes.
And that does what to my sentence? How does that refute
Now,
what I just said?
refraction isn't causing drop over distance because you're not holding a lens 1
What
foot
the
above
fuck
the
does that do
surface
with
like
what
you.
I said to you?
You can't respond to what I'm saying. You're too much of a coward.
What did I say to you? What does that have to do with, how does that reply refute what I said?
All right, Meta Boy.
long distance observations from high altitude with infrared cameras see a distant horizon over 1,000 miles away. Being as you're saying that there's not a lot of refraction in the atmosphere, and I've asserted that there's also an infrared camera involved.
Yeah, what's the altitude of this infrared?
Yep, pardon?
What's the altitude that you're claiming is seeing 1,000 miles?
feet.
Probably from a plane, I'm guessing.
I said 35,000 feet.
Yeah, probably a plane.
Yeah. So, being as there's quote unquote less refraction up there, and the device uses an infrared camera, and we see a horizon over 1,000 miles away, where it should be much, much, much less, 250 miles away, then we've got a problem, mate.
Why don't you plug in those values into the Earth curve calculator and see if it is a problem?
Okie dokie, will do.
Okay,
You're
see
a
you
problem, Ben.
Okay, Flurf Church.
Flurf Church, this is brilliant. I love this guy.
You wake up debunked, right?
You're just the
You go
priest
to
of a
bed
Flurf
debunked,
Church. You just chant the same dumb shit every day.
right?
Well,
right, Ben. You don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know how to
like
actually
sound like
address the globe explanation. You
you'd
ignore
want to
that the
sound
globe
you'd want to
explains
sound
all
like
of their
Jesse Path
phenomena.
of Light, or you want to sound like McToon, but you don't. You're
How did
ignorant to a lot of
anything
things.
Ben just said prove the Earth is a ball?
You're just angry.
Like, someone
You're just an
explain
angry
this to
dude.
me. Like, someone explain this to me. I didn't hear a sequitur line of premises that necessitate or strongly indicate the Earth is a ball. How did he just prove that the Earth is a ball? By everything he just said so far.
You seem upset.
Answer the question.
I don't know what you said. You're too meta.
Yeah, of course you don't know what I said, because you don't fucking listen.
I don't listen to that shit, bro.
There's nothing hella meta about what I just said. You just determined to say that shit against me, to hand wave what I said, which is obvious to everyone who is honest listening to this dialogue, or sorry, excuse of a dialogue is what this shit
That's
is.
not meta. Yeah.
How did you just prove the Earth is a ball? Answer now.
That's the link I posted. I tagged you in it. I know you want to dismiss anything McToon does, but it's a good measurement, if you ask me.
I told you he was a cheerleader. Didn't I say he was a cheerleader, Jedi?
Yeah. You've never actually
So
looked into
have Alpha, have you read this yet? This link that he tagged me in?
Fucking
no
McToon's
one's
bullshit.
ever. If you're a flat earther, you've never looked into this because you want to
Shut the
repeat your
fuck up and ask you. Shut your ass up.
Dude, why don't you let somebody else other than you answer? Like, no, he didn't even ask you. Fuck.
What, you got
No,
fucking
I-
amnesia now? You got multiple personality disorder? Obviously, I said Alpha. Shut up.
You don't even know
Shut up.
the density of gases.
Shut up.
Yeah, you're erratic.
Shut up.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, it's so easy to just crush your guys.
Shut up, dude. All right, I haven't seen the link that he put in there.
Shut up.
Yeah.
He's still talking, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
haven't
don't
seen.
want to explore the counter argument.
Mute his ass.
Fucking hell, bro. All right. Yeah, I haven't seen the link that he posted, which is McToon's confirming the Earth is spherical using reciprocal zenith angles. Walter Bislin, I mean, yeah, he's using the same fucking idea that Walter Bislin's doing to get those zenith angles. That's not evidence of the Earth being a globe. They're not measuring curvature. I don't know what the fuck he's doing with this. Like, what is that? A yardstick? What the fuck is he doing? Oh my god.
So I linked you. I linked you to the message right there at the bottom of the open chat.
Okay. I'll take a look. Yeah. No, I haven't seen it. Did you check it out? I'm not gonna look at McToon's shit.
My guess.
I hear you. Wherever that was.
I said, Miggy, what's up, bro? I told you earlier.
Dude,
Get in.
well, what's up, Car? What you up to, bro?
Out here working.
You almost done for work, or should be by the end of your day, huh?
No, I still got a little bit to do. Yeah, a couple of hours yet.
Okay. You been listening to the spirals?
That was awful.
Yeah, every day.
That wake you up, Britt?
Yeah, I'm alive now.
That was perfect timing. Man. Perfect
Oh
timing.
shit! That's Britt. I bet you jumped out of your chair, didn't you, Britt?
Yeah, it was all peaceful. And now,
Hilarious. That's hilarious.
Yeah, this happens when the Earth is not a ball.
Oh my god.
So, Alpha, I just wanted to bring this up. Just in my very short conversation with Bantruth, I brought up high altitude observations by J. Tolan Media with an infrared camera. Using the altitude of 35,000 feet, the geometric horizon should be 229 miles away. But within this video, we are told that we are clearly seeing around the 1,000-mile mark for the horizon. If he's going to fucking claim that there's less refraction up in the atmosphere and we're using an infrared camera, he's fucked 7 ways from Sunday. Just on that observation.
Well, of course.
We've seen 4 times what we should be able to see. That the man claimed less refraction. In actual fact, he said no refraction. No refraction at the top of mountains. Awesome. I'll give you 35,000 feet. I'll also chuck in an infrared camera just for shits and giggles. Your geometric horizon should be 229 miles away, but we clearly see a horizon of the estimated distance of 1,000 miles away. That's fucking interesting. There's less physicsy stuff happening up there, by the way, Brett.
yeah, physicsy stuff happens.
But according to our last global zealot, the higher in altitude, because, you know, Jesse, Path of Light, mountains and shit, there's no refraction, but I'll give you less refraction up there because of the density of the medium.
So using an infrared camera from 35,000 feet, where the geometric horizon should be 229 miles away, we have a visible horizon that appears to be around the 1,000-mile mark. You should probably watch the video. Because everybody complains about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 foot above the surface of the water, and then say physicsy stuff like you do. So fuck it, we'll just go higher and use an infrared camera and see how far we can see. We don't see any Earth curvature. That's one thing we do not see.
Have you taken this to?
Okay.
Oh, dude.
Have you
He's
taken this
awake,
argument to the
guys.
Oxford
Britnat is awake.
Department of
Relax. You don't have to keep sound blasting him.
have you taken this argument to the Oxford Department of Physics and the chair of
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Don't need to take the argument to anyone. I'm not trying to convince, anybody that's at a university. I'm just trying to show general, ordinary people who have been taught this stuff that they can question it, and when questioning it, they don't find any Earth curvature.
Yeah, so you should be able to successfully
Shut
challenge
up,
them then,
dude.
right?
We're not gonna listen. You know who this
Oh.
is, right? This Jeff Bezos. Dumb fuck.
Alpha, let me speak.
Yeah.
Be quiet.
Okay, so you spoke to him
Hell
before.
nah. I'll speak. I'll let you speak whenever I want to let you speak. But no, I don't want to let because you're a known troll. That's why. No.
I'm not even
Access
trolling.
denied. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not even trolling.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because I want to mute you because you were a previous troll. So permission denied.
I guess
I
you
mean,
didn't get
look.
the memo that Oxford, Cambridge, and the Department of Defense already require everything not to be spinning balls. Thanks.
I mean, look. The comparison, given the pattern of behavior, the pattern of reasoning that they demonstrate repeatedly, the comparison is just screaming to be highlighted. They treat, to whatever greater or lesser degree, they treat the so-called peer review group or the majority consensus of the scholars, however that specifically works at whatever institution, whatever, they treat it the same way that the Romanist Christian treats the magisterium. It's the same thing. It is not valid, it is not sound, it is not truth until they recognize it to be truth and publicly publish, that's redundant, and publish their declared majority consensus. The same thing. But I thought you were supposed to be getting away from religion. So called. The secular humanist magisterium. The fundy scientist magisterium. That's what it is.
If that was a weak sound blast, by the way. That's pretty.
You know, persons go out of their way to make that.
It's like that's like a 5 out of 10, you know. Oh, not even 4 out of 10.
Bright future.
Gotta make sure to put the microphone closer to the
Let me egg him on. Is that all you got? Fuck. You guys are weak as fuck. Right, Bahindi fascists? Like you? They're all the sound blasters are weak as fuck like you? Mwah. Yeah, all that sound blasting ain't doing shit. It's a bit annoying. The only thing you've done was wake Britnat up. That's it. The only thing you guys accomplished.
Already
Fuck,
awake
other than
now,
that,
it's too
you're
late.
just annoying.
Imagine,
He's awake now. You don't have to keep blasting. He's awake, dude.
imagine living in a world where people get so triggered about the fact that they're not living on a spinning, wobbling ball that they need to come in here and blast sounds in our ears. Because if you look at it, they don't do it in any other channel. If you scroll down, it's not like going through all the channels, sound blasting them. It's specifically targeted at this channel.
Because that's an invincible refutation against us to do that.
Yep. Always targeting the stupid flirs. It's just so obvious that people are butthurt about the fact that, you know, we have broken their childhood dreams. But it's just them, you know, it's just a personal thing. If you want to be butthurt, be butthurt. But, you know, leave the people alone with your butthurtness.
I mean, look, on this point, if I am wrong, right? If it is the case that my position is wrong and are detrimental to whatever greater or lesser degree of severity, right? Then explain to me the argument that proves that, right? If I'm wrong and I'm doing some detrimental thing against myself or whomever else, then as you've heard me do this evening or this morning or afternoon, wherever the hell you are, then yeah, express your argument with whatever appropriate degree of emotion, whatever appropriate
Yes, I'll do
degree of
that.
contempt.
Let
You know,
me.
do that.
Yeah, I will do that, man. I just let me quickly turn up the speaker, put the cheapest mic right next to it, and blast your eardrums. That's me explaining the globe to you.
You know, if that is a sound argument, it doesn't quite make sense. You might have to elaborate in, you know, the language that I speak.
Maybe two speakers. Yeah, it's just, you know, it's very obvious. The situation is very obvious. But who knows, maybe the day will come where someone can actually defend the spinning wobbling tilted boy.
I mean, from the jump, not after days, weeks, months, even years of interacting with us, you begin today's discussion with just flagrant, brazen insult or assault, right, against our character in our ears, even. But the first time you ever meet me or Alpha or whomever else, right, the first time you've ever had a participation, the first time you ever participated in a discourse about the subject, you unleash insults at the person that you disagree with. How do you think they're going to react? How could you possibly justify it? This is you waxing poetic with all this math, right? Waxing poetic with all these concepts in physics, ain't got no home training.
Yep. But how about you do this and put it to the experts? Ask the extremely fully indoctrinated people what you're saying about the indoctrination being not true. Because the people who have wasted almost all their life with teaching a topic that is absolutely out of any boundaries of reality will tell you definitely that what you're bringing forward against the indoctrination is the truth. That's why we all as flat earthers should go to universities and talk to people that are probably almost incapable of learning some new information.
Is there anyone in here that wants to actually have a discourse in explaining the argument as to how we know we live on a spherical surface? You know what? How about this? How long is this? No, it's not very long at all. Never mind. This link that Banned Truth, so-called, posted, confirming the Earth is spherical using reciprocal zenith angles. The main surveyor measured the Earth's radius using reciprocal zenith angles. See his videos for details. Our plumb lines parallel, geodesy, plumb lines still not parallel, plumb lines follow up 1, plumb lines follow up 2, follow up 3. This method involves measuring the zenith angles between 2 points. If the Earth is flat, the sum of the zenith angles will be 180 degrees. If the Earth is convex, the sum of the zenith angles will be more than 180 degrees. The amount over 180 degrees and the distance between the 2 points can be used to calculate the radius of the Earth. The difference in elevation does not affect the measurement as seen in this diagram. The sum of the angles will still be over 180 degrees regardless of the elevation. Survey results. See video plumb lines still not parallel for the procedure. Below are data and images from the video. Anyone can interrupt me anytime, by the way. Measurement number 1. Date of survey, 9 October 2019. I'm not going to read all that. You can see it there. Measurement 1, measurement 2. The very next date, 10 October 2019, with some photos. Okay. Alpha, Jedi, Old Horn, whoever. What is the error in here?
Do you know what, Gregory? I was kind of half doing something else, so I do apologise, mate, but I wasn't actually listening to what you said. Would you mind repeating it for me?
I would not remind. I wouldn't mind at all.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay, so converted Earth is spherical by using reciprocal zenith angles. The main surveyor measured the Earth's radius using reciprocal zenith angles. Okay, now here, this method involves measuring the zenith angles between 2 points. If the Earth is flat, the sum of the zenith angles will be 180 degrees. If the Earth is convex, the sum of the zenith angles will be more than 180 degrees. The amount over 180 degrees and the distance between the 2 points can be used to calculate the radius of the Earth. The difference in elevation does not affect the measurement as seen in this diagram. The sum of the angles will still be over 180 degrees regardless of the elevation. Survey results.
Britt, can you stop putting your fucking alarm on snooze, please?
And then the survey results, measurements 1 and 2. October 9th and 10th, 2019.
Yeah, so where are the refraction corrections and the geoidal plumb line corrections? I mean, if he's assuming he lives on a ball, right?
I don't see those terms in these supposed survey results, so.
Maybe
I
he
could be missing something.
Maybe he assumed a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Well, the premises here. No, never mind. I'll admit when I'm out of my depth. I don't necessarily understand everything that is written here in this little article of his.
It's pretty straight geometry. I'd be glad to go over it with you if you like.
If you want to do that, go ahead.
Let me bring it up here.
Hello?
Hello?
Mic check.
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Nerf this!
So let's see how much do you understand of this, and then I'll start there.
Why did R6 get muted? He didn't do nothing.
That was that sound interjection that came through that recording.
Alright.
I understand the first paragraph. I understand the entire first paragraph. I just don't understand these figures in under measurement 1 and 2. Except I do understand the supposed predicted and measured zenith angles.
Okay, measurement 1 and 2. Let me drop one of these images. All right, did you see the image I dropped for you?
My phone is acting up. Hold on. Yep.
Okay, so do you see where it says occupy station A and occupy station B? On the bottom, on the right and the left?
Finally. Yeah. Here we go. This.
Yeah. So occupy just is surveyor terms. It means a human was standing there. That's all that means. And station is just the location of the angle measuring device. And so those two things that look like picnic tables on the end, that represents a tripod and a telescope on the tripod that measures the angle, whether it's straight out at eye level or tilted up or tilted down. A theodolite, basically.
All right.
So it's showing that their setup is simply to measure the angle, two directions, with relative to plumb. That's why it says plumb line. So they're measuring the zenith angle, and zenith is just the angle down from straight up. So a 0 degrees plumb is straight up. And then 45 degree from plumb, a zenith angle of 45 would be 45 degrees down from straight up, and then 90 degrees plumb from plumb, or 90 degrees zenith is 90 degrees down from straight up or horizontal.
How are the spherical coordinate systems being used, Jesse?
That doesn't have anything to do with this. Are we changing the topic?
No, this is from McToon's website. I mean, there are coordinate systems there, right?
This picture is actually from Jesse Kozlowski and was it the main surveyor?
So this is something different than what we were just talking about.
No, this is data that Jesse Kozlowski measured and drew up. Toon just mirrored it, or whatever. So
Under measurement 1, coordinates are provided. What is the purpose and how are they used?
So Do you guys not want to go over this?
I asked a question, man. Come on.
I can't object as to whether or not his objection is coherent or not. Sequitur with this issue or not. I don't know. So
It's a different topic. It's a totally different topic from reciprocal zenith angles.
Well, you said maybe he presumed a flat Earth. Well, then why are you showing here, or why is McToon showing spherical coordinates?
I wasn't looking at it when I said that. I was just saying, well, because someone
Yeah,
was
no shit.
someone was asking about did they apply for refraction or corrections for refraction, and I just said maybe they assumed that there wasn't any. Whatever.
Oh, I don't even know if I want to get involved. I'll try my best not to. Let's see if it works.
Jedi, why fight it?
Yeah,
Give in to your hatred.
So, within a garbled conversation with Band Truth about 10-15 minutes ago, Jesse, he said that there's less refraction at high altitudes. Is that correct, Jess?
Yeah, at high altitudes, it's pretty much just standard refraction, and it doesn't have that high variation that's caused by the near surface.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, if I gave you an observation from 35,000 feet with an infrared camera, where the geometric horizon should be 220 miles away, but we can see a horizon 1,000 miles away, give or take, then what would you say to that?
Have you got the grit to actually follow through and examine it with me till we figure out what's actually going on? Or are you just going to throw it out there and then say it must be right because that's what Jay said?
Jesse, I asked up front, measurement number 1. Coordinates are provided right there. What is the purpose of those coordinates for this?
I don't know.
Okay, well, I guess we can move on.
Maybe we can move on to...
But me not knowing what the coordinates are for doesn't change the fact that he still measured the two angles that added up to more than 180 degrees.
Not Jedi, not Jesse. Who's the other gentleman talking? Who is that?
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he is?
Defrocker, I think his name was.
Defrocker.
Yeah, it doesn't look like
I recognize his voice.
Yeah.
Heretic.
No.
Or no, Amish butcher, Amish farmer or something.
Yeah.
Oh, it could be
Change
Amish.
Yeah, it is Amish, guys.
Yeah, bro.
Where's Amish?
He's changed
not
his
in here.
name. Yeah, he's changed his name to Defrocker or something.
So,
as of now,
does Jesse have the intestinal fortitude to take on Jedi's point?
yeah, that's exactly what I was going to get to. So just to help me understand, as of right now, the supposed critique against what McToon has recorded here is what?
For me?
I'm sorry, from Jedi.
Okay, so basically what I'm talking about is with regards to what banned Truth earlier, in regards to Jesse making this quote-unquote measurement from higher altitude, up a mountain, for example. So banned Truth said there's less refraction up there. Okay, that's fine. I've provided an observation by J. Tolan Media from an aircraft, and I'm estimating it's 35,000 feet. It could be higher. Using the North Curve calculator, the geometric horizon should be 229 miles away. Within the observation, it seems to be a horizon at a calculable distance because of known landmarks at around 1,000 miles, which is obviously 4 times further than it should be, right? Or thereabouts. So if we have less refraction up there and we're using an infrared camera, then we should have a more pure view of the Earth. So if there was curvature, we should be able to see it. We don't see the curvature in the geometric location, so there's a problem. As in, there's no visible Earth curvature. There's no visible curvature at all. Did everyone die? Am I dead?
Yeah, you're dead.
Oh, awesome stuff, man. Right, catch you later, guys. I've got to go talk to God about something.
Fair enough. Can you talk to God about the curvature while you're there?
Well, I was going to ask him if I could look out the window.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, and it's only going on this assertion that with altitude there's less refraction. I mean, Jesse's using a field of light for 106 miles or whatever it is, because quote unquote there's less refraction, so he doesn't have to take it into account. Even though Bantry said there's no refraction, I will assert that there is at least some refraction, and I'm sure Jesse would agree that we're still looking through the atmosphere, so there's going to be some deviation of the light path because of the atmosphere we're looking through, especially at that distance. If that's the contention or what's the cards that's been put on the table with altitude less refraction, then a high altitude observation with an infrared camera should give us a more pure view of the Earth.
Oh, Jesse's very quiet all of a sudden. It's weird.
Well, he didn't tell me whether he was up for actually examining this J. Tolan video with me to the end.
Oh,
But
well, I think he is because he's talking about it, and that would heavily imply that he is. So, I mean, I don't know where, yeah, I don't know where the disconnect is.
Okay, well, how about you give me 20 minutes to watch it, and then we'll discuss it. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that's fair.
All right.
I mean, if it's just new evidence that you've been presented with, then of course I'll give you the opportunity to go and look at it, mate. That's why I've put the video in the live chat for everybody to see, especially Bantruth, who made this assertion but has yet failed to reply to it. But I'll give you, of course, I'll give you the opportunity to watch it, mate, and you can come back to me in 20 minutes, half hour.
Now, I'm gonna make a statement, and this I'm going out on a limb here, Jedi. But when you showed this to Bantruth, he didn't watch the video, and he did call you names.
He didn't even reply, mate.
Ooh. So he didn't even get to the stage of ad homing you. Wow.
No, he did. He did all the ad homing before I did this. He told me to go and use an Earth curve calculator and make sure the measurements are right. Okay, fine. I have estimated the height of the aircraft at 35,000 feet. It could be higher, but you're only going to get a few extra miles on your geometric horizon. So that's neither here nor there, really. But if Jesse wants to get the accurate one, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Fair enough. I was going to say, though, he must be down bad if he can't even ad hom you. I mean, that's like, I mean, he must be like really depressed if he can't even summon an insult. Like, oof. Feel sorry for him. Thoughts and prayers.
Yep. Like
Jedi.
Yo.
My damn connection disconnected. So the last thing I heard from you as you were explaining it to me was we make observations 4 times farther than the predicted distance to the horizon.
Yeah. So from 35,000 feet, the geometric horizon when using an Earth curve calculator is 229 miles away. The horizon observed within this video, using known landmarks as distance markers, the horizon appears to be approximately 1,000 miles away.
And that's the completion of your critique of what's in this article from McToon.
Oh, with regards to, and I'm just using this argument, with altitude, less refraction. Jesse's using a field of light on a mountaintop because there's less refraction up at that altitude. I've gone to a higher location, 35,000 feet approximately, where with less refraction, we should have a more pure view of the Earth. As in, if there was curvature and less refraction, we should be able to observe and maybe even measure that curvature with known
Less
distance.
distortion, right.
Yeah. So, being as we're also using an infrared camera as well, I'm interested to see what the rebuttal is to this.
So there's that. Now, secondly, concerning what McToon wrote in this article, which Band Truth linked us to, what's your critique of that?
I'm gonna have to go back, man, because I've been doing this for the last couple of minutes. So I'll have to go back to it. Reciprocal zenith angles is what we're talking about, right? So again, I'm yet to hear the word refraction ever mentioned. From what I understand as well, reciprocal zenith angles have got more to do with stars than they have to do with landmarks. But that might be my failing on the subject. So it's not my top 5 things that I understand. To be fair.
So what I was going to say is, by the globe zone standards, the base surface of Earth is not some smooth ellipsoid like WGS 84. There are flat spots on it, and there are concave spots and convex. So how do you differentiate between all of that? Why is it always going to be convex with these globers, especially over these short distances? Their own model provides for a geoid in reference to the ellipsoid, and the geoid is basically accounting for gravitational vectors that are not perpendicular to the ellipsoid. And so you don't have perfectly plumb lines anyway. They sometimes converge, sometimes diverge, depending on the difference between the geoid and the reference ellipsoid. So without any of that being taken into account here, and without refraction being taken into account at such a low elevation, I'm curious to see what the globers have to say.
If plumb lines are what they think they are, they would never be parallel anyway.
Right. So when they don't measure perpendicular zeniths or parallel zeniths, of course, we wouldn't expect that on your globe, or, what the hell, dude?
Yeah, they're not straight lines. They're deflected every which way. Why would those be parallel? It's a nonsense test.
So if I understand you correctly, DeFrocker, number one, they are, well, at least McToon in this instance is utilizing a ideally perfect spherical surface, even though in their own paradigm they don't have that, and they're not accounting for refraction in their observation project.
Yep.
Okay. And then, in addition, with Heretic's last comment, they're using a plumb line, even though you can't have parallel lines with the line that is the surface of a sphere.
Right. In their own paradigm, you don't have it to begin with.
Okay, so there's those critiques. If anyone wants to defend the presentation in that link that Bantruth linked us to in response to these critiques, go ahead.
So I would say, what if we were to introduce a more advanced surveying method, just hypothetically, where geoidal differences from the ellipsoid are taken into account? And what if with these more advanced methods, it's found that those zenith angles should be tilted the other way?
Got me stopped there. I don't know what to say to that. I don't see anything wrong with what you suggested. I can say that. So, in other words, the problem with what McToon has done in this article of his is he is observing through the presupposition of a geometric aspect of the Earth, which he doesn't have in the first place, given the geoid that the Earth supposedly is in his own paradigm, let alone the obvious undulations of the surface of the Earth that we see in reality, and not accounting for refraction, which also happens. Do I have that right?
Sounds right to me. I mean, it looks like they're using WGS84 as a base reference, which is different than the geoid. The geoid is the lumpy gravity ball, which itself doesn't match the terrain or mean sea level. All these different elevations have different perpendiculars and are not parallel with each other.
I see.
Yeah, so it's an unfalsifiable ball of crap.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Jedi, and thank you, Crypto. I don't know why I keep forgetting your name.
Answer to most things. It's all good.
I had to snap. Did you hear the snap in the background? I had to snap my memory to jog up.
Just don't call me Sargon of Akkad. I'll get very annoyed.
What is it? Do you understand that? Is it? I must be missing something. What is it with these persons interested in politics that keep calling themselves Sargon of Akkad?
I don't know.
Or Sargon.
I don't know. I'm only aware of one YouTuber. I don't know if that's me being ignorant or whatever.
And I think I recognize his voice. Do people think you sound like him?
Oh yeah, people have said it in the past, but I don't really think so. But
Of course. Like with me and Elijah, people mistake him for me and me for him.
yeah, I don't get that at all. I kind of get it because you've got similarities, but for me it's so easy to tell you apart. It's like,
I mean, I believe my voice is deeper than his, but I could be wrong.
he might disagree with that.
No, I have the deeper voice. No, I have the deeper voice. No, I have the deeper voice.
Just watch Eli come in later and be like, "Hello, everyone."
Now we're on the verge of talking like funnily enough, that Decepticon satellite from Revenge of the Fallen. Transformers.
Yeah. Genau.
Decepticons assemble.
Did you sound like Crypto? I was in the bathroom.
Well, people have said I sound like Sargon of Akkad before, but I don't hear it myself.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I don't hear it. I think it's nonsense, but I guess it's the only other British person some Americans have heard. So
Yeah, I always get told that I sound Australian.
yeah, didn't someone say that yesterday to you?
Yeah, it happens at least once a week.
Oh God.
Crypto, do you prefer the demonym British or English?
I prefer English because I think.
Okay.
Like, think about it in this sense, right? The English, the Welsh, the Scots, and the Irish are all different people, and so I guess British is still accurate, but it would be like if you talk to someone from Fiji and you just go, "Oh yeah, you guys are all just Polynesians," right? It's not really.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, but it's too general to be accurate, you know.
Because do I remember correctly? Britannia was the Roman xenonym that they applied to the province, which they then designated by that term during their initial reign, right? And so those those West European areas, especially the island, the islands of the British Isles. That's the term. They refer to it as Britannia, and I think Britannia was based on one of the autonyms, right? Oh, within one of the tribes, right? The Britons, Briton.
Yeah, you're more or less spot on. I don't think they referred to us as Britannia though. I think it was, It's close to that. It's like Britannia Sea or something like in Latin, but regardless, it was something they referred to us as. But I don't know if they included the Irish in that. That's something I would be interested to know actually, because the Irish are obviously on a different island. Like in modern day, the British Isles includes like the Isle of Man and Ireland, and obviously the UK and all of the Scottish islands and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know how the Romans considered what Britannia was. I'm not sure.
I can't remember if Britannia was a Roman xenonym that they just coined on their own, or if it's a Latinization of one of those native terms on the main island.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't know the answer to that. It's an interesting question.
I have to refresh my memory. Because like you heard me say, I remember the term Briton.
Yeah.
And then you just have an alternative spelling.
Well, we still say Britain now, but
Yeah.
if someone asks me, "Are you British or English?" I think I'm English. First, you know.
Now, I don't remember this. Was there? I mean, I guess now, especially during the British Empire, but before the British Empire in the early modern era, was there a common? Did the people of these regions share the identity? Excuse me, I keep burping. Did the people of these areas share the identity, quote unquote, British? When did that begin?
That's a big question. I mean, my answer would probably be no. I think that's a modern phenomenon.
Okay.
But that, yeah, I don't actually. Jedi, have you got any thoughts on that? My first, I think my first gut feeling would be that the Scots definitely didn't, because we've had quite a few wars with the Scots over the years. I'm not that familiar with the history of the Welsh, to be honest. But I think my gut feeling would be no, that we didn't have like a shared identity, that it was a much more modern political phenomena than like a tribal thing.
There was many tribes on the Isle of Britain back in the day. We had, especially the Scottish tribes. There was, I think, there's at least 12 of the Scottish tribes. We had the Picts and the Celts and all different types of people living on the island of Britain. So the island itself is referred to as the land of the Britons. I've just done a quick Google search, and Gregory is pretty much spot on with the Latinization of that name. But the land of the Britons came first. Then it was a kind of French bastardization of that word. There's a place in northwestern France called Brittany as well. But this is going a little bit closer to modern times after the Roman invasion, when the French started taking control of their own land, and kings from vice versa country were dominating and naming places and whatever. But yeah, it's predominantly a newer thing. But the land of the Britons has been around for a long time. I'm not too sure. I think the Britons is just an umbrella term for the different tribal groups that lived on the island.
Hold on. Are you saying that we got invaded loads of times?
We got invaded in 1066. That's the last time we got invaded. But before that, we got invaded shitloads of times.
Well, I'm wondering if the Norwegians and the Turks and the Romans and the French could pay me reparations.
Well, yeah, exactly that.
Sweet.
Especially
I'll await for the check in the post.
There's a whole lot of reparations to be paid from many nations, too many nations.
Everybody owes everybody. It's like,
just call it evens and carry on.
Right. I'm just going to write an open letter to the world. Sorry, we fucked your shit up, and please don't fuck my shit up anymore.
Generation after generation after generation, century after century. So it's like, at this rate, it is not within the scope, the circle of human power to account for all that, at least even sufficiently. So obviously, from this point forward, there just needs to be a concerted effort to love your neighbor as yourself and seek reconciliation and peace.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is why modern, let's just call them what they are, cucks, are so dangerous, because they can't just let the past lie in the past. They have to that they're like what I call causey people. Like they have to have a cause, and they have to then try and beat you over the head with their cause, and whatever they've decided is their cause, you will go along with, or they'll like browbeat you into acceptance, and it's just very dangerous.
There's a difference between being a self-righteous zealot, like what you're describing, as opposed to having a zeal for a just cause, where you have a sound argument to demonstrate that the cause is just.
Sure. Yeah, 100%. But even then, like, are you going to browbeat someone, or are you going to convince them?
Right? Are you gonna browbeat? You're just gonna speak platitudes. You're gonna say a sound argument.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, who wants to talk?
And of course, the point as it concerns the past is so distant and convoluted, right? It is out of our ability, even with our best efforts and intentions, to sort out the convolution and confusion and entanglement. But it is not out of our ability as it concerns, you just stole my radio 5 minutes ago. Give it back in sevenfold.
Yeah, in 300 years.
Well, this is kind of the argument with the British Museum stealing half of the world's kind of valuable stuff. We're looking at it at the moment, and you can have it back when we finish looking at it.
It's an excellent example. I mean, the British Museum is a bulwark of an institution. It's not that easy. It's not like taking my car radio back out of your apartment.
Yeah, true. And also, I mean, there's many sort of different arguments that you can make. For instance, if there was like an artifact that was stolen from a land that doesn't exist anymore, then who are the rightful owners? And if you do return it to this new kind of people who are in the same old land, are they going to treat it like, are they going to put it in a museum so people can look at it, or are they just going to, let's just say that it's now the land of the tribe that conquered the tribe from whom the artifact came from? Are they going to treat that with respect, or are they going to say, oh, those guys are assholes, we'll destroy it? Like, these things are way more complex than I think most people want to admit.
Ethics. Here we go again. Especially ethics in human experience. Especially ethics. No avoiding it. Either you're going to think well about it or you're not. And if not, you'll suffer the consequences.
Yeah, spot on.
People only want to get concerned about ethics once they find themselves the victim of someone else, right? Someone else's actions that they perceive to be unjust, but then neglect the matter of ethics when it doesn't necessarily directly or immediately concern them, or especially if they find themselves being the party that is, the recipient of the allegation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's one of the biggest issues with modern, let's just say, intersectionalism, let's call it that, is that it's only a concern for the person who you're motivated to defend. So, for instance, I mean, a good example is the transgenderism movement. It's like, you have to say whatever they consider themselves to be, and that's their right, but you don't have a right not to say it. And that compelled speech is very dangerous.
And it's because they go out of their way to make this an issue, because this was not an issue until they spoke up. Right? This was a non-issue until they spoke up, until they insisted on believing and asserting that they are some other sex than what they patently seem to be. Right?
Yeah.
So now you raise the issue. Now we have to get into the issues of what is immediately human nature, and you have slingshotted us into the realm of philosophy. But no, forget philosophy. Just affirm what I just said. Wait, well, hang on. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, compelled speech is such a nasty thing to be
It's a fickle thing. I mean, do you have a sound argument or no?
Right. If you have a sound argument, then they would willingly take your position anyway. Or at least you'd hope.
You'd hope. You'd prefer, as we ought.
Sure.
But of course, obviously, this interests me. Not being from the UK, I just recently had a fun discourse with a brother about onomatology, onomastics, the study of names. So Britain, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, right? That a humongous sentence, right? Rather than just being one word, right? That, or just like the United States of America. These are sentences. These are descriptions, which are political coronyms. What are you talking about? That's the term. Someone who's concerned with onomastic issues, right? The United States of America or the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. That's a political coronym, right? Referring to a region or country.
Yeah.
And so, of course, it concerns me with being in the United States. I mean, for obvious reasons, this is nothing more than an extension of the British Empire, regardless of all the convoluted politics that have transpired up to the present time, regardless of that. And of course, also the native land of the language that I speak, which some praise me for utilizing the way I do, or disparage me for utilizing the way I do. Wink, wink.
Right.
Right on.
I mean, after all, it's the only language that I'm fluent in, so it concerns me.
Right. One thing I do find quite funny though is the concept of what's the word? What's it called? There's this term where you like cultural appropriation. That's it. I find the term cultural appropriation hilariously ironic because they're saying it in English. So, I mean, I don't need to explain why that's ironic to you, Greg.
I mean, language is a crucial and indispensable property of a culture.
Right, but it's like taking someone's culture to then tell them why they're taking something from your culture. Irony is it's not lost on me. But it might
Now,
be.
of course, there's a difference between just the sheer act of speaking the language and making some, at worst, disrespectful, mocking parody of someone else's culture. And also in contrast to just delighting in whatever attire, custom, cuisine, music, speech, right, that the other culture does. So of course I'm taking the time to articulate the nuanced distinctions that are there, as opposed to what we both, do not, approve of.
Do you not think though
This
that
vague platitude.
mockery can be taken in two ways anyway? Like, because certainly how men communicate with each other, you tend to mock your friends way more than your enemies, right?
Yeah.
So
Facetiously, without the, genuine hostility or sarcasm.
Sure, but then if you really genuinely hated someone, would you mock them at all? You'd probably do something far worse. So I find it a bit strange when people get for instance, right, when I was younger, I went to a Jamaican Me Crazy party, right? So everyone was turning up with dreadlocks and all this other shit. And I'm not going to say what went down because, it was a party. I think you guys get the idea. But is that really like hatred of the Jamaican people, or is it just a bit of an excuse for a laugh?
Right. More likely, I mean, both are possible, but more likely the latter, at least usually, in my estimation.
Right. So, I mean, I don't know, man. I can't really
Yeah, the act itself is more likely the latter, and at worst ambiguous, but it's not patently the former.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know that there's going to be people out there complaining about it. If like nowadays, especially if you said, right, we're going to have, even if you didn't call it that, you just called it a Jamaican themed party, you're going to have people crying about it. It's just like, I don't know, man. Just get over yourself.
And
Not that
I'm
dangerous.
surprised you didn't say this yet. These are the same people who advocate pluralism and multiculturalism.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, of course, because they're causey people and they can't advocate on the behalf of whoever they decide is oppressed in terms of their intersectional identity if the person with the intersectional identity doesn't exist in the culture. So they have to have that person there in order to then strongly advocate for them, which gives them a cause. Right? So what you start to realize is these people don't actually, the people who are being advocates and causey don't actually care about those individuals. What they care about is being